Welcome back to Alliance Tournament 18. I am CCP Overload, and we are finally here in the grand final days. We started with 32 teams, only 4 remain. That is We Form Volta and Odin's Call in the upper bracket, and Truth Honor Light and the Tuskers in our lower bracket. There is so many exciting matches. That is 4 incredible teams that we are going to see compete to see who can be the grand champions this year. I'm joined on the desk once again by Black Bart Pirate and the Basilisk. Basilisk, how are you today?
I'm good, thank you. Yesterday's matches were incredible. I loved that final set of matches. Of course, I had the technical difficulties in one of them. Where let's not talk about that. But yeah, just overall the day was brilliant.
Any highlight matches for you?
I mean, that Odin's Call match with the 4 cruise battleships was just incredible. It was the edge of my seat the whole time watching it. I really had no idea who was going to come out on top. It was just brilliant. And also, I mean, the reverse tie-dye as well. That was as well another Odin's match. They've had a really fun tournament so far, haven't they? Some might say fun, some might say stressful.
Odin's Call, in fact, actually came through the feeder rounds and have played a huge amount of matches already. They got up to the final and then got knocked into the redemption arc, playing, I think, 11 matches already in Alliance Tournament 18 if you include the feeders. Because they're in the upper bracket, there's the potential that they can play another 11 today. In fact, no, they've played 14 matches. So there's a potential for them to play 25 matches in Alliance Tournament 18, which is absolutely absurd. I don't think any single team will have played that many matches in a single Alliance tournament. Not even, of course, Hydra Reloaded, who got knocked down to the losers bracket in Alliance Tournament 15 and then did a losers bracket run all the way to the final and then lost. Bart, any highlight matches for you yesterday?
Yes, I liked the Truth Honor Light versus Tuskers match because we saw some kind of really weird stuff. I do believe that we made comments of, is that an armor Nighthawk and an armor Claymore, which are not normal ships that you usually see, but apparently they are nowadays, so that's totally cool. I did like the reverse tie-dye. It's the first time we've seen that in so long. So it's cool because we always talk about, like, okay, we need to be ready to explain it just in case it happens. It never does. It happened. It explained it. Super awesome. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing it, and I'm kind of like really hoping for Odin's to win now, just because of how much work they've had to put in and how much work they might have to continue to put in today.
Yeah, our first match of the day, which will be coming up in just over 5 minutes, will be an elimination match, a best-of-1 elimination match between Truth Honor Light and the Tuskers Co. Now, Truth Honor Light came in, they won against Ahil No, they won against a rival, then they lost to the Tuskers Co. They then went on a winning spree in the lower bracket versus Darkside, Tempest, Calciv, and Lock Range Enjoyers, now ending up here. The Tuskers Co. won against the Tri-Team, Polaris Mercenary Alliance, Truth Honor Light, then lost to Odin's Call in a very exciting match, and then won in the lower bracket to Platinum Sensitivity. So this is our final remaining best-of-1 match in Alliance Tournament 18. This is an elimination match. The team that loses will go home. They are 4th place, which is nice. You know, it's better than 5th place or any other place down to 32. But it is not a winning position. And because this is a best-of-1, I expect these teams to bring the best. I mean, Truth Honor Light have already dropped one to the Tuskers. Tuskers have already got a win upon Truth Honor Light, so it's going to be super exciting. Let's take a look at the bans for it and see what we're going to see in this match. So Truth Honor Light banning out the Osprey, the Hyena, and the Stormbringer. The Tuskers Co. banning out the Loki, the Jackdaw, and the Eos. Baza, your thoughts on this?
Those Tuskers bans look to be their ye old favourite. As usual, they seem to love those 3 bans, Loki, Jackdaw, Eos. They come out pretty much every time they play. Truth Honor Light, on the other hand, they seem to sort of roll the dice for their bans on every match. They seem to ban something totally different. I think the Hyena is a particularly good ban. I think the power of that ship is really important, both in whether you're flying Kite against Rush or Rush against Kite. The value that ship adds in sort of either scenario is really important.
And the Stormbringer, of course, very good at clearing drones, Bart. Do you think that this maybe says that Truth Honor Light want to make sure their, say, rep bots are going to be safe in this match?
You know, I do. I think that there's been a couple Stormbringer bans over this tournament that generally I would say, I don't know why they chose to ban that. That's kind of strange. But with this specific team, they don't ban stuff for no reason. And so that, like, kind of in that same boat, I looked at that and I'm like, they're planning on bringing a lot of rep drones or maybe like a lot of light drones. Because we've actually seen that before too, where you basically have every single ship in your team able to field light drones, and you put a 50 cloud of hobgoblins onto some like little ship and split DPS, and it's unreppable. So those are kind of both sides. Like when Truth Honor Light bans stuff, they usually have a very good reason for it. I think that's kind of why we're seeing the Stormbringer pop out here.
Now, Basilisk, if you're a team like Truth Honor Light and you have already lost in this Alliance tournament to the Tuskers, What do you think is going through their heads right now?
Oh, I mean, it's very hard to say, isn't it? Of course, they still have their flagship Bargus, so that's always an option for them. They're not going to have wanted to have been knocked down in the lower bracket so early in the tournament, and they've had to make, as you said, a pretty good run through. So will they choose to sort of commit everything, bring the flag Bargus, put it on the line, and then potentially lose it? I mean, they might still win the match, but then not have it on the line for the finals, or will they bring something wacky that we haven't seen before? I mean, we saw them bring all sorts of stuff yesterday, 2 rapid heavy battleships, so I couldn't possibly guess what Truth on a Light is going to magic up out from their back pocket today.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, both of these teams actually have their flagships remaining, both of them bringing bar guests, and I assure both of them are incredibly expensive bar guests, making maximum use of things like officer launchers, officer tank mods, just whatever they can to get the last little bit of a fraction of a percent better than their opponents. Of course, some things like officer mods, they absorb heat better. You were telling me this morning over breakfast, Basilisk. Can you just elaborate on that?
Yeah, so STML launchers in particular, all the officer launchers you get better, they take less heat damage per cycle, which means you can actually heat them for longer. So I think with our testing on our flagship that we did with Kaika's launchers, we could heat for 20, 21 cycles on every launcher and get them to like 90, 95% heat and not burn out. Whereas if you've got STMLs, obviously I haven't got a pair of STMLs, so I don't know how strong it is, but I imagine you could probably heat for maybe 25, 26 cycles if I had to guess, which is a huge advantage because as long as you don't burn them out entirely, you can then stop and rep them back up with paste and then go again. And then with a team like Hydra that's got such sort of controlled target calling, where they pick a target and pop it, that's really valuable.
Awesome. Now let's do some quick predictions and then go to the match. So Black Bart Pirate, who are you going for?
Oh, I'm going to have to say, I think I'm going to have to go with Tuskers, because if they won once, why can't they win again?
And Basilisk?
I'm going to go with Truth on a Light because, I mean, like Hydra last year, I think every time you chop off a head, they grow 3 more. So,
well, I'm going to put my Twitch channel points behind the Tuskers, but it's time to go through and find out as we go to our first match of the day, the Tuskers versus Truth on a Light.
And welcome back to the arena. We have a very interesting match coming up ahead. We have basically the Shadows of Octodad have returned, and we've got a quad battlecruiser comp against a Redeemer Vindicator curse comp. This is going to be, honestly, a lot of control from Truth on a Light and a lot of damage from Tuskers. What do you think about this one, Zoe?
Well, I'm absolutely loving the firepower that Truth Honor has brought here. A Redeemer, a Vindicator, your absolutely favorite ship, and 2 bombers there sporting the torpedoes. They also have that lovely T3D core of the Svipple and the Confessor that's going to be able to provide that screening and extra DPS where needed. Not to be underestimated, the ridiculous amount of DPS something like a Svipple can push out. So Truth Honor going hard on the damage side here.
Yeah, fortunately, their bombers will not be particularly useful against these battle cruisers. They should potentially get killed, but it's going to be honestly curious to see what this curse can provide this team. They are a very high skill cap ship. They either do very well or very poorly, and there is no in between.
And this is an elimination match, and both teams do still have their flagships available, but neither team has decided to bring it. Links are being fired off right now, maybe a bit preemptively, we'll see. But I still feel bombers are going to have a lovely time chunking into these battle cruisers. Obviously, it's going to be, get those transversal up, dodge those turrets, but the bombers will probably have the advantage of sporting some more E-War in their mids. We're going to have to see what they brought. Is it going to be dams, guidance disruptors, or tracking disruptors?
Oh yeah, it's going to be a lot of utility mids being abused and applied to the opponent. But honestly, the Vindicator and the Redeemer's going to have a lot of work to try and grab hold of these. I think they're pretty sure these are kiting battle cruisers chasing him down.
I think it should be a pretty easy job still. I mean, the lasers on a Redeemer, pretty good weapon choice overall. Scorch is fantastic. Beams are fantastic. I doubt it's beams that he's running, but Scorch is always amazing ammo. The Vindicator is going to probably have a bit more of a harder job, so we'll see. But the lovely thing about having a curse in your team like this, with the curse getting advantage, a curse is pretty much has a battleship's range of heavy newts if it's just sporting medium. So if it can just reach out and, just zap these battle cruisers, just, touch them with these medium newts every now and then, just pop them out of that MWD cycles every now and then, it's going to be easy catching for that Vindy.
Fortunately, having a slight technical difficulty for some of the pilots at the moment, so they're currently working on that. But I can't wait to see how this match is going to start off. It's going to be very interesting to see what that curse can provide to the team. We keep banning them out because everyone's kind of scared of them, but what we're seeing, it takes a really good pilot to really use them well. But we are in the final day where all the good pilots start showing up.
Yeah, so while the refs are sorting these things out, also just wondering about the Mather here that we have on Tusker side. So normally you see the Mather, your typical classic in histories of ATs and stuff, just being a brick tank ship, focusing more on its resistances bonuses and forsaking its high slots for newt. So it would be a ship that would run in there and be heavy tackle and just like, it's not going to die and then it's going to harass something. But we see in this field, Tusker's actually opting for guns on the Mather here. I believe those are dual beams on it most likely. Meanwhile, the Vexor, the other cruiser, while it doesn't have not as tanky as a Mather, that doesn't have any blasters or anything. Obviously, it's a drone boat, but in that one, we'll probably be seeing it being more of a newting ship as well.
Exactly. I expect it to be a full Newt Vexor, which is going to be potentially brutal to whatever ship it grabs, but I think the Curse might have a beat in that department. We'll see how that one definitely plays out. And both teams also went heavy onto their lodging and bringing on Neuroses. So both teams decided they really want that tactical logistics cruiser.
Logistic cruisers are fun to watch. You can just see the position and skill that comes in from these pilots, especially with, is the top 4 teams now in AT. So hopefully we're going to see some skillful plays here and no one just feeding themselves into a Vindicator, not watching where they're flying. So countdown looks like it's finally starting with things being sorted out. Any favorite ships you want to see do some major plays here, Wingnut? I want to see what this Curse is going to do.
Yeah, I think the Curse and Redeemer are going to be like the focal point of how this match rolls. The Vindicator is going to do Vindicator things, but it's going to be the Curse and the Redeemer that really help it do what it wants to do. And of course, watching these battle cruisers dance around it is going to be interesting to watch as well.
Definitely. So 30 seconds. Let's see what we're going to kick off here. Definitely going to see some Kadi action, I think, here from the Tusker side. These teams normally in this high skill brackets also just more prone to with the kiting stuff, more in their skill set as well, being small gang roamers on TQ as well. So it's right up their alley.
And also, I think Tuskers have the secret weapon. They've got Jason Osrin in that Mauler, so I think it's Tuskers' game to win, right? Yeah.
Well, yeah, now Twitch is going to go crazy with that mention now there. So I really just want to see some action happening here. So countdown should be finishing soon quickly. I'm interested to see what drones we're going to do. If we're going to be going for a full rep drones on both sides, and we're just going to have to see how those teams are microing them, or if teams are still going to be opting for this full damage waves.
I personally am expecting rep drones from the Tusker side. I could be very wrong, and putting them all into their Oneros, but we're going to see as the match is about to go away right now.
And let's see who is going first. So we got Truth Light. Looks like they obviously charged in. They got a vending on that side, and particularly Tuskers falling back there. We got some Warriors coming out. Not a full rep drone cycle yet. No one really wanted to commit drones quite yet. Poking each other long range of damage first coming onto the Confessor on Truth side.
Damage coming back on the Harb Navy at the moment. Tends to be one of the first picks. And the Confessor is tanking quite well, and the Harb Navy, well, we'll see when he finally gets to armor.
And we see Truth Honor here is going for the Logi bots right now, so they're going for that. Well, it looks like Tuskers is still on DPS botter side, so if this engagement draws out, it looks like Truth Honor is playing more of a control setup with these battleships, the logistics cruiser, and the rep bots to support that solo logistics cruiser as well. So we'll see if Tuskers maybe looks to play to get rid of these armor bots, because otherwise they're going to have a pretty hard time.
So they're putting some damage down into the Vindicator now. I suspect that's going to be very, very hard to break. But I guess you might as well shoot something while you're moving into position.
Unfortunately, they're not too flexible on their ammo types. Both the Galente and the Amar ships being locked into their respective damage types, not so flexible like Kaldari or Minmatar. So if the reactive kicks in, but unfortunate if they're going into the battleship like that. So I think they should be looking to just make these plays on hopefully the bombers and the T3Ds, but we do see them trying for those T3Ds, probably just looking more of a mistake. But as time goes longer, we see these battleships like the Redeemer and the Vindicator just slowly cornering them against the side of the arena, and they don't have an MJD beacon to escape.
Yeah, they're obviously going to try and burn around, get behind them. At the moment, honestly, the Vindy and the Redeemer kind of screening them away from the support wing they want to try and murder. So they're all burning around to the side, trying to get away from the ball of death that is a Vindicator. Just keep an eye. Is that the Oneros? Oh, is that Oneros? How close is that?
He should be pretty close. So I was worried about the battleship overextending, but Oneros came back in here. There should probably be a long-range grapple, if anything, right now, but nothing should be
that's a regular web, not a grapple. I think that's a regular web, not a grapple, I'm pretty sure. So that Oneros is now being webbed down, I believe, by the Vindicator, potentially.
No, there's no web on that. It might just be a UI issue right now. That Oneros is cruising around at 600 ms. He's having the time of his life, dodging all those shots. But looks like, as we're saying, that the pressure's coming in. We have the Executor Navy issue going in for the Oneros of Lucas right now. He's probably going to get hard tackled, and this is going to be the first pressure that we're going to see happening here onto Truth Honor. And if they trade Logis too early here, we'll see how this match goes now.
Yeah, if they can go for the Logi trade here, I still think Tuskers will be in a good spot. They can pretty much keep away from these battleships for a good time. But unfortunately, they've lost their Logi already, and they're still working on Lucas Kwan.
So there goes the Logi down for Tuskers' side now. Indeed, the Vinny and the battleships getting onto that, getting down. Lucas doing a good job with all the rep bots on him, keeping them alive. Probably tanking a bit of the transversal damage as well. Doing a good job of just flying sideways to the turrets there. But huge rep bots and damage bots cloud on there. Hopefully one of these battleships, well, you wouldn't actually want to get in there and kill your own Logi bots right now. But as we're saying, this Tuskers will be losing their battle cruiser core slowly if they don't manage to kite away from this Vindy.
Yeah, this is starting to not look very, very good for Tuskers at all. That Oneros is still alive, getting repped up by, I believe, an absolute monstrous swarm of rep drones, as well as a swarm of DPS drones as well. The Harbinger goes down, and they still haven't broken this Oneros yet. This is getting worse and worse for Tuskers, and at the moment, I'm starting to have trouble seeing light at the end of the tunnel for them.
It's true. Well, we do see Lucas getting some pressure there for 1.5 armor. He will most likely have an Axel rep, so burning it through paste right now, but sitting quite comfortable. We'll also be having a reactive going in his favor. But these battle cruisers on the Tusker side definitely getting chunked through right now. The curse will also just slowly be shutting them down as well. So while they're more committing harder onto this Oneros, it just gives more position for Truth Honor Light to just circle around them and close off any escape they have here.
I'm also kind of surprised that the bombers are still alive. They must be playing very carefully. But honestly, the amount of rep drones on that Oneros, I see at least a wave of heavies, a wave of mediums, a wave or two of lights. That is so many rep drones on that Oneros keeping it alive. But the Tuskers team, at this point, they're just kind of falling apart. They've got nothing left.
True. They even had a full set of guidance disruptors from Tuskers going onto the bombers of Truth Honor Light. But even with that, as the Harbinger Navy issue goes down, we see Truth Honor just pulled those bombers a bit closer, taking advantage of the paints and applications, all that, and just getting not real pressure on those bombers as well, and just being able to completely pummel into these battle cruisers. We even saw a slight bit of split damage. You're easily able to do that always with bombers, just apply pressure all over the show. But I think at this stage, it's pretty much just rinse and clean up for Truth as they're just chunking through this.
And at this point, it shows why the curse is also very strong as well. Let's say they manage to kill the Oneros with what they have on grid. That curse is now permanently stopping the Brutes from firing at range. It's ruining the Navy exec. I'd say it's ruining the Navy org, but it doesn't really matter. They don't really have the tools left at that point to do anything with a curse on grid. And that's honestly what a curse can do with a good pilot. Just pretty much remove ships from being able to do anything.
Absolutely. It's such a versatile ship why you see it banned. Recon. Recons are expensive for a reason, but newts, and not only newts, it's long-range newts, it's powerful newts, then it has a drone bonus, and then it has an E-War bonus to boot. With being an armor ship, it has all those mids as well. Good job here as well. A lot of people fall into the problem of, hey, if I have a drone bonus, let me take DPS spots, but they're taking advantage of the HP bonus that the Curse would also get to just have some chunky rep bots to support the rest of the team here.
We have a new favorite word now in Twitch chat: chunking. But yeah, Mauler and Org Navy going down. This is actually a full-on 100-0 clean sweep for Truth Honor Light here, which is not honestly what I was expecting to see there. I expect to see Tuskers maybe exact a toll upon the Truth Honor Light team, but just fortunately, I think that Oneros getting caught was just such a painful blow to their team.
Yeah, unfortunately, I forgot we had two Oneros on the field, so I was a bit confused when we called out the web. I'm like, what are you talking about? Truth Honor Light Oneros is going for freedom. But it's like, nope, it was Tuskers that have been caught out. A shame, I would say, for the last elimination, the proper elimination before we get to the best of later in the day. Hoping to at least see someone bring their flagship, put it all on the line here in the bottom with both teams still having it available. But we're just going to be seeing some battle cruisers and cruisers going up in explosions.
Yeah, and with that, Truth Honor Light has got a commanding victory over Tuskers, and with that, we'll go back to the studio and see what they think.
Pew, pew, pew. Pew,
Truth, Honor, Light there, taking the victory and remaining in Alliance Tournament 18 as the Tuskers Co. sadly depart with that 100-0 defeat there by Truth, Honor, Light. Very unfortunate for them. They had a pretty good running, to be fair, this year. I don't think anyone can say they didn't improve from last year. Last year it wasn't the best of their showings. Of course, they won in Alliance Tournament 14. And they now take 4th place here in Alliance Tournament 18. Truth, Honor, Light go forward to face the loser of our next match, which is a best of 3. So Truth, Honor, Light still fighting to remain in the tournament. They are now at least 3rd place and will get a decent number of prize chips from that. Now, Basilisk, what happened there? It looked like that Aneros. Like the Tuskers team looked quite good. Bombers shooting into battle cruisers and cruisers looked like they were going to be able to remove that relatively quickly. But then that Aneros seemed to maybe just get a little bit too close to a Vindicator. What happened?
Yeah, so I think as we were chatting as the match was going on, we were sort of expecting those bombers to evaporate very quickly, but I think Truth, Honor, Light brought a significant number of tracking disruptors and just applied them across the BCs and absolutely nuked their range, and the bombers were very hard to hit. And then we saw Nick DeMar in the Redeemer and Dexter in the Vindicator just charge straight in. And I'm not sure if it was Amelia and Brainstraw in the Swiftland Confessor who managed to get initial tackle, but in any case, Dexter and his Vindicator webs did manage to get onto that Aneros, and once that happens, the Aneros is basically dead in the water, and from that point, it was just sort of, whittling away at the battle cruisers from there, and there wasn't really much recourse for Tuskers to fight back.
Yeah, Bart, we saw at the start of the match, a couple of guidance disruptors immediately landed on those bombers, but then no tracking disruptors seemed to appear across any of the other gunships. Do you think that Tuskers maybe thought that Truth, Honor, Light was going to bring something completely different, and they stacked up on guidance disruptors here?
I do. I think Tuskers thought that Truth, Honor, Light was going to bring that like Bargist armor control setup that they brought, and they were like prepared specifically against it. I didn't really get a chance to like zoom in on all the battle cruisers, but I bet you they were like, we'll be able to check the Z kills afterwards, and somebody could be like, no, he's wrong. Why is he up on the desk? Blah blah blah. But I bet you they were all like SIBO'd up, max ECM, and I think they were expecting to fight an ECM setup, which what Tuskers brought would be really good against it because you have a ton of DPS that's long range. So if you get jammed, you're like, oh, I'll just shoot the Blackbird instead. Interestingly, I personally think that if Tuskers had brought their setup that they had used to beat Truth, Honor, Light the first time, they would have beat them the second time as well. But I think that they might have sort of mind gamed themselves and like, oh, Kadesh Priestess is genius. We'll figure out how to beat this. We can't do it again. So it was a good match. And there was also this really awesome shot of like Dexter's Vindicator like power sliding through their team and then tackling onto the Aneros. That was like really awesome. So shout out to the camera people. I know a lot of people have been saying, the camera work's amazing, but now I'm saying it officially so you can all say I'm wrong, but it's me, not them.
The camera work has indeed been amazing this year. We have a couple of people doing that in the back. We've got a wide shot, a close-up shot. We have some people editing together cool little replays at the end of every match. So many people, and we'll see some of them a little bit later on today.
Doing those camera shots, I mean, to be honest, it's harder than flying the ships. I had a little go on one of those little 3D mouses. It's like you can move the camera and sort of change the angle at the same time, and it's bloody difficult, I'll be honest. So to get such subtle movements,
it's like a little cylinder that as you you can move it forward, backwards, left, right, and up and down, and twist it, so you can kind of fly your ship through space, or the camera through space. But it's also very easy to lose control and just spin off into the void. I tried it on the Jita Undock and just like crashed into everything. It was an absolute nightmare. So those guys, like CCP Zealous is sitting there like very little tiny moves, and I tried it this morning, was just like flying out of control. And he was like, "Slow down, man." Okay, so we're now coming up into the matches that decide the top 3 of Alliance Tournament 18. So now we're getting into the real grind for these teams. So our next match is a best of 3. So these teams, Odin's Call and we from Volta, will play each other as many as 3 times. Of course, if one team goes 2-0, then there's no point in playing the third match because they've lost, so they're out. And we have rolling conquest bans coming up as well. So if a team wins on match 1, in match 2, the regular bans still apply. They also cannot bring any of the ships they brought in match 1. It only applies to the winners of the previous match. So if there is, we go to the third place or the third match of a best of 3, then only the team that won match 2 won't be able to bring. Sorry,
Yeah.
those bans will apply. The match 1 bans are unapplied.
Yep. So there's only 10 conquest bans at maximum at any point
Thank you.
from the team that won the previous match.
You said it much better than I did.
Nice.
It's an incredibly complex banning system. Honestly, I don't know how the team captains deal with this. Like 3 bans is hard. 6 bans makes my mind start to melt. Then potentially with the trickle bans, we have 9, and then potentially 19.
Yeah.
So
It is.
Good luck.
It's not as bad as that one year where the conquest bans never went away,
yes.
and
Yeah.
it was like 30 bans by the end, and you're just like,
Yeah.
whatever. I don't know what to do anymore.
I
We'll
guess
just
we
bring
haven't flown a
spaceships.
porpoise. I
Yep.
guess we can bring the
Yep.
porpoise. It can kill AT ships, I heard. So that's
That is true.
that's true.
Yes, he was not in my corp. I actually told him, I was like, Asar, you're like, you cannot be in my corp if you're going to be doing the solo Raiju roaming. And he was actually doing it with no scouts, no links, no nothing. Just like, oh, just gate to gate. So
I mean,
shout out to Asar.
Giga Chad.
Yeah, you don't
Uh,
have Giga Chads in your corp, clearly. You only
Nope.
want
Nope.
linked up.
Yep.
Right. Let's take a look at the bans for We Farm Volta versus Odin's Call match 1 and see what these teams are vetoing. So We Farm Volta banning out the Abaddon, which is my favorite ship, by the way, the Balgorn and the Scorpion Navy issue. Odin's Call banning out the Nighthawk, the Hyena, and the Stormbringer. Blackbar Pirate, another Stormbringer ban. Do you think they've just these bans are very similar actually to the Truth on a Light bans? What's your thoughts here?
It's really hard to say. So I actually talked to Colonel Kurtz, who's I'm pretty sure one of the people sort of in charge of Odin's, or at least helping out with them this year. And he used to be one of the co-captains in NC. Back when NC. Was both in tournaments and relatively decent at them. So I kind of like understand some of his thinking behind it. And I think that we're like same situation where we've been seeing Volta do different stuff every time, and a lot of times they just only one comp their way to the end. I think that they're worried about something similar to like what we just saw, like mass rep drones. Obviously, I don't think Stormbringers are great against DPS drones, but we haven't really seen DPS drones do good at all this time. So
Yeah, that is true. We haven't seen very many DPS drone comps. Drone comps were super popular in some tournaments, oppressively so in some tournaments. And one of the advantages of drone comps is you could drop your drones and just fly away, and that was it. You were basically safe. Just go sit on an MJD peeking, and if someone shot you, you went, jump, and then off you went, and then you were safe again. Basilisk, what do you think we might see in this match?
Oh, without the bans have gone, so it's hard to judge. I think there was armor battleships gone, wasn't there? Abaddon and Balgorn. We've seen them quite a lot, and they sort of contribute to control-y kind of comps. With you've got to be careful of the Balgorn, but the Stormbringer, as you guys were saying, it's a pretty versatile ban. I think as Truth on a Light banned it last match, you maybe want to ban it to deal with swarms of rep drones, but also I think it's quite a versatile ship because you can either fit it armor and just stack. What's it got? 6 mids with E-War, or you can fit it shield and it becomes actually quite a tanky, heavy tackler.
Awesome. Let's do some quick predictions and see what we think might happen in match 1. Obviously, I'm going to support my boys in Volta, but Bart, who are you going to support?
I'm going to support your boys in Volta for match 1.
Damn it, you're not supposed to say that. And you, the
I'm
Basilisk?
an Odin's enjoyer all the way. Come on, guys. They've fought so hard to get here. They've been through so many trials and tribulations with reverse tie-dye and, feeder tournaments and edge of the seat piloting, So go on, Odin's. I believe in you.
Let's see if Odin's can do it as we go to the arena for match 1 of this best of 3 between We Farm Volta and Odin's Call.
And welcome to the arena for the first of the best of 3s, and we have what looks to be Fly Killer versus, again, what looks to be a Mimitar Rush. We've got Rapid Lights, Rapid Heavies, all covered up on these Bargs, Osprey Navies, Orthruses, Caracals, and then we have a double Sleipnir Rush with a Scimitar. So this is going to be, honestly, a bloodbath of DPS. Both teams have got a pretty girthy attack bar, but Odin's have a bit more backup control with their Jackdaws. What are you thinking about this one, Zoo?
Well, yeah, we're seeing the full AC loadout here on the Minotaur side, obviously with a Flycatcher mixed in there, so not a full Minotaur Rush, and then just a full Rapid side here on Odin. So we're going to see if these clips can get through. Sleipnir, it's going to be interesting if they decide to go for Sleipnir or the Scimitar first, I feel like, or if they're going to try and pick off the low end if that comes through. But, if I was on Odin's side, I'd be love to just probably shred from the bottom up, just get rid of all that support and all that cheap DPS, the Svipple and the Scythe fleets. I'd love to just see that pop right away.
It's going to be a game of pick a target, kill a target for Odin's Call, and Volta's going to try and get in there and grab something big and juicy and kill it fast, as the match is now underway.
So obviously we have Volta here with the advantage of having a T2 Logia, the Scimitar versus the Osprey T1 Kaldari one on the Odin side. So we'll see how this stacks up. Obviously, they have to make sacrifices somewhere, bringing 2 Barghest right now, but no flagships are on grid for this match as well, as we do have them underway. Minotaur Rush particularly rushing in, getting into the Barghest of Yokan right away.
Looks like the Rapid Heavies, Rapid Lights going for that Scimitar first. I think they might switch off and go for the Sci-Fleet instead, which, yep, they are definitely about to hit him with a lot of damage. Sci-Fleet and Stabber Fleet's a great DPS, but the tank is not the best of things. As you can see, that Sci-Fleet of Starfleet Commander getting deleted in seconds by this Rapid Light comp.
Absolutely vanished. Let's see if they have enough clip to start popping into the rest of the stuff, or maybe if the Scimitar gets run to range, they'll get it. Of note, there's no tracking guidance disruptors. Only one looks like on the Barghest of Yokan there, but full tracking disruptors going onto the Volta side of things, likely coming in from these Jackdaws and the Stork. So good counterplay to the Minotaur Rush, you would say, but then again, Rush gets right in your face and doesn't really care that much.
And that Barghest is very much held down, but even if they lose it at the moment, they're not doing too particularly bad. They're going for all these pretty squishy T1 cruisers, and honestly, the Stabber Fleet's more of a bigger frigate anyway, so that should be a pretty easy kill. That being said, they're going for the Scimitar next, just going to delete Planet 6. You are not allowed to do your amazing Logi wizardry here. You are being removed, sir.
Absolutely fantastic play there, just finishing the clip, probably just keeping eyes on the Simi. He wasn't maybe in a good best position to start to finish him off, but maybe just drifted into range, lost a bit of focus, and just picked off right there. But the Barghest of Yokan still getting to low armor. They're likely going to lose this, but the Osprey doing a fantastic job of Toast here, keeping him up. But looks like the broadsword on TikTok on Volta's side is creeping up to that Osprey. He's probably going to grab him now, and they're going to be following into him.
He's definitely going to go for him. I wonder if he's going to get in range. He's got a 20-kilometer scram range, so see if he can get in there. The Barghest does go down.
He had Des scram on the Osprey now.
Oh, he got caught. Honestly, it's a T1 Osprey, so probably it's the worst of losses. They can trade for a bunch more DPS ships and potentially even tackle ships. They should come out comfortably ahead in this.
Should be. So now they're going to have a challenge of here, like what do they want to finish off? 1 Barghest down. They're probably on reload now, a bit of a slack. So luckily with the Scimitar down, they don't need to coordinate their reloads that well. It's only if the Sleipnir, maybe you want to coordinate your reloads to burst through that XL ASB. But with the rest of the light stuff, literally once they come with reloads, they can just start pumping into things. As the Osprey goes down, no one really carrying reps at this stage. Now it's just going to be who can kill the most stuff in a short amount of time, as Odin's will be looking to kite away from this Minotaur AC rush.
Exactly that, and the 2 Swipples, the Broadsword, and the Stabber Fleet, and I guess even the Flycatcher are going to be the core for this comp now for the Volta. They need to grab things so the Sleipnirs can kill it. So we can see already, Odin's already know that and going, okay, kill the Swipple first, probably kill the second Swipple or even the Stabber Fleet. Just remove as much tackle as possible to make it near impossible to catch us.
I mean, they're fantastic ships to get rid of. I mean, a Swipple, a T3D, it can do, I think, upwards of 600 DPS if you fit it right. It obviously has tackles at all the modes. It can do fantastic things. We've seen the Stabber Fleet issues, the Sci Fleet issues, also just being ridiculous points values. So great choices to get rid of the field. Obviously, the longer you leave them, they have the threat, not only the damage, but the tackle, like you said, just giving the potential here for Odin's to keep running away and take advantage of this long range that they have.
Yep, looks like they're putting damage down to a Caracal and an Osprey Navy, bit of split DPS there, but honestly, they're not particularly tanky ships anyway, so both could be potentially pretty easily killed. Seeing the Broadsword now being the primary.
So normally what you would have seen at this point with Odin's maybe losing their Osprey, teams would normally have gone into a starburst fashion of just, spread around, make sure like, cool, they grab our Caracal, they're killing our Caracal, which goes down now. Let's make sure there's not something next to it. But Odin's actually kind of staying in formation here going around. So I'm not sure this is to their advantage or to their detriment right now, but it does mean that every time Volta kills something, there is a follow-up target right next to them to keep that momentum going. So Odin's doing a good job of putting some pickups, but they're going to have 2 tanky Sleipnirs left still.
Also note as well that they're going for the Odin's Call Jackdaws. They've been providing tracking disruption on these Sleipnirs for quite some time. I think they're tracking disruptions at least.
They should be coming from there. We see the tracking disruptor slowly falling off. The last Jackdaw going down there. The Stork might have some, but I think that's going to be the last we're seeing at the proper EO support platforms here. Planes flags are coming from the Stork. But with the Sleipnir already in half shield, let's see how good he manages his XLBSD charges. But they still got a chunky Barghest to get through, namely using that word again, and an Orthros, which can likely out-kite them. We'll see what they manage to catch.
That's going to be the question. Can they catch anything now? That Sleipnir is surviving at the moment. I suspect you may go down. There is a potential route for victory here, but it is not an easy one by any stretch of the imagination. They have to try and catch and tackle 3 different kiting cruisers.
I mean, we could be
That's
seeing a
very high
reload
call.
happening here right now with the Sleipnir kind of stabilizing. Unfortunately, I don't think a reload is fast enough on the XLBZ side. I think it takes about 1 minute versus a 40-second reload on Rapids. So even if these Rapids go on cooldown, it's not enough time to reload there. As you see, probably the reload finishing here, the Sleipnir going now into low armor. Although it looks like they're damaging that Flycatcher first.
Huh. Why is Annie Gardet not moving at all? Like, at all. Just no movement.
Nothing
Oh.
in chat, so who knows? But easy pickings. His links are still firing. Maybe it's a disconnect, or maybe he just burnt out his MWD and felt control space is the way to go.
Pretend, so I like someone pretending to disconnect. Yeah, maybe. Could be just accepting their fate, to be honest.
It could be. I mean, it's a full likelihood some people might have burnt out the modules at this stage. I mean, it was a hot pursuit chase. Volta trying to look what they can grab. Luckily, Volta will not be out from this match. This is a best of 3, but that will mean that whatever Odin has failed there will be banned in the next match for them. So they will be unable to take this winning comp of the Barghast and the full Rapid Lights, Rapid Heavies into the next match. So we might just see Volta do a repetition of the rush or change things up. We'll see. But always exciting to see some execution happening here, and just the movement that Odin's displayed was still quite well, I think.
And also just kind of good to see. Look how tanky this Sleipnir can be on its own. It has a limited life cycle, but it's great DPS, great speed, good enough tank for a short period of time. He's actually giving this Osprey Navy an absolute headache on his own.
Yeah, chasing him down there, going to MJD Beacon. Not sure if the Osprey is going to try and do anything funny here. No, he's just going to try and maneuver and see if he can dodge this. Hope everyone comes with reload to save him there, but he's into armor, trying to do a bit of transversal. Not going to help against the ACs. I think he's likely going to go down. So Volta going to score a bit more kills here. Not that it truly really matters, I believe.
Yeah, I'm expecting this guy to die. Yeah, it looks like he's finally going into armor. That could be the rapid clip, though. That could honestly be the rapid clip right there.
I mean, it would have been hilarious if the Barghast and Orthrus all burnt out their guns, and then just a Sleipnir cleaning up house against these, really crippled high-end ships. But he's going into structure now, and actually finally goes down. So with that, we see Odin's taking the first victory in this best of 3 against We Form Volta, and with that, we'll send it back to the studio.
Pew, 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 pew. Pew, pew, pew.
I buried the pot. Farmer's Bar could be anywhere.
Odin's Call there, taking the first victory in this best of 3 versus We Form Volta in the winners bracket final. The overall winner of this match will go forward into the grand final against the loser of this match versus the Truth on a Light, and whoever wins in that one will go forward as well. That's the losers bracket final. I'm joined on the desk by Mystical Might and CCP Convict. CCP Convict, how are you today?
Hi, friends. I'm doing very, very well. I'm excited that the finals are finally upon us, not only because I'm looking forward to having next weekend off, but also because I really want to find out who's going to take this thing home.
Oh, me too. And I hope it's Volta. So, CCP Convict, you're here in Nottingham with us doing this, and you were working last week from Reykjavik.
Yeah.
And you've been in charge of the Twitch channel point predictions.
Yes.
I've done this as well.
The most stressful job
Yes.
that anyone working on the Alliance tournament can have.
It
Because
is unbelievably
when there's
stressful.
like 1.5 million channel points on every single one, and you have to, the 60 matches, and all I have to do is press the wrong one once, right? and people will never forget that betrayal.
Yeah.
Like I'll never live it down. My name will be Mud. So
Because as well as like you watch a match, it's just happened. You're like, hey, we've run Volta, Odin's Call. You watch it, you see everyone winning, and then it gets to the end, and you have to click who wins. And you're like, okay, I click Odin's Call,
Yep.
and then it says, "Are you sure?" And suddenly you're like, well, actually, no,
Oh, jeez.
no, I'm
Yeah,
not. No,
yeah.
I'm not sure now.
I have a mantra that I do. So like I watch the end of the match, and whichever team has won, I just start saying to myself like, Tuskers have won. Tuskers have won. Tuskers have won. Until I finish the process of physically clicking on it. And the last weekend and during the trials, I was just basically doing it from, like the comfort of my bedroom. So my eccentricities didn't sort of bother anyone. But doing it here when I'm in a room with 10 other people, every time I start doing that, they're like, this is crazy, man.
Sitting
I'm like,
chanting.
you don't understand the pressure.
I could just hear Convict in the background every now and then, just like, this team has won, this team has won. And then he'll look around in the chair while saying it just to look at other people's reactions to make sure he's saying the right team.
I need the validation.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's scary.
Yeah.
Scary, man.
Well, a couple of times last week, I remember seeing in our production chat, like a match has just finished, and you would be messaging us like, "Hey, did this team just won, right?"
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. Because I was also doing the giveaways and the quizzes and things like that, and I'd be giving out skins and prizes, and I'd miss the end of a match, and then I'd be like, "Oh my god, oh shit, who was that?" So I'd have to like panic ask in the Discord, quick, just tell me who won that last match. So I clicked the right button because now they want their points. Yeah, so
it is really, really stressful.
I had a full head of hair when this started.
Awesome. Now, you're also here to talk to us a little bit about FanFest. So on
Yeah.
Thursday this week, CCP announced the dates for FanFest next year, the 20th anniversary FanFest. Tell me a little bit about that.
Okay, so FanFest, if you read the announcement, is taking place next year from the 21st to the 22nd of September. It's back to a 3-day event. It was just a 2-day event last year where we're kind of like knocking the rust off. It'll once again be at the Liga del Sol Sports Arena. However, we've taken on board a lot of the feedback that we got from the players, because that was also our return to that venue for the first time since, I think, 2011. So we've taken on a lot of the feedback that we got from people about how, how they like the venue. We're basically doubling the amount of space that will be available to the attendees at the venue next year. So there's going to be a lot more room just for relaxing and chilling out. And tickets are on sale now, and they're going really fast, Like the Giga early bird tickets have all sold out. There are 2 of the super early bird tickets left.
So just 2, as in 2.
Literally 2 super early. I looked just before I walked out here. They might have even been sold by now. But so the Giga early birds were 159. The super early birds are 179. The next batch is going to hit soon, and they're like 199. You would think so.
You would think so.
Following
It
the
would make
pattern.
sense. It would make sense.
I have a feeling it's in that ballpark. So yeah, grab your tickets. Get in early and secure those for you, because they're only just going to keep going up over time. FOMO is a great technique for selling tickets and marketing.
I've already
anything
got mine.
everyone does it. If you've bought tickets to anything, that's how it rolls. So yeah, get in early. Have no regrets about buying your tickets later.
I went to the 10-year anniversary FanFest in 2013, and it was awesome. There was so many cool events and things like that.
Yeah.
So I can't wait for this 20-year anniversary one.
I know, right? Actually, the 2013 FanFest was the very first FanFest I attended, and I had such an awesome time there. I just went to every FanFest for the next 5 years in a row.
I think they still use that marketing photo of you with the panda glove thing.
When I saw that blew my mind. CCP Falcon chose that. That was stupid. I think it was for FanFest 2017. He just was going through the photos from 2016, and he's like, that one. And so I just opened the launcher one day, and there's my stupid head as the thumbnail for the news article. It's hysterical.
I'm on one of the news articles for the pub crawl with there's a picture of me and CCP Antiquarian enjoying
sharing
a beer. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, you'll be able to get to do that soon again?
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
that's right.
So the pub crawl, by the way, if you do go to FanFest, make sure you go on that because it's awesome. I think the tickets are separate. Is that right?
There are there'll be separate tickets for the pub crawl, for the Sisters of Eve, and probably a few other events around it that will be sort of releasing, soon TM. But if you go to eveonline.com/fanfest, there's a breakdown there of what tickets are available now. It also has travel information, information about deals with Iceland Air and so forth. So that's a good place to start, but the first place is to lock in the ticket. And then you can do the add-ons later as they get released.
Yeah, the Harper, which was the venue was used a bunch, is a really cool venue, but what was used last year, the aesthetic inside was super cool. It was made up to like a station inside,
yeah.
and it was all dark and moody. It was kind of like this.
Mm-hmm.
Is it going to be sort of similar to that again?
It will be, but I think we maybe make it just a little less darker and a little less moody. Keep the sci-fi sort of aesthetic, but just dial it up a bit. Make it maybe less like this and more like G4 or something like that, you know. But yeah, that is one of the great things about the Layer de Sol venue is the fact that unlike Harper, who are, you know, it's a beautiful, gorgeous building, but they're very particular about what you can do to the building, to the space. Layer de Sol, it's like, hey, can we cover this wall in a huge vinyl printout, and can we like just knock that window out and put something else in there, or can we do something weird with the elevators? They're like, yeah, go for your life, no problem. So yeah, we really got carte blanche to kind of like really shape the space and try and make it sort of exude as much EVE Online as possible.
Awesome. And since you've been over here and joining us last week as well remotely, what's been your favorite bits of Alliance Tournament 18 thus far?
Okay, so the first thing that comes to mind is I think last Sunday there was a match between Hidden Leaf Village and Arrival, and it was the match where like there was the hero Jackdaw that was literally too angry to die, sort of like survived in 5% hull, but got back up to full shields, did eventually cark it, and then the amazing logi work on that match from Howling Wind is what stuck in my mind. I liked it so much when I wrote last week's community beat blog. I just sort of plucked that out and stuck it in the blog just for people to click on and go watch because it was fantastic. Most recently, though, I mean, yesterday's matches were absolutely some of the best. There were so many swingy matches, so many which come down to 3 or 4 ships, trying to see who's going to get those last 2 to 3 points just to get the leg over their opponent before the time runs out. But probably that reverse tie-dye match between Templars and, was it Templars and Odin's?
Yes.
Yesterday? I can't remember the last time I watched a reverse tie-dye match in the Alliance tournament, and it always gets super hype, especially considering it managed to get up to like 350% or something. So to me, that was pretty hype. I really, really digged it.
Awesome. Now, Mystical Mind, we just watched the first match in the best of 3 between We Form Volta and Odin's Call, where Odin's Call took the victory. So they're now in a series point, essentially. If they win this next match, they go forward to the winner's bracket final. There is a set of conquest spans now for this particular match coming up, where the Odin's Call team and the Volta team can't bring any of the ships fielded by Odin's Call. Now, what happened in that last match? Break it down for me a little bit. What went wrong for the Volta team? What went well for Odin's Call?
Okay, just gonna reset my brain because I was thinking about all the fun things I'm gonna do in FanFest
As you should.
next year. But no, what happened last match was that the Volta team brought a Mimbatar rush setup, and they went up against a kiting Barguest focus kind of core setup with a bunch of Navy Ospreys and stuff as well to support them. It seems like the Fleet Scythes, they're not known to be the tankiest ships in the game, but they are one of the fastest. So they rammed in really quickly to nail down some targets, presumably, and died. The Scimitar then proceeded to die because, you know, when you're going up against the Barguest setup with Navy Ospreys, they can project fairly far. So it's kind of hard to be outside of their range, but also in range of your own team to ensure that your team doesn't feed. So I think it's more of a meta matchup where they kind of fell apart, which is where Volta fell short. I think if it was down to execution, if they were both in execution comps, it would be a lot closer than it was. I don't know if we ever got confirmation on whether there was a flagship fielded. I don't think there was, but I don't know if you know.
I don't know
Any of these details?
I
Okay,
don't know.
that's fine.
Fine, keep your secrets.
But yeah, no, I think it was just a case of Volta brought something that didn't necessarily perform well in that matchup, and I don't think they can really hold it against themselves. They just need to keep the right mindset and come into second match prepared.
Awesome, awesome. Now, the no flagships, I've just been told.
Okay.
So during the week between weekend 1 and weekend 2, a bunch of the Alliance tournament crew were sat down here in Antenna and then just basically set upon by very difficult questions, which has now been edited into basically make us look like fools. So I think we're going to watch the first of that right
Wouldn't
now.
be hard.
Tama.
Arunin. Last one.
Okay.
I'm going to say Tama.
I'm going with Tama because it is the greatest system of all time.
Tama.
I'll go with Tama.
Oh, Solitude. All right, I'm going to say Solitude.
Let's go with Solitude then. I like that place.
Solitude.
Placid.
So it'll be 5 plus 5 plus 5 plus 9, which is 24.
24. I'm visualizing a triangle map right now, and I'm going to go with 24.
27. 27. 27?
27?
I'll say Tyrannus.
I think it's the first one, Horribles.
Accio.
Accio? Accio? From high set into null set. Accio.
I don't know, it's like, is it an Inn's mother or something? I've got no idea.
Catch.
I believe it's Centenarians.
Why you gotta pick so difficult questions? Is it Immensi?
Immensi.
There you are. I was looking somewhat foolish.
Mm-hmm.
Turns out there's a lot of stuff in New Eden.
Yeah. Yeah, Eve is hard.
Yeah, I thought there was like, oh, we're going to make some cool questions about stuff. And I thought it was going to be like nice, simple questions like, which system is the most popular trade hub?
Yeah.
Oh, Jita.
What is the only name system in Syndicate? You know,
Point out.
Yeah.
Easy questions.
I think that actually came up later on in the quiz. I can't remember.
I think that was the question to see if they were awake.
Oh, right.
We didn't get any points for the point
Just
out
the
question.
sort of like, it's the old bait and switch, right? Ask the easy one up front, and then they slap you with the hard stuff.
Yeah, and they got harder. They got a lot harder. These were the easy questions. So there's a couple more of those videos which we'll play a little bit later on. Now let's look forward to our next match between We From Volta and Odin's Call. So as mentioned, there is a series of bans and conquest bans. So let's have a look at some of these bans for this upcoming match. So these are the regular bans. These are bans that still apply just like normal, and the conquest bans are on top of this. So We From Volta banning out the Abaddon, the Balgorn, and the Scorpion Navy issue. Odin's Call banning out the Nighthawk, the Hyena, and the Jackdaw. Mystical Might, any thoughts on this?
I like the Hyena and Jackdaw bans. We've been seeing more Jackdaw bans as the tournament has progressed, simply because I think the Armor Jackdaw variant that we've been seeing is extremely strong, being able to fit a lot of missile guidance disruptors and tracking disruptors in its mid slots. The Hyena, I think, obviously makes sense against a We Form Volta team. I think you haven't really seen a We Form Volta team perform in an AT if they haven't flown or fielded a Hyena. I remember in my time on the We Form Volta team, Hyena was basically the linchpin ship in a lot of comps that we had. Times may have changed, but Theronth and Annie are still the lead theory crafters, so I'm sure that's still the same general concept that they're going to have with a lot of their setups. And yeah, I mean, the Nighthawk, I think, is just something that we see a lot in strong setups. Some armor Nighthawks from the old Tuskers team, which is a fairly new take on it, but otherwise just an extremely strong ship overall.
Awesome. Let's take a look at the conquest bans now and see how they might affect it. So these are the rolling conquest bans. So in this match, in addition to the bans we just saw, they can also, both teams cannot bring a Barghest, a Jackdaw, a Caracal, a Orthrus, a Caracal Navy issue, a Stork, an Osprey, and an Osprey Navy issue.
Now,
didn't one of the teams ban the Jackdaw?
Yes, Odin's, because Odin's can't field it. But We Form Volta can, no?
Okay.
My understanding is a conquest bans only the team that won with them cannot fold from this. So you are correct there.
Right.
Good point. Good point, Well, this is why we get you on the desk.
Yeah, it's fine.
To make us look good.
Yes.
And CSP Convict, you spotted that out. Well done.
Thank you.
We're very
Yeah,
proud.
I remember the thing. I did good. Did I do good?
So, Misty, how do you think these conquest bans are going to affect the Odin's team here?
I think it's when you get to this stage in the tournament where you have to think about the conquest bans and how it impacts what you can bring in future. What you're going to see is a lot of duplicate ships, which is also fairly difficult in this format because we do add on a point to each of the duplicates that you bring. So eventually they all cost a lot more than they usually do in general. So it reduces what you can actually bring in your setup because everything's more expensive. But the benefit of bringing duplicate ships is that you are essentially banned out of fewer ships if you do win, which leaves open a lot more in the way of potential theory crafting setups that you've got on hand for these for these instances. So I don't think it will necessarily hurt Odin's too much. They've played the most matches, I think, of any team in this tournament. I think they've got other comps up their sleeve that they can bring.
I do really like this year how the conquest bans work with the points inflation, as you pointed out. Previously, conquest bans were just a thing; they just existed. So you would see teams bringing as few ships in a comp as possible to avoid getting lots of ships banned out. But of course, you can still do that. It's just going to cost you more points. So now there's a trade-off whether you're going to do that or not. Now, I want to take a quick look at the path that these teams have gone through to get to where they are now. So Odin's Call, I mean, let's not even discuss the what happened in the feeders because it was absolutely brutal for them. But they went through paper numbers, nanofiber tokens, Templars Calcif, and the Tuskers Co. to reach this point here, going up against WeForm Volta. I do believe they won against Templars Calcif on that graphic you're seeing on the screen right now. Volta, on the other hand, went through Rote Capel, Pandemic Horde, Platinum Sensitivity, and Lock Range Enjoyers. There we go, we can see that there. And the last matches, in fact, Volta dropped in Alliance Tournament history. It was last year in the Grand Final versus Hydra Reloaded, so they haven't actually lost a match since then. Despite only playing 4, which is what you do when you just win. You play less matches. Like.
Yeah, but you don't get that many skins if you just win all your matches, so it doesn't really count. It's fine.
Is it worth it?
Yes.
Is it worth it?
Yes, 100%. Yeah.
Is it worth it for you when you don't have to play the matches?
Yeah, especially, yeah.
And what about the people who have to sit there and do potentially 11 matches today?
Just free kill mills. It's fine. It's all good. Nothing to worry about.
I'm looking forward for some expensive kill mills hopefully later on today because I do believe all these teams still have their flagships, and I'm pretty sure all these teams are deep pocket enjoyers. So they're going to have lots of ISK to splash on these, especially teams like Truth on a Light. This is the team that was Hydra Reloaded last year, so they won. They took home a whole bunch of ships. I think somewhere in the region of maybe 4 to 5 trillion ISK worth of prize ships last year. So they're going to have some nice big coffers to be able to, fit up these flagships. Mr. Mike, what goes through teams' minds trying to fit up flagships? What's the concept?
Well, I guess it depends which year we're talking. Last year, when you had access to Abyssal modules, it was a lot easier because essentially you just threw ISK at it, and then you got the max roll that you could, and you slapped it on your flagship. It's fine. This year, when we go back to the old rules of only having certain types of modules, like officer modules and also some dead space modules, fitting becomes quite an issue because certain officer modules were meant to be fit on bigger ships. So officer scrams got changed into heavy scrams, which have a 4K power grid requirement when you're fitting them to your ship. So if you're flying a Barghest, you have to hit 4K power grid on your scram. You don't have that much power grid left really to fit all your other modules. So that's one of the issues that you have to take into account. But also sourcing these modules is extremely difficult, especially in an AT season, because the price goes up exponentially based on how good you are as a team and how far into the tournament you currently are if you're still trying to source modules. So it's very much like a mad scramble to try and find people that have the modules in the first place, and then kind of having to settle for the next best if you can't actually find the good stuff. So it does benefit some teams where you've had people that have played for 10, 15 years, and maybe they've just acquired modules over that time. But there's nothing to stop other teams from also finding good modules or just killing the enemy flagship and then taking their modules.
Yeah, we saw the Volta team kill the flagship Vindicator of Platinum Sensitivity. It was about 140 billion ISK. Some of the expensive stuff dropped. If that was perhaps better than any stuff on the Volta flagship, they would be able to upgrade their flagship essentially at no cost, or at least sell it for profit. Now, I believe we are ready to go to the arena for the second match of WeForm Volta versus Odin's Call. So this is going to be a super important match for Odin's Call. If they win this, they secure themselves that spot in the grand final. It's also equally as important for Volta. They're not going to be eliminated at this point if they lose this match. They will just drop down to the lower bracket final against Truth, Honor, Light, so they still have plenty of time to come back and make their way back into the final where they would face Odin's Call in that circumstance. But we can go to the arena now and see how it goes for both of these teams, WeForm Volta versus Odin's Call.
Welcome to the arena, and first thing I want to say is how the turns have tabled, because we've got a Sleipnir autocannon rush chasing after a missile comp. What do you think of this one, Zoo?
Well, I think it's going to be interesting. Definitely, you say the turns have tabled now. But what's interesting here is Volta has actually brought their flagship Barghest here. So they're not doing a double Barghest. They instead gone for a single Barghest, but it is a flagship. Instead, going for 2 Drake Navy issues for spilling heavy missiles. So they'll be going for long range application here. And we're just going to be taking a quick look at the Osprey's Navy issue. So those will be rapid lights. So definitely a long range Kite setup for Volta as well. So we'll see if they can do the same execution. But they're probably going to be loving shooting into these free logi.
Yeah, I suspect the Frigg Logi are not going to be enjoying their life, but it's going to be a question of what the Sleipniks can even catch. If they can catch anything, this is, again, pretty much the exact same match we had before, but kind of in reverse.
Well, the problem that the Slep team is going to be facing here on Odin's Call is it depends how these Frigg Logi are fit. If they go full rush in, if the Frigg Logi is pure AB, they might lag behind and not be able to keep range. But as the match kicks off here now, we do see these Frigg Logi getting some quite velocity, so that will not actually be an issue of being able to apply reps onto the rush core.
Just keeping an eye on stuff at the moment. But yeah, of course, the Rush does what Rushes do. Swipples being the first primary, they're a pretty good tackle ship. But next, right alongside it is actually the Hurricane Fleet keeping pace with the Swipple. And they got the Barghest. They're going to go all in on the flag Barg, I think.
And the Swivel gets First Blood down there. So First Blood to Volta with the Swivel down on Odin's side right now. They're going for the Vagabond. Vagabond, rather interesting choice, but should also have a shield bonus, but unfortunately doesn't really have the buffer. But if the missile shots aren't really synced up, it can really take advantage of the combination of the reps and its own charges if that needs be. So
Vagabond is also ADC'd as well. Vagabond's using ADC to try and buy some more time, try and eat through this rapid clip. But I think he's about to get deleted. Yep, pop gone.
And we're seeing Odin's also putting a large EC cloud here. Well, I'd say about 3 waves of lights there of ECs on this Osprey. But the Kieran goes down on the Odin side. So first Logi Blood in the water here. Let's see if the Scalpel, anything can keep him up. I don't think there's any red pots to support him. So the Rush side is probably getting stripped here. Obviously, the Flag Barg is in heavy damage here right now. So not sure if he's going to survive this. But with Odin's losing their Logi support, it could be turned around again.
The way this is starting to look, it looks like potentially Volta has sacrificed their flag Barg, and intentionally or not, to potentially win this match. Because they've still got their entire kiting comp all around. They've killed off a bunch of ships from Odin's core here. That could be like, that could give them the advantage they need, but it is going to be an expensive advantage.
Expensive indeed. The other thing I'm not liking to see is the split damage that's been happening. We've seen a couple volleys going to Sleipnir, a couple volleys going to the Scalpel, but they decided to actually go for the HFI, so finishing it off. But, if they just put those volleys where they were meant to be right off the bat, that HFI might already be dead right now, just getting that last chunk of its hull just absolutely stripped away. So it will be going now, but I don't think it's enough for the Barghest. Yeah, as the Barghest goes down.
Flag Barg down, I'm pretty sure. It is flag? Yeah.
Yes.
It is. I had to double check that just to be sure. Yep, that is a flag Barghest down from Volta. But luckily, this Odin Call, Odin Call comp has been pretty much stripped of a lot of its ships, so it should be reasonably easy pickings for Volta now, but that is still an expensive price.
I'm surprised the Scalpel on the Odin side is still alive. You might think something like the Caracal would just come with reload, or the Caracal Navy issue just, there we go. Looks like someone is finally decided to finish this clip into that Scalpel, and it's finally down. So they're probably going to finish the Flycatcher, then go for the Broadsword, and then just some chunky Sleipnirs left with the self-charge. But, actually, they're just going to go right for the Sleipnir, not go for anything else right now.
Yep, going for Sleipnir. They've got a Drake Navy held down, so they're probably going to start beating on that. Actually, no, Sleipnir's leaving. Fair.
And that's something actually going done fast. We actually saw Volta, when they had the Sleipnir on the other side, obviously, maybe a bit their ships on grid, but it seems like the Volta's Sleipnirs held up a bit longer. So, and we see some charges going in here. So maybe Colonel Kurt just not being fully awake on those XL ASB charges. Normally that's a module on, especially something on a Sleipnir, even on something like, Scimitar, or just in general, that you'll be trying to manually fire. You generally want to order a repeat offs, and you want to try and time your charges not to overboost. But if you're not paying attention, you can get heavy armor and hull bleed and might not even be able to use all your charges in time.
Yeah, good fights and local. This match is definitely over. I'm wondering who's going to get the shiny loot from the Barghest.
Well, who knows? Maybe Volta was able to scoop that up again.
Yeah.
Exactly. That'll be fun. I mean, do you think that it's worthwhile sacrificing the Barghest? Do you think a Flag Barg actually pushed it over the edge here, or would they just have comfortably mopped up here as well?
It is definitely a hard call to see. If the Barg managed to get away, it would have been a very powerful force on this grid. But because it got caught, it's kind of hard to see if it gained potentially anything. Maybe it got Odin's Call's attention. They were pretty much like laser focused on the flag. It is honestly a hard call to make there. In the situation it was in there, if Odin's were going to go for the Barg anyway, then it was not worth it. But if they went for it because it was a flag barg, it was probably 100% worth it for the win.
Very true. Unfortunately, the other side effect here of the Minotaur Rush, I feel, is like it doesn't have much mid slots in the term of E-War. So if you come against something kitey, even if it's, well, anything in that form, you don't have much control to, cripple the enemy team if they're keeping that range. So, something like Missile Kite, we saw in the match before, we've seen in this match, Missile Kite just beats Minotaur Rush. Hopefully both teams are going to do a bit of a better job of bans in the next match so we can just get a last shakeup for what's going to be the finals for this series as they're just pummeling into the broadsword to bring it into this one.
Yep, looks like well done from Volta here. It may be an expensive cost, but it did get them what they wanted. They've got their win. They've got to the final round, the best of 3 here. And they've got one last chance to make it to the finals.
So what, confirming matches are pay to win? You pay for a flag, you win the match?
Oh, be careful what you say there, man.
Loving to just see what Volta did here, just showing that they can also actually execute this, taking the victory over Odin's Call, bringing the match score up to 1-1 for both. The next match in the series, we'll see a final close to this to the victor overall, and with that, we're going to be sending it back to the studio.
Guys, stop being casual. They're really bad. We should not lose anybody to this. Warp off. Warp off. Take the fleet warp. Everybody warp off. This is really, really bad execution. I'm very disappointed.
Another great haul back from Amar. Damn, I'm thirsty. That hits the spot.
Yeah, we actually lost a bet as CCP collectively, so that's why that alliance logo is in the game. Of course, you could change your alliance by leaving, but that would be kind of a jerk move. Like, oh, you don't like it? Just leave.
This logo sucks. I'm gonna go join.
Welcome back to the desk. We from Volta, they're taking the series to 1-1 against Odin's Call. So we will go to the third match in this best of 3, but unfortunately for the Volta team, they have lost their flagship Barghest, piloted there by Annie Gardet. He flew the flagship Barghest last year as well in the grand finals versus Hydra to great effect. Really used it, almost pulling out a win in a really critical match in the grand final. Unfortunately, of course, they lost the grand final to Hydra Reloaded. But now going forward, should they make it into the grand final by winning the next match, they will not have it. So we will of course look to see what happens there. I've just received the kill mail on Zkill for that flagship Barghest from Annie Gardet. Lots of red, big sad for him. 82 billion ISK on the on Zkill. Some very expensive stuff there. I see a 38 billion ISK damage control. That is many ISKs. Now, one of the things that we sometimes talk about is, you hear this in EVE as well, is the concept of headshotting. Especially in these best of matches, people then talk about headshotting flagships. Mystical Mike, talk to me about that.
Sure. I mean, there's a few places we could start. I guess one of the strengths of the flagship itself is the fact that if a ship is banned, so let's say you ban the Barghest, I'm still able to bring my flagship Barghest despite that ban. So it allows you to ban evade a little bit. The other strength of a flagship is that typically you can just splash the cash on it. So it's super expensive, but it's also super strong because you're getting the best launchers, the best tackle modules, so you can tackle further, you can shoot faster, you can hit harder, which is great if you're trying to win matches by killing the other guy. In this case, headshotting is great for Odin's Call because they're already one up in the series, and by headshotting the Volta Barghest, it means that they can't bring that Barghest ever again in the tournament. So if they do make it through to the finals by beating Odin's in the next match, they're still a Barghest flagship down. Every other team remaining in the tournament so far has their flagship still available, so it does put them...
All two of them.
All two, I know, all two. Every other team.
Still technically correct.
Yes. It sounds better when I say everyone else, apart from Volta as a flagship. So both teams still have their flagship available, They may still very well die in the losers bracket matches if Odin's does end up dropping down, but it does mean that if Volta drops down, they're in a much harder position against the Truth on a Light team because they don't have that tool to lean on. So yeah, it's just a case of whether losing 100 billion ISK is worth potentially advancing to the finals where you stand to gain a couple trillion ISK. Probably, for most people. I think they'd happily make that trade. But yeah, it's a game of like inches, right? So the bar guess is a fairly big inch.
Of all the inches, it's the biggest.
It is the biggest inch.
Now, the best situation at this point for Volta really would be for them to defeat Odin's Call in the next match, winning the series and securing themselves a place in the grand final, probably without killing Odin's flagship, so that Odin's then drops down to the lower bracket final against Truth, Honor, Light, and then we still have flagship versus flagship, and then they would hope to see one or both of those flagships die, and then we'd have a flagship-less grand final.
It depends on which team you think is actually stronger. If you think Odin's is the strongest team and you can kill their flagship and drop them down to losers bracket, then you can still probably also feel fairly confident that they'll win against Truth on a Light, and then you know that they don't have that flagship for the finals. If you think Truth on a Light is the stronger team, then you want to leave Odin's with all of the tools available and send them off to the losers bracket with that flagship so that they can kill each other in that match instead. So it depends. Also, Volta doesn't have the best history with trying to kill/let flagships live. So maybe we don't make that choice. Instead of I don't want to go into some of the previous matches where flagships have got away from Volta before.
Yeah, I do believe the famous "kill the Balgon, don't let him boundary" quote from Starfleet Commander came back to haunt him later on when that flagship was then used.
Yes, it didn't die.
Yes.
It wasn't great.
Yeah, the flagship, I think it was the Tuskers flagship. It was trying
the-
to boundary to deny loot to the Volta team so that they couldn't upgrade their own flagship. Starfleet, the XVIII time, made the call, kill that flagship, don't let him boundary, and then they stopped him from boundarying, but they were unable to kill him.
Yeah, how we stopped him from boundering was that we bumped him to face back into the arena, and then he ended up living.
Yep.
So, there are certain things that you can do to hurt yourself later on. I think just killing the flagship is probably the best move, to be honest.
Yeah, this is where you get into the like outside of a single match meta, because it's no longer best of ones. So this stuff now is things to think about. Not only is this things to think about before you go into a match, you're starting to have to make decisions for the next match during a match. So if you're in, for example, match 1 of this best of 3, and Volta found themselves in a losing position, they were probably aware of that losing position with time left. They're going to stop thinking about the match that they're currently in and start thinking about the next match. How intense is that, Mystical Might?
It's not a great feeling when you need to think, okay, we've definitely lost this match, what are we going to do next? But it does make sense to just basically disregard everything that's happened so far and just focus on the next set of matches, because the turnaround is so quick that you don't really have time to go back to your staging system, start fitting up the other ships that you may need if you don't already have those ready. You may need to replace certain ships because you have conquest bands also in the mix now. So there's a lot of thought that needs to go into what you're flying over the full range of sets that you may be playing. I know that we have a spreadsheet with just like hundreds of variations of different setups that we could possibly bring for these circumstances where it makes it a little bit easier to decide what you're going to do. But if your opponent throws something at you that you've never seen before, you then also need to go through all of your setups and go, okay, what might be able to beat that if we see something like that again? Which is just a lot of stress. But these teams should be used to it because they are all finalist teams, I think.
I believe so. And the thing as well about these matches is because they are best ofs, and because Odin's, for example, if they drop this next match, they would go into another best of 3. If they came through that, it'd be a best of 5. Each individual match, like anyone who's played in an Alliance tournament match, even if you're like a newer player and it's your first match, and you do a tournament, you maybe go 0-2. Those 2 matches are super intense, and all the run up to it, like discussing the bands, picking the bands, seeing what bands are coming in from your opponents, deciding comps, getting everybody ready, making sure no one's accidentally got any boosters still in their redeem queue, making sure no one's got any illegal implants, all in the right fit, all in the right ships. Sometimes we see confusion with people getting into the wrong ships and just utter chaos. Then having to do that for Odin's potentially 25 times to get to the end of this tournament is just it's such a work.
Yeah, we're talking when we're talking about Odin's Call previously. You're sort of going through there, like the bigger teams that they had to knock over to get through this tournament, and you kind of alluded to the Trials tournament that happened. But Odin's gained entry to the Alliance Tournament 18 finals via the trials that we held. And not only that, they were the redemption entry winners, if I remember correctly, for the Nefertar tribe, which means they had the longest path possible through the trials. And I think if they lose this next match, they'll go down to the losers bracket, and if they win that, they'll come back up to the finals, right? So they'll have also had the longest conceivable path through this. And I was just saying to you off camera during that match, I mean, we'd have to, someone would have to do numbers, get Vitor on this. But I mean, it's not impossible that maybe Odin's Call by the end of this tournament will have had the longest campaign, to the pointy end of an Alliance tournament in the history of Alliance tournaments. I don't know.
I think it's 25 matches.
Yeah.
It theoretically could have been more if they got knocked down to the lower bracket on weekend one
earlier,
in their first match, and then came all the way through. It could have been something like 29. Not that 25 isn't easy peasy.
No.
Like that's still a fair few number of matches to do. And of course, people maybe in different time zones, things like that. Of course, people like Platinum Sensitivity, a lot of their members from over in Japan, having to get up and play God knows what time in the morning. Australian teams, you'll have suffered through some of this in previous times.
Yeah, I've never played in an Alliance tournament myself, but if you recall the New Eden Open, I did participate in that, and it was like 2-3 in the morning for me when we were getting started. And I, just sort of trying to quiet whisper into the microphone while I'm getting ready to do this fight so that I don't wake up housemates and those kinds of things. Yeah, it was a bit of a struggle. I wasn't necessarily at my best that day, but at least I had that as an excuse for the result.
And I was just going to say, think about Wingnut, one of the commentators for this Alliance tournament in Australia, dealing with the latency that brings, but also having to wake up and then cast a series of matches in a row. I mean, any Australians, and also some of my Japanese friends as well, who are playing in or producing the AT, are definitely going to bed about 7 or 8 in the morning.
Yeah, most days. And he's there every single time. You turn on some sort of Eve Sport, and he's usually there with his sunglasses, yelling into a microphone.
He's very dedicated. That young man is. Now, I believe we have some content from CCP Aurora. About Uprising. Do you want to introduce that?
Yeah. So, as you know, the Uprising expansion came out on 8th of November, and it's been fantastic so far. It had a whole bunch of new content for pretty much touches on every sort of corner of New Eden, whether it's ship rebalancing, quality of life changes, frigate holes for wormhole people, but also some of the bigger ticket things. So obviously like the hangars, the emblems, which matter a lot, and the new Frontlines content, which is like absolutely revitalized faction warfare. CCP Fozzie said on our Eternal Slack the other day, I think it was the Saturday after Uprising come out, or it may have been the subsequent Saturday. Escapes me right now. But he was saying that that had overtaken the previous record for the most killingest day in faction warfare in the history of New Eden, and the previous record was from 2014 or something like that. And we define faction warfare as like both the combatant, both the aggressor and the victim were members of militias in that fight. So there are obviously some bigger days in low sec, like Rix Javix's frigate free-for-alls and so forth, which would eclipse that. But it's the expansion has led to record-setting amounts of combat. And just this week in our hotel room, CCPB, our little sort of like nerd chateau, CCPB has been glued to his laptop. He's been doing battlefields all by himself. We went on a roam together with a couple of renowned FCs earlier in the week too. CCP Swift Pro Gamer PvPing in a laptop on his lap using the trackpad, no mouse. Couldn't believe it, but he was just like, he's getting dunks left, right, and center. It was amazing to see. But yes, anyway, so we prepared a bunch of videos, including this one we're about to show you from CCP Aurora, where she's talking about some of the new content that came in the Uprising expansion for Frontline specifically.
Yeah, let's go to that now.
Coming in Uprising, we have a number of updates to faction warfare, including new complexes for people to take part in, new systems that impact the war zone, and new ways to play around those systems as well, by adding additional objectives beyond just your regular complexes. We're seeing a shakeup to the complexes that we're adding to faction warfare, with new restrictions, a large new number of complexes, and a whole lot more variety for you to play with. The faction warfare system that you've become accustomed to is still there. It's forming the foundation of the Uprising expansion, but we're adding new layers on top of it to round out the gameplay. In addition to the complexes that you're used to in faction warfare, while there are more of them, there are also additional objectives that you'll see in space, such as supply depots that are owned by the owners of the system, or supply caches by the attackers. rendezvous points where you can assault enemy fleets, and more. All of these things will factor into what is called the advantage system. The advantage system simulates exactly which faction that is fighting over a system has an advantage. How well are they doing in the war effort? Is their propaganda up to par in terms of turning the citizens of that system over to their side? Or are their fleets well supplied, or are they being attacked mid-transport? All of these things are factored into the advantage score. The better your faction does, the higher their score, the more victory points you'll earn when completing complexes, which means the faster you can capture systems. With Uprising, we're creating a healthy foundation for the faction warfare ecosystem, which we'll continue to build on going into the future. In the future, there will be more objectives, as well as additional ways for people who are not actively in a militia today to join without having to leave their corporation or alliance. The faction warfare system has long been beloved by many players, and it's a very important part of the EVE Online ecosystem. And it's about time that we return to it, give it a new facelift, and begin to expand on the foundation that is already there.
There we are, CCP Aurora telling us a little bit about Uprising and the Frontlines and Faction Warfare expansions. It's super cool. I've had a bit of a roam around it. I played a bit on Singularity before it came out in the war games, just to kind of have a look at it, and I thought it was pretty cool. I was very happy with it. And then obviously it's come out in the middle of this.
Yeah.
We've gone on a little roam here. We had CCP
right.
take us all out, and he gave us Tristan's. He was like, "Here, some nice cheap ships." And then I refit mine with faction modules and Dead Space modules and some Abyssal modules. And then I tackled the Catalyst and it died. And then I checked some of those modules. I think one of them was a relatively well-rolled Abyssal Republic Fleet Warp Scrambler, I think.
Wow.
So that was... and then B scooped it.
Yeah?
And then he died.
Yeah, that's right. I remember now. I remember it was like asking where'd that module go to. It's like, I got popped.
Yeah.
So
he tried to jettison the loot so it wouldn't appear in the kill mail, and then I made him stop so I could take a photo of him jettisoning the loot.
Yeah.
And then he got killed.
Then he got killed.
Yeah.
Did you actually check his kill mail to find out if that dropped and made a nice present for someone else, or did Loot Fairy say no to that?
Honestly, I didn't even check. I was just
Okay.
like,
Probably-
well, I'm not going to go back and
Probably
get it.
better off not knowing.
Yeah,
you know, just
exactly.
like, don't relive that moment. But that was a really fun moment. Yeah, in the scrimmage room, there's I think about 10 of us or something like that, all roaming around and goofing around together. I've been sort of tempted towards the Galente side of the war zone.
That's the correct side of the war zone.
Despite my heart being a devout Kaldari, Kaldari are like they're kind of hulking a little bit in that war zone right now, and I kind of feel I have to gravitate towards the underdog as well. So I've signed up with the Galente on another character. Apologies to my current CEO, which is the Kelmill Corporation. I'll be back soon, TM. I'm just going to help those other guys and the Navy Morris.
I've just been told my expensive Warp Scrambler did not drop.
Oh.
So.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah,
probably
thanks
for the best.
Yeah.
Thanks, production team.
Yep. Oh, well, no one gets to enjoy it now.
Yeah,
and I just heard CCP Swift laugh through
Yeah.
the door when you said, "Thanks, production team."
Yeah,
he's loving it.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see them a little bit later.
Yeah.
Now, speaking of us looking a little bit like fools, we have another video of these quizzes that we were forced to do at gunpoint. So let's have a look at that now.
Round 2 is a guess the ship. I'll give you 3 facts about the ship. I'll pause between each fact as the fact you answer on determines your point score for this question.
Is it a Myrmidon?
Rattlesnake.
Must be the Dominic's Navy.
That's a lot of different ships, though. Ishtar.
Dominic's Navy issue.
Dominic's Navy issue?
Is it a Vexa? Megathrone Navy issue?
Hyperion.
Sin.
Sin.
Sin?
Is it a shuttle? Moros.
The Velator.
Hecate?
Tyrannus.
Is it Catalyst? Catalyst.
No clue. Eris.
Hecate.
This one has me stumped.
Okay.
I can't even think of a ship.
Okay.
Like XVIII Navy maybe, but that doesn't make sense now. I am gonna kick myself a lot.
Is that a Punisher?
Arbitrator?
Zealot.
Or a Navy issue.
Retribution.
Arbitrator?
Revelation.
Geddon?
Omen. Augur Navy issue.
Or Navy.
Medium hybrid turret damage rainbow. Is it a Naga? Ferox?
Talos. Eagle.
Start with Ferox.
Ferox.
Does a Ferox have 5 gun hard points?
Moa.
Naga.
Deimos.
Vulture.
It's really hard when there's like a billion ships in EVE Online, and they're like, this one has guns.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, of course, the gun ship.
The gun.
Yep.
Although they're like an Amarian gunboat, and I'm watching myself on the replay now, actually hearing myself give the answers first time. I'm like, arbitrator? I'm like, a missile boat. Medium hybrids. Naga? You know, like, no, that's large. But then I felt better when you said Naga as well to answer that one. So I'm in good company. But yeah,
there's so many ships, and then they're like, yeah, just think of all the other ones, and then you get like so focused on one thing. You're like,
yeah,
Zealot, and they go, no, it's wrong. An Omen's like a Zealot.
Yeah, and like Galente ship with no drone bay. I said Galente shuttle. That is correct.
That is correct.
That is correct. That is correct. Although,
yep. Well, there you go. I think we should give him an extra point.
Thank you.
Let's take a quick look at the bans for this upcoming match. Okay, so Volta banning out the Jackdaw, the Nighthawk, the Abaddon, Odin's Call banning out the Stormbringer, Hyena, Nighthawk, and we have trickle bans, Volta banning Barghest, and Odin's Call banning Harby Navy. Now, also, we have the Conquest bans in this, which we'll get to. Mystical Might, your thoughts on this quickly?
Pretty standard bans coming out from Odin's in regards to the Hyena and the Nighthawk. The Stormbringer we've seen come up a few times in armor comps. They're very good at clearing drones, and they also benefit from having many mids that you can use for tracking disruptors and guidance disruptors, but also for remote sensor boosters as well to support your team and not just make the other team's life hell. It's interesting to see that Volta have now, I think, continued with the Jackdaw ban. I think it may have been Odin's initially that had the Jackdaw ban. I can't remember. That was the last match. Jackdaw ban, I think, is a great one. Barghest ban also makes sense now that Volta cannot field one, at least their flagship. So, yeah, don't want to see any of those in the next match.
Let's take a quick look at the Conquest bans here. So the Conquest bans for this match for the Volta team are the Barghest, the Vigil, the Drake Navy issue, the Caracal, the Stork, the Osprey, and the Osprey Navy issue. Misty, what do you think this might do to this team?
I mean, it's fairly interesting that essentially it's just the same list of bans that perhaps we would have seen for Odin's. There are some slight variations in what we're seeing because they didn't bring the exact same comp, but both Barghest comps essentially won their matches. I think it's interesting just to note the rolling part of the Conquest bans. Rolling being that if you win a match, the next match you can't bring those ships, but then the match afterwards, they are enabled for you again. So to win your first match is actually beneficial, as it does mean that you can go back to your stronger comp in the last match of that set, whereas Volta find themselves in a situation where the really strong setup that they just brought isn't something that they could field if they wanted to. So
yeah, and of course they're banning out the Barghest because they can no longer field it. Odin's, I believe, have a flagship Barghest still remaining, so if we do see a Barghest on the field, it will be a flagship from Odin's Call. So that comp is still available for them. It won't be the dual Barghest that we saw because they can only bring that one flagship, but they can still, of course, field that flag. Now, I think we are pretty much ready to go to the arena, so let's do one-word predictions. Mystical Might.
Volta.
DCP Convict.
Odin.
and I'm going to go Volta as well. So let's go to the arena and find out this best of 3 final between WeFarm Volta and Odin's Call.
And welcome to the arena, and there is indeed a flag bar guest here, the only bar guest that would be allowed in this arena, and both these comps are honestly something entirely out of left field for me. We have a Leshak Vindy double Blackbird comp versus a Bargus double Claymore plus a lot of E-War frigate comp. Kitsune carries Maulers Griffin. They've brought the entire kit caboodle worth of E-War in this comp. This is something ridiculous, Azu.
It's going to be a ridiculous matchup. Leshak comfortably fitting into this format of armor control of all the E-War, but we're seeing, I think, more of the E-War here on the Odin side. Newt Matter there on the Volta side, so we'll see if that can get up and just screen off some of these ships. But then again, Odin's playing a long-range setup. It's going to be really interesting. You know, double Blackbird is a lovely combination because the Blackbirds can obviously cover for each other. But if one goes down, you know, hey, the chain kind of stops. But then again, they're going to have this amazing Guardian reps keeping them up.
And then they've got like those 2 Blackbirds now going against a Griffin and Kitsune, and then a carries a Mauler who could also make it even harder for them. So this is just everyone's playing for control here. Both teams have very strong control bars. There's going to be a lot of honestly just random dice rolls, damp control. Just yeah, this is going to be an incredibly crazy match. I want to see who gets the upper hand and hopefully maintains it.
So something we're not really going to be able to see with any UIs or anything like that, but I would just love to know if the pilots here on Odin's side, so Martin and Ethel there in the Molus and carries, the combination of doing dams and ECM can be quite powerful if you actually take advantage of the scan resolution script. So sure, you jam a Blackbird or you jam the Guardian, jam for a cycle, it comes out of cycle, maybe you miss the next cycle, but it can lock up the targets again. But if you follow up that jam cycle for scan res damp, sure, you miss the next jam cycle, but it's going to take 20 years to lock up the targets again. And by the time you get around to finally locking a target because of those damps, boom, RNG hits you and you just jammed again.
Yeah, it can honestly be pretty painful. At least in TQ, a battleship can still technically be perma-jammed by ECM sometimes, if done correctly, which is honestly quite painful. We have 30 seconds until the match starts, and this is going to be very interesting. I want to see how this one starts off because there's a lot of opportunities here for both teams. We've got a Leshak Vindicator Core, which is obviously a very thick option, versus Bargus Twin Claymore, which is just entirely different ideas, but both teams have thought that control is required.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing the match kicking off here now. So, as a bit concerned for Volta, they don't really have anything like the Jackdaws or something, long-range, easy missile application or something like that can just get rid of all these little frigates right now, because obviously those frigates are going to be the thing that are putting the most harassment on them right now. So, match underway. We see Odin's backing off, keeping that range advantage with Volta pushing in. Obviously, with the Vindicator and the Shack on their side, they're going to be looking to close this range again and just push them against the arena. So, Odin's not exactly lining up for any MGD plays, just going on pure piloting and maneuvering around right now.
I'm just watching these control bars already building up. We got some ECM against the Vindicator, ECM against the Mauler. We got ECM going against the Claymore, Navy Osprey and carries the opposing side. It's going to be a lot going across both sides. You see Damps now on a Blackbird, and DPS now going into the Magus, potentially trying to remove links early as well as a potential tackle ship.
So while teams aren't allowed T2 jams or T2 E-War, they can still have, meta and stuff. But as the same as tracking disruptors and guidance disruptors, teams do still have to make a choice of what jams they can do in opting for, a racial bonus, but, really bad off jams, or just multi-spec, but then having worse range. But we see this Vindicator here of Theron going in with a Mauler, the Nuke Mauler, MGD behind there on the back line he's going for that Osprey on the Odin side now.
Yep, this will either be an incredibly great call or a way to throw away your ship in rapid pace.
Sandwiching him between the Vindy and the Mather. Hopefully that Vindy can grab him as the Osprey is looking to rush behind him. He might actually just dodge this Vindy right now, actually.
Just keeping an eye on things at the moment. I just
No,
want to see,
looks like he broke
going
free.
on.
So well played there on Toastbot. Looks like they may be able to break past that. Still good play on Volta side. They're setting up a nice sandwich combination there. Still pressure being applied in Volta. The long range being in favor here of Odin. So they're able to apply pressure. But obviously this double Blackbird comp with the Guardian supporting it as well. It's just going to be a huge hindrance to actually breaking through anything. The Skybreaker of Outlaw taking some damage there. So it might just be a bit of overextension.
Magus going for, I believe, a tackle on the Osprey there. So the Osprey is now, at least for now, being held down. I think he might have just gotten away. Yeah, okay. I think he's back free again, at least for the moment. Magus goes down
gets
for that.
deleted.
And it looks like the Mauler has been held down as well by the Barg. Barg is currently screening that Mauler away, keeping them off of his Osprey.
Odin's doing a fantastic job with just evading this right now. He's also just getting counter screened here. Great. Not a lot of people might not actually put a scram or something on the bar, I guess, just opting for something else in there. But we're seeing great use of just all the bonuses on these ships right now. Mather dipping into low armor, even for his resistance bonuses. Guardian not able to keep it up. Probably some E-War there as the Mather goes down. A lot of the tackle falling here for Volta's side, so they might just be left with these skinny ships, especially if the Skybreaker going down as well. Vindicator is going to have a hard time grabbing anything if his light support's all deleted.
Exactly that. All they've got in the left now is basically a Skybreaker, Confessor, and potentially the Pontifex, and that's their entire tackle wing.
Of note, watch Theron here. He is setting up for an MJB play right now, getting on top of a beacon. So if we just keep eyes on him and see where he's going to end up, maybe he's able to actually make a sick play and just get right on top of what he needs to do.
Yeah, they're going to have to hope and pray the Confessor and Skybreaker can get some good tackles off. Their Blackbirds are still being an absolute pain, but they are starting to be shot at. And starting to get pushed into armor. Hopefully, the Planet 6 does not lose lock, because that will be a pretty quick death for these Blackbirds.
Well, every kill feels explosive when you get into this E-War stalemate here. So even though it's just been Omegas and
MJD.
Oh, there we go. It's lining up. Where is he going to? It looks like he's going for, well, we'll see what he actually ends up grabbing, because unfortunately, Odin's still going to be quite mobile here.
He's kind of close to the Bargus, but I think he's just out of range. We'll see.
Well, I might be able to grab up. Unfortunately, the Bargas will have the advantage in the scrams. The scram comes out. Will the webs have actually cut him down in time? It doesn't seem like it. Scram beats web.
That was a big ball play, but unfortunately, it just landed just out of range of the Barg.
Well, I'm interested to see again what happened with the damps there. It could have just been a case of if Scanner's damps were on the Vindicator, he would not have enough time to lock anything once he got on top of it after jumping. So sure, you jump right next to the things, but as the Blackbird finally goes down, it doesn't help if you're on top of things if it takes 30 seconds to lock them. So finally, that ECM core of Volta is crumbling here with the first Blackbird going down.
Crumbling is definitely the right word. At this point, this comp is going to start falling apart. Second Blackbird goes pop. They've lost most of their E-War support. They've lost most of their tackle. They've got two heavy battleships that can't really do things on their own anymore. At this moment, it is starting to look incredibly bad for Volta, and I don't think they can pull this back.
So good job on Odin's Cool here, putting their Barghest on the line, their flagship Barghest at that, and still having a absolutely dominating presence, living to win for the moment. Match is not over. Boundaries could still happen. The Vindicator and the Shack combination could still reach on top of something. Volta does still have their Guardian as well with some light tackle, so they could still make some plays here. They are not out of the picture just yet, but obviously Odin School hasn't lost a single thing, especially these E-War frigates, the T1 and T2 variants of the ECM and Dam ships, just doing a devastating job against Volta here right now.
It's kind of interesting. They brought a lot of E-War to support their kiting comp, and it's done amazingly well. Whereas Volta did bring some good tackle options as well as E-War, but weren't able to really make them survive against these Osprey navies and Karakor navies.
And we sit there on the Vindicator again. He's getting onto an MGD beacon again. But I think Odin School is going to be more aware of this right now. So we'll see if he actually manages to grab anything. But again, I feel either the combination of range, sensor, and ECM is still just a real harassment for trying to get the jump on someone, because you can't really just get in there, instantly lock something, and then apply those Vindy webs. The Barghest Scram is doing an amazing job. So kudos to Yokan, just playing the screener for his team as well here.
Yeah, that's what a flag bar can do for you. It is a powerful combination. It's not the tankiest thing in the world, but the mobility and self-defense capability it has, both for you and your team, is honestly only second to maybe the Balgorn, if anything.
Unfortunately, Theron kind of misjudged his range. MJD beacons can only be activated within 5 kilometers. Seems he underestimated, but going for lineup, so has to pedal back and waste some precious time here, getting back to the range and then lining himself up again to do that MJD play. That being said, looks like Odin's has circled around, and even if we were to go to an MJD play, you'd likely be overshooting anything of value right now.
Exactly that. They're all almost perfectly placed to be making his Vindicators jump almost worthless. He's now boosting over to, I believe, potentially the Claymore of the Palatine? The Paradigm, sorry?
Might actually get right on top of that to see if he can lock it in time if this goes through here.
Or potentially Colonel Kurtz. He's pretty close to Paradigm. He might be in web range.
Well, the Claymore is suddenly there. Colonel is coming to a full stop. He's realized he's running right into a Vindicator. Let's see if Theron can catch anything here right now.
He's got him. He's got Paradigm. This will not be a 100 over here, potentially.
Hopefully he can follow through here. We do still have the Osprey alive on the Odin side as well as ECM still, unfortunately.
No, never mind. He got away. No. He got the web, but Paradigm managed to just sneak back out of web range before he slowed down too badly.
Well, again, with your application being limited here in the sense of like blasters and then even the shack, hey, the Kitsune and the Griffin can just actually conserve their jams and preheat their ECM cycles. And then all that happens, the Claymore screams, hey, Vindy has me tackled. All ECM goes at the Vindy, someone's going to get lucky. And then, you're just ready to actually use these jams reactively instead of, proactively, defensively.
I also wonder if, I didn't see it, but maybe that split second, both the Maulers and the Kerries both dumped all of their damps into the Vindicator, made them break lock for that split second, and then went back to damping what they were damping.
True. And Theron again, he's crawling back to an MJD. So he's just loving jumping around this arena right now. Unfortunately, not able to sink his teeth into anything. Yokan just being the absolute MVP here, I feel, with just how he's been screening off this Odin's teams whenever they've actually had an opportunity. The Mather at the beginning, the Vindicator when he made that first MJD play, absolutely fantastic play. I'm just wondering, obviously, if he's got, if Officer Thing is even allowed there, but obviously with the bonuses from the Barghast, good range and links.
Yeah, this as an Australian, I have to say the Vindicator is currently playing the kangaroo play, bouncing around the arena like a lunatic, but just can't really do anything with it. It with a oh, where's he going now? Hold on, he's MJDing again. Which way are we going? I think he's going to another.
No, he's not going towards anyone, it seems. So I don't know. Maybe he's going to try for record most MJDs in a single match. We'll see if he can maybe break that record. But Odin sitting here comfortably right now. Just an amazing job from these Eeyore pilots, I must say. You don't really get those flashy things, those flashy kill mails. People don't really see always what you're doing on the UI stream here or anything. But when it comes down to it, they still need to know where to put those modules at the right place, cycling between things, and they still need to pilot these ships as well, because they're glass cannons in the terms of E-War still, as the Guardian.
There goes the Guardian, yeah. Guardian Planet 6 actually went down surprisingly late into this match. It wasn't particularly entirely ineffective, but so much evil on him that his it would have been a lot of work for him to rep basically anything. And with the Vindicator running around, he definitely can't rep that. There's good fights in the local as well. Both teams know this is basically over. Odin's cool with basically what's looking to be a 100-0. Actually, no, it won't be 100-0. They can't kill the Vindicator or the Shack fast enough, so.
True that. 30 seconds. Almost done here. Well, Vindicator, I know it's your favorite ship here, Wingnut, but it's just a shame to see it just
didn't die. It didn't die.
But it felt like it was hamstrung, and they were just laughing at it. It was trying to fly around the arena and catch something. So, unfortunately, no kills for that, Vindy.
The life of a blaster ship. 5 seconds in, that match is now over. Massive respect to Odin's call. Very well flown, very well controlled. And with that, we'll go back to the studio and see what they think on this.
Connected. Channel switched.
Well, it would have been a easy fight, right? But guess what, dude? I'm not seeing and people can't get their it together!
Crash our enemies. Your damps are completely damped out.
Crash. I'm damped out.
Get on that chambers, boys.
Heat your reps.
Yeah.
Everything down.
I've not been able to lock a single thing all game.
I'm jammed.
There you are. Odin's Call taking that practice match right there for, against Volta. We're now ready to go to the real match between WeForm Volta and Odin's Call. Oh, that was the real match. Well, that is unfortunate. Volta, they're dropping the series and going now down into the lower bracket final, where they will face Truth, Honor, Light. Volta, of course, lost their flagship in the second match of there, and Truth, Honor, Light do have theirs remaining, so that will be a spicy matchup for them. It's going to be another best of 3. So the Volta team can't relax right now, whereas Odin's Call can. They're not going to have that 25-match run. They have a couple of maybe an hour and a half or so to relax, chill out, get a coffee, whatever they want to do, and just prepare for the grand finals. So Odin's Call now secured themselves at least second place. They should be absolutely giga proud of that. That's an incredible achievement already, and I can't wait to see the final. They're going to do super well, I'm sure. Now, CCP Convict, before we go to the break, you've been managing the quiz and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Just tell me a little bit about that.
Oh, well, we've used the QuizKit app extension on Twitch a couple of times in the past for special occasions, Capsuleer Day celebrations and so forth. The Alliance tournament has, a couple of fairly chunky breaks throughout the weekends, half an hour here and there. And, we want to keep people interested and having fun, engaged, and find cool ways to give away prizes and so forth. So we just drug them out for this. And this weekend we've been focusing mostly on AT-flavored quizzes. And last weekend too, I should say. However, I was completely out of ideas. So we're going to have another quiz during this break, but it's just going to be completely trash. Sorry about that. I'll try and have a better one for you for the next break. And during the break as well, we'll also be activating some of our special rewards for channel points. There'll be two €50 or $50 Eve Store vouchers based on the winner's preference for 50,000 channel points. And then during the second break, we'll have one last Eve ship model that you can claim for 100,000 points. But that'll just be fastest finger first. We'll get them. Unfortunately, it's the fairest way we can think of releasing these to the community. So there'll be 2 quizzes today and a couple of rewards during the breaks, which will start soon. So as soon as we're off air, I've got to into the back room and start mashing buttons again.
What have you got to do to the back room?
I've got to run. I've got to run.
Excellent, thank you. Well, we are going to go for that break right now. The next match will be the best of 3 lower bracket final between WeForm Volta and Truth on the Light. So we need to give them a little bit of time to prepare for that matchup. We'll be back in about 30 minutes, so we'll see you then. Welcome back to Alliance Tournament 18. I am CCP Overload, and I am joined on the desk by CCP Zealous and Jin Tan. CCP Zealous, how are you today?
Pretty good in the grand scheme of things. Tournament's going swimmingly, so, pretty good.
Yeah, you've been in the back most of the time as the head ref, the guy running everything, doing all the clicking, moving people around, talking with captains, and just basically the brains behind the actual tournament operation. How's that been for you? We've managed to pry you through here right now. We've got this one opportunity. We've just come back from a break. The next match is being set up by some of your deputies, so we've managed to pry you through here so we can talk to you. So tell me about how it's been for you.
It's actually changed a little bit this year. So legendary referee Amy Muff has also taken over this year my previous roles of head referee. So I'm actually a little bit more involved in the general organization of the tournament. I called myself the tournament director this year. So the arrangement of the general rules, how things are running, is pretty much how I've ended up kind of organizing things this year. We have a fantastic team of referees back in Reykjavik, and as well as a couple were actually doing it from home as well, which has been super cool. But yeah, we have a referee team this year, I think of roughly about 8 people, I think it was across the whole thing. So it's been really good.
I think people don't realize just how intensive the sort of refereeing is in an Alliance tournament match. Take us through all the steps.
So normally in a regular match, you would have about an hour before the match would happen. A referee would normally convo you. You would normally get a set of bans from each team. The bans are normally then exchanged. They're in the conversation with the referees. We used to have a very oppressive tool where you would basically have to, like a countdown timer would hit you. You'd have 60 seconds to scroll through a list of ships and pick your ships. We got rid of that. We went back to the old human interaction. So you speak to a referee, you exchange your bans. If there's a trickle ban, so that's if both sides pick the same ship, you get a trickle ban. So then we normally give them an extra 2 minutes just to pick a new trickle ban. Then once those are exchanged, we let everybody get into their ships. So normally the teams will then start organizing who's flying what. Sometimes you get an extra person kind of join the fleet who then distributes all the ships. So the referees can actually see who's in the fleet. And then we can start our checks to make sure no one's bringing anything they shouldn't according to the rules, because it's quite a big set of rules that they all have to go through and observe. So they then have a check process where they look at all what's involved in each ship. We then have a look and see if there's any flagships coming along. If there's flagships, then we'll obviously ask the teams, are you intending to bring this? Is this intentional? And then it's just a case of time to get ready. They then moved into the tournament system. They're held into position for about a minute or so, where they have the opportunity to check over any mods they've got on their ship to make sure everything's as it should be, at which point they're then after that minute's elapsed, they're then told to warp to the arena between 0 and 50 kilometers, again, as per the rules. And then that's normally when you switch over to the arena and you see everybody just holding position. Then what we've turned into a little bit of a game with the referees is we try and aim to be offset by 30 seconds because the match countdown is 30 seconds. So when there's about 30 seconds left on the timer, we'll hit the button, a countdown will go out in local, and then the game begins.
Awesome. And that's, as you've described it, a very intensive process, and having a lot of people to sort of rely on to make that happen, especially when you consider these things. This process takes about an hour, and we have matches running every 20 minutes, which means a lot of these things are overlapping each other and interlacing, and it can be quite confusing. And if one match starts to run late, for example, and then interfere with the timings of the other ones, it can cause absolute chaos, not only for the teams, but for the referees, for the schedule itself, and of course us here on the desk trying to figure out when we can hand over. This year, we've had pretty much every single thing start exactly on schedule. It's incredible. I said to you last weekend when we finished the Sunday, I don't remember ever an Alliance Tournament weekend where every single match started on time. And today I think we had one match that started about 30 seconds late because a player couldn't load something, I think, which is an incredible achievement from all the referees to actually make that happen. It's just like, it's never happened, as far as I can tell, that we've ever been this on time.
After a lot of extensive testing, I built up a spreadsheet that basically I've called the cheat sheet, which is essentially, it's like a play-by-play from hour to like the minute the match happens. And it has like text prompts throughout the whole entire process, where it's just a case of you speak to them, you say this thing at this particular time. But there's also like a little bit of buffer built into it so that if anything plays up or if we get any issues, you know, it shouldn't delay the schedule at all. But yes, you are right. It is very rigorous in its kind of laying out.
Yeah, so last year we saw the prize ships for the Alliance Tournament being the Raiju and the Leylaps. And they were new prize ships, and it was announced that CCP was going to essentially like go back to Alliance Tournament 7, where prize ships first came in, and re-release them going forward to guarantee prize ships every year, because the development effort is quite significant. But then CCP decided to reimagine the Freki and the Mimir from Alliance Tournament 7, and we have two new ships. Can you talk to us about them?
Yeah, so we have a little bit of information with regards to the two new ships. We should have some stats up on the screen momentarily. The Geri, I keep trying so hard to not call it the Jerry, and the Bestla, I believe is the correct way to pronounce those two ships. We did have a prize blog not too long ago that announced these ships and their stats in it. Subsequently, since then, we have actually upgraded some of the bonuses that you see today. We've essentially increased the damage on the Bestla. We got rid of the actual overall damage bonus on the Minmatar cruiser, and we've actually increased it to a rate of fire bonus. So essentially it went from roughly about 8 turrets to about 10 turrets now overall, missile launchers in its actual design. So it's looking a lot better than what it was on the prize block now. So I reached out for a couple of the stats with regards to the base speed and the fitting room, and I was told fast. I almost put Sonic initially as the base speed, and then the fitting room I was told lots. So as you see today, it is lots and lots. Hopefully we'll have those stats, and we'll have a few images hopefully after the tournament as well, all nicely firmed up and be able to share in the not too distant future.
Yeah, I've managed to see some of the pre-production work on them, and they look pretty cool. So can't wait to see them. Now, Alliance Tournament prize ships, not only are they #POG, there are more things in the Alliance Tournament that you can win. You can win skins, and as Mystical Might, huffing the copium somewhere in this building is so keen in saying, it's all about the skins. Now, these are the new skins. Talk me through some of these.
So, yeah, we have 280 of the prize ships to hand out, but the skins, we have these being awarded as well. It's normally 10 skins per win that the team achieves in each match. So it's actually across a selection of 7 ships, which I can't think of off the top of my head, but we have, it's a selection of the fleet issue ships, plus we've done a Wolf, and I believe it was a Scythe was the other ship. Or is it Scimitar? Sorry, a Scimitar was the last one. So, because I wanted to get a little bit of love for our Logi Bros, so they actually have a nice tournament skin this year. But yeah, the art team has done fantastic work in producing these great skins, red and nice orange feel. They have their nice kind of Minmatar rusty feel to them, which I think looks absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I think the art team, as usual, absolutely smashing it. And there's some more skins, and we'll hopefully get some pictures of them released at some point, maybe in a dev blog or on Twitter. But they look amazing. They look just phenomenal. And the Alliance Tournament prize skins are just a nice little bonus. So whenever you win any match in the Alliance Tournament, you get some skins. So even if you go 1 and 2, then you don't win any prize ships, obviously, but you do get some skins, which you can either divvy up between your team members or, of course, sell. And they are limited skins; they're not reproduced. So those skins can end up, fetching a fair few many isks on the open market. Some of them have been. So I'm not going to spoil it. There's some others. We'll see them later. So I want someone to talk to you about the trials. So the trials was a super interesting thing that happened this year. Instead of the normal feeder tournaments, you guys lent into the lore of the Minmatar Republic, who sponsored this tournament, and you created the trials tournament. So talk to me about the thought process there and how that worked out.
Yeah, so the trials tournament was a way of essentially, as you say, feeding players into the main tournament when we have like a huge number of players that end up joining. It was a problem last year that we ended up having such an excessive amount of interest that we needed to kind of figure out a way to deal with the extra teams this year. And I figured that the feeders, the trials was going to be the better way to deal with that. So what I ended up actually doing was creating a process where you have 7 Minmatar tribes. So 7 teams were going to be the ones that ended up being pushed through as sponsors for this year's Alliance tournament. We had a bit of a fun time with the mathematics that was involved in it, just because of the number of teams that did end up joining. But it worked out that 6 teams would essentially be playing, being pushed through by 6 of the tribes, where they'd be playing at least twice, but they would essentially be like eliminating themselves through smaller brackets and groups, kind of like what you see with the group stages for like the World Cup kind of thing. But then the 7th Nephtar tribe was going to be doing a redemption arc. So anyone that finished in their finals match for each Minmatar sponsor, if they failed their match, they were going to be put through into a separate group where they'd basically play through the whole thing again with all the other finals losers to determine who the 7th were. And we have seen the power of Odin's call being the ones that actually went through the whole Nephtar arc all the way through the Trials tournament, and obviously, they've pushed their way all the way through the Alliance tournament this year. So it's been amazing to see.
It has. It's been really super cool. I really enjoyed the format this year. I thought it was super interesting. Now, we have only a few minutes to go before the start of the first match in the Alliance Tournament 18 Losers Bracket Grand Final, the winner of which will go forward into the actual Grand Final against Odin's Call. Let's take a look at the bans for this upcoming match. So we from Volta banning out the Nighthawk, the Blackbird, and the Abaddon. Truth, Honor, Light banning out the Osprey, the Hyena, and the Stormbringer. Jintan, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, here we see that both teams have really kind of stuck with their permaban. Volta have banned out the Abaddon, which they have banned in every single match they have flown in so far in this tournament. And Truth, Honor, Light have been typically they've swapped around a lot depending on their opponents, but that Stormbringer has been a key component of their ban strategy. I'm not sure entirely why, but I think they might have seen something in their scrims that really scared them about it. Probably the large amount of mids that it can bring and its ability to deal with drones. It is such a powerful utility ship in this format. That said, we do see a bit of variation between them. We haven't seen the Deacon band here. We haven't seen the Scorpion Navy band. It's always a struggle to see what's open, though, and I'm surprised to see no bans from Volta being leveraged at some of the comps that we just saw Truth, Honor, Light bring. No Vindicator ban. Obviously, Truth, Honor, Light do not have a Vindicator flagship, so they can't work their way around the ban. And no Barghest ban either from Truth, Honor, Light, which would have allowed them to bring a Barghest using their own flagship, whilst Volta obviously cannot bring one as it was destroyed just a few moments ago.
That it was indeed. Now, how important do you think that's going to be? Because as you say, Volta's flagship destroyed in the last match. Truth, Honor, Light do have theirs available, and we may indeed even see it fielded in this match. Who knows? How do you think this is going to affect the meta here?
It's always hard to say. It depends on what comps these guys are prepared, and more importantly, what ones they feel really comfortable. Especially in this first game, what I think we're going to see is we're going to see both teams bring what they think is their best comp, something that they think they can smash the other person with or just out-execute with. And that way, even if they lose, they still have the option of bringing it in the next game, and then whatever got brought that they feel like countered it, isn't going to be available for them in the next game due to the conquest bans, and that basically takes it all the way back to a best of 1 in the 3rd game.
So, Jintan, predictions. What do you think here? We Form Volta or Truth Honor Light?
I think I've got to go for Truth Honor Light in the first game here. You know, Truth Honor Light have not been played out quite as much as Volta have. They've just come off the backs of losing a best of 3. They only had to win a best of 1 to get to this point. My money's on Dex and his boys.
And CCP Zealous?
I think I'm going to go for Truth Honor Light as well. I am a big Starfleet Commander fan, I will admit, but I think Truth Honor Light might have it.
Okay, well, I, of course, will be backing We Form Volta in this one. So let's go to the arena and find out for this first match in this best of 3 between Truth Honor Light and We Form Volta.
Hello, I am moderator, joined by my colleague ATXVIII for this lower bracket match to determine 3rd and 2nd place. But this will be a best out of 3, and Truth Honor Light has elected to bring their flagship Barghest piloted by Dexter Exio, supported by a pair of Rooks for ECM and a pair of Magus Pontifex for Lynx, a Celestis for Damps. What has Volta brought?
Volta has a very interesting Navy-based setup. Navy Harbinger, Navy Brutix, Fleet Kane, Harbinger, Augur, 2 Navy Augurs, a Navy Executor, then Arbitrator Confessor for support. Kind of a variation of the Octodad, but modified to match this tournament format. I think it's fascinating. It's tanky. It's going to be very hard for the Rooks of Truth Honor Light to lock down this many damage dealers. And even if they do, they might be able to just blast through their tanks. What do you think, moderator? What are the win conditions for these teams?
Yeah, I think that Truth Honor Light, aka Hydra, is going to do their very level best to, use the strong jams that these Rooks have to really lock things down. Already we see that Amelia Duckspace is going in to try to intercept, and already Volta is just burning across the field, trying to get on top of anything that can jam, and they're getting onto the back line, trying to get on top of these Rooks. And once they do that, they're going to try to go for the Guardian and then the Barghest.
We're seeing a combination of damage and maintenance bots from We Form Volta, but they're putting the bulk of their aggression onto Warpout's Rook. He is holding for now. The Guardian doing a great job keeping those ships up. Obviously, the Guardian, one of the most powerful armor repair ships you could bring in the tournament without dropping a lot of points on his arm. It is beginning to take some fire itself now. They may have decided they give up on breaking the Rook's tanks and they want to pressure his tank directly. Meanwhile, Planet 6's Augur is getting some return aggression from Volta.
Yeah,
From
Planet
Truth
6 has
Honor
had
Light.
to push into the very center just because he's probably going to be damped down that heavily by Nith Hyken's Celestis. So they may go for a Logi trade here, and that makes a lot of sense to me. Trading a Guardian for an Augur is going to be a great trade if you're Volta.
The Augur is micro warp driving around. He's actually outrunning his own maintenance bots. They're struggling to keep up with him. I guess he's calculating that his speed will help minimize more. Meanwhile, Toxic Confessor dipping down into half armor. This logistics pilot does not have an easy job. He's got to keep himself alive under withering fire, but he can't neglect his team. Toxic dicking dangerously close into structure, bleeding it now.
Yeah, unfortunately, one of the problems for Volta is that they don't want to be this close to everything. But between all the jams that they're getting hit by, we could see that there's jam effects onto 5 ships, and everything else is either being damped or essentially disrupted in some way. And that's only going to get worse once TikTok goes down. They can swap off that mid-slot E-War to some other ship on the Volta core. I think that if Volta doesn't get some kill soon, it doesn't look like they're getting anything. They're just going to slowly get ground down.
Speaking of getting ground down, Planet 6's armor plates are withering under the fire. And he is about to hit structure and go bye-bye very quickly. Meanwhile, General Hungary, he's starting to take the bulk of damage now at this point. He's getting into about half armor. The damage for the Rooks has cooled down. They may have missed some critical jam cycles, enabling We Form Volta to get their DPS coordinated onto the right target. This might wind up being a Logi trade, but honestly, Truth Honor Light, very soon they'll have another set of jam cycles that could disrupt this plan. Planet 6 does not have that option.
Yeah, so they, on the Hydra side, had moved drones from Warpout's Rook to General Hungary. So now all of the Logi drones are on top of General Hungary, supporting him very, very well. And unfortunately for Planet 6, he has really nothing supporting him. There are some Logi drones that are trying, but nowhere near as effective as the ones on the hider side. And it looks like Dexter XVIII, if we zoom in on top of him, is currently, I believe, on reload at the moment. So as soon as he comes off of that, he should have no trouble applying meaningful damage. And the auger does go down. So now Volta's core is free to get picked apart here.
And picked apart they will. The aggression switching over to Melinda in the Harbinger, the not Navy ship on this team, much lighter in the tank compared to these faction ships, but still kicking out a lot of damage. That's a smart call from Truth Honor Light. Meanwhile, they're not able to answer effectively here. The Guardian is no longer pressured. The Rooks are taking occasional chip damage, but they're really struggling to put coordinated fire onto these ships. The advantage of the Guardian, it's much tankier than the Augur, so it can take a bit of a pounding, and it's receiving quite a bit of aggression. But as you mentioned, those rep drones, much more effective with the Tech 2 resists. They can put armor in, and it doesn't go out nearly as easily. We for Volta really struggling here, and they're about to lose a major source of damage with this Harbinger.
Yeah, and they're about to lose all the remaining logistics on the Volta side. You might say, well, what logistics? Well, they just had a cloud of rep drones on top of Melinda I, and the Barghest of Dexter XVIII had the presence of mind to get on top of him at 0 and just smart bombed all of the Volta remaining repair drones. Between that and Amelia Duckspace having held down the Hurricane Fleet issue of Control Freak basically all the way in Narnia, Volta is so strung out that they're having difficulty really applying anything except damage to the Guardian.
Oh, this is brutal. The Guardian is taking a pretty substantial chunk of fire. He's now dipping into 1/3 armor. They're gradually making progress on him, but it's got to be so frustrating for them. Every time it looks like they're making progress, they're getting one of their ships jammed out, and that Guardian is pulling armor hit points back. Meanwhile, Control Freak's just gradually getting ground down by Amelia Duskspace. It looks like the primary for Truth Honor Light, they're vacillating between the Hurricane Fleet issue of Control Freak and iBox's XVIII Navy issue, a recently buffed ship. Hurricane Fleet issue has great tracking. You think it would be more of a threat to the low end here, but it hasn't really been able to apply any pressure to the frigates and cruisers on this team.
Yeah, again, that's Amelia Duckspace, excuse me, not Duckface, taking screen duties very seriously and holding that Hurricane completely out of range of anything else, and just giving General Hungary more sustain as he honorably solo PvPs the Hurricane Fleet issue in the backline, while the rest of the Volta damage is being trying to concentrate on General Hungary, but the XVIII Navy issue being scrammed and held down by the Barghest and Magus of Tiger.
Now we're starting to see a little bit more progress being made in Control Freak's Kane. That is a Mimitar ship. It does not have much hull. He's already lost half of it. He's losing more. The Exeter Navy, meanwhile, about to dip into structure a bit more, as it is a Galenti ship, but it's taking more aggression from Truth Honor Light, and they're breaking through them rather rapidly. Both these ships will die at about the same time, and there they go, along with any hope of We Form Volta to win this match. There is just no way that these 5 remaining ships are going to be able to coordinate enough fire with the ECM power of 2 Rooks bearing down on them, scrambling their sensors, taunting them to shoot these ships, which have proven time and time again that their tanks can handle it. The Guardian is still taking some fire, but there's just not much progress going to be able to be made here.
Yeah, and even if they were to kill the Guardian, Volta's thought would be, okay, well, we're not going to win the match, so we're going to kill Dexter XVIII, but they're not even going to kill the Guardian of General Hungary. Truth Honor Light just did an excellent job of pulling these ships apart and making sure that they couldn't get a lot of, focused fire from Volta onto any one of these Rooks and then the Guardian. Really difficult match for Volta to play. They wanted to get all of their damage on, concentrate on one target. That's really what this kind of Octodad setup requires. But between the disruption from the Celestis and the Rooks, it just didn't come together.
Now, the Truth Honor Light, with having 2 ECM ships like that, it prevents the other team from being able to focus on one when they get jammed out. They're essentially covering for each other and splitting up the amount of aggression that can effectively be applied. It does mean the Guardian has to balance reps between both of them, but it's easier because the amount of incoming damage to either target is not that substantial. So we see Starfleet commanders Augur Navy dipping at about half armor and dropping steadily. Meanwhile, General Hungry slowly but surely recovering the armor that he's lost over the course of this match. This is a total rout from Truth Honor Light. Their control bar has been absolutely Hulk-like since the start of the match, literally off the charts here. Just absolute ECM girth we're seeing here in this match as the Augur Navy goes down, soon to be followed by Covert One's Augur Navy.
Yeah, and I mean, that means that Volta and Truth Honor Light, we're going to see them again in the second match of this best out of 3. But critically, again, Volta lost their flagship Barguest, flown by Annie Gardet, in their series against Odin's Call in the upper bracket, whereas Dexter Exio still has his and is flying it right now. And they're free to bring it once again into the second match. But we'll see how the Conquest bans affect things going into this next set. Volta is going to have a relatively short amount of time to adjust and try to correct things against this very, very powerful Hydra core.
Yeah, and this is a concept that Hydra / Truth Honor Light can repeat. Even if the Rook gets banned out, there are alternative ships they can use in those positions and still have basically the same concept here. The combination of strong ECM and the Celestis is very difficult to manage when you have a team at the skill level of Truth Honor Light. And now we're looking down at the final ship in the match, Crazy Vanya's Arbitrator. He is kind of off on his own. He's not near one of the micro jump beacons, so he will not be shooting for the Edge of Glory. He will get run down by the tackle on Truth Honor Light and brought to heel shortly. But will they do it before the countdown?
Well, 13 seconds left in the match here. Honestly, Volta and losing to ECM cores name a more iconic duo as Hydra wins 94-0 as we send it back to the desk to break that one down.
Truth Honor Light there flying that flagship Barguest to great effect, taking the W over WeForm Volta in this first match in the lower bracket best of 3 finals. The winner of which will go through to face Odin's Call in the grand final. A pretty hard fought match. We saw Planet 6, aka Reload, doing an amazing job to stay alive in that Augur for such a long period of time. Meanwhile, the Volta team, you could see them trying to take down General Hungry in that Guardian, but the power of the ECM coming from those Rooks just continuously, when it looked like they were going to get them, they got them almost into hull, and then the damage dropped off, the scram dropped off, the web dropped off as the ECM took hold. Now, Jin Tan, 2 Rooks is kind of unusual. Why not maybe say like a Rook and a Falcon?
So the reason for that is the fact that the Rook gets bonuses to heavy missiles, so it can actually project a reasonable amount of damage across the arena, whereas the Falcon is stuck with a relatively small bonus and no optimal bonus, I believe, on its... normally you'd fit it with railguns. I would not advise fitting a Falcon with blasters for any of you aspiring PvPers out there. And because of that, using the Rook means that those 30 points you invest in those two electronic warfare ships aren't going to be as detrimental to your overall DPS output. You saw even with the 2 Rooks there kind of putting a little bit of help onto things, and the power of that flagship Barghest, it was still a pretty slow go. That Augurer nearly held on right at the end, kiting right to the other end of the arena, a cloud of rep drones following him. There's every chance that Planet 6 could have survived if things had just gone a little bit better for him, if a couple of damage rolls hadn't gone quite Truth on a Light's way. That said, the money is definitely in Truth on a Light's favor here. Their flagship is incredibly expensive. We've seen that they have Estamel's rapid heavy missiles fit, which are, you're looking at 120 bill or more for the guns alone on that ship. And now part of me really hopes it dies, because I want to see just how blingy it really is.
Yeah, I mean, everyone wants to see expensive kill mills. I am a expensive kill mill enjoyer for sure. Now, CCP Kestrel, why would you pick an Augurer over a Guardian? Like, a Guardian is a tech to resist, it reps more. What's the benefit of taking the Augurer?
In the main benefit of the Augurer in the context of the Alliance tournament is the fact that it uses a lot less points than a Guardian would. I believe you save something like 7 or 8 points. So it means you can reinvest those points into other ships. Like, for example, Volta are able to bring like a lot of battle cruisers there. If they brought a Guardian, they would have to downgrade a lot of those into just regular battle cruisers or into like Navy cruisers instead, which would greatly reduce their DPS and projection.
And Jintan, what kind of position do you think Volta are in now? Because not only have they dropped that first match, they haven't been able to take out that flagship, so that can be brought again next match despite the bans, because it is a flagship, it is a ban dodger. Volta can't do what Odin's did and just try and headshot the flagship now in the second one and sacrifice the match, because then they would go 0-2 down and be out of the tournament. Not a good position. No,
this is a really rough position for Volta. They're going to need to make something really special happen here. They've got to go pull out their ace in their sleeve, bring out the best possible composition they have, and, Truth on a Light get the luxury of having that rubber game. They can bring something that's a little gambly. They can bring something that's a little risky. They have every opportunity to, say, bring the max threat version, kind of their version of the composition we just saw Volta bring, but weight the Blackbirds that they like to use instead of the Arbitrator, really heavily towards one race's jams, and that will enable them to just, if they guess right, completely wipe the win away from Volta. That's something that we didn't talk about when we previously explained ECM, is that you have this kind of guessing game before you actually get into a match, where you can try and weight your bans and then, pick the right color effectively and match up your jams correctly to what you think your opponents are going to bring. And if you do that correctly, you can cross jam between 2 different ships, make sure that they can't concentrate their DPS and burn something down, and just generally make your opponent's life absolutely miserable.
Indeed you can. Now, we are in a incredibly wonderful station. The new interiors, the new Upwell hangars, and they look absolutely incredible. This one's actually filled with Alliance Tournament prize ships. I'm not sure if you can see them on stream, but we have there's a Vangal down there. I see a Laylaps. There's definitely a Gold Magnate down there. Looks like maybe an Imp as well. A whole bunch of really nice ships. It's super cool to be able to see all those ships in your hangar. Let's check in with CCP Benson for a little bit more detail about that.
We decided to visually update the Apple hangars because it's a place that players spend a lot of time in. It's also an environment for us to try out new things because they're kind of contained in this hangar environment. So we used it to push a lot of new tech stuff that is giving us a lot of possibilities in the future. The main part also that we wanted to emphasize is the scale of the game. So within the hangars there is this main hall, and in that one, for the first time now, we have multiple placements for ships, which gives players a sense of scale between the ships. Also to be able to, see what ships they have in their hangar inventory.
Before, I would have been like, why would I want to dock in a hangar? Now I'm like, why would I ever want to leave the hangar? It's amazing. It's way more visceral, way more interesting, as you're able to swap between ships, and it'll fly through the hangar, get the boosters going up, and then you're actually taking off. If you and there's actually a couple different like ways, or like ways for you to play with your ship, kind of. So you can hit cancel, and if you hit cancel in the first second, then the ship will go, and then all the lights and all the stuff is going on, and it's kind of taking off. But if you hit cancel and go back down, like ooh. If you cancel just like 2 seconds in, then it'll actually take off and it'll do a little fly around the hangar, which is really, really sweet. So you actually get to fly around in hangars a little bit. And if you do cancel after the 3rd second, then you're not canceling, you're taking off. You made the decision, you know, you lost a chance, you're going out.
There we are. The new hangars in the Upwell expansion for EVE. Incredible work. They look awesome. I know I've spent a bunch of time just looking at my ships and my hangars. Now, CCP Kestrel, some other new things that came in Uprising is all the Navy ships, the new Navy ships. Talk to me about those.
Yeah, so in Uprising, we released 16 new Navy ships. So 4 Navy exploration frigates, 4 Navy battle cruisers, 4 Navy destroyers, and 4 Navy dreadnoughts. We also updated, I believe, 5 of the existing Navy ships, the Armageddon Navy issue, the Dominic's Navy issue, the Typhoon Fleet issue, the Extra Navy issue, and the Caracal Navy issue. On top of that, there was also a balance pass on heavy assault cruisers. And then we also got through about 6 or 7 extra ships on top of that, like the Ishka, the Crow, the Bellicose, the Rifter, that just needed a little bit more help. So yeah, there's been a lot added here. Like if you count the existing ships that got rebalanced, we touched something like 35 ships.
That's awesome. And of those, do you have a favorite? Something you really like flying there?
Personally, I really love the Extra Navy issue. I think it's really cool. It's really cool that a ton of teams have been flying in the Alliance tournament. I've been watching like the EVE metrics that we have for it, and before it was the least used Navy cruiser in the game. It was like 200 jumps like every day or so with those ships, and now it's like gone up by like 10 times. So really happy that people are flying that ship now.
Yeah, it's always been a ship I've quite enjoyed, actually, but it's nice to see you getting that balance pass. One of the things that's maybe worth mentioning, actually, is whenever the Alliance tournament is announced, the rules come out at a certain point, and all the ships are pointed to a certain value depending on their strengths, and the teams start practicing and coming up with comps and things. When there's an announcement that there is going to be a change that's going to drop just before the Alliance tournament, captains everywhere start tearing their hair out because now they have to consider all the new balance changes and balance implications that have. Luckily, CCP Zealous was a generous god in this instance and actually banned out the new Navy battle cruisers, for example. He didn't force teams to figure out how to use them or even get them because they were so new that they're not the easiest things to get a hold of, and I'm sure that would have been a hecking pressure for all those teams. Now, we do have another one of these quiz videos to show you, and you can look at us failing yet again to answer questions.
I'll say Hurricane.
Hurricane fleet issue.
Cyclone.
Cyclone.
Oh god, okay. Cyclone.
I kind of want to say Cyclone.
Wolf.
Hyena.
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 Hyena?
I'm gonna say Hugo.
Broadsword.
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 I'm gonna still go with Munin on it. Not 100% on that one.
Hugo.
Side fleet issue.
Rupture.
Side fleet issue?
I'm gonna go with side fleet issue, but that's definitely a trick question.
Rupture.
Side fleet issue.
I'll say the probe.
Breacher.
Probe.
It's a probe.
I'm going with Breacher on that one.
these interview questions it was super fun to do. It was set up by some of the students here at the Confetti Institute, who have been helping us with production in the back, doing a lot of the rigging, the lights, the sound, the camera. They've been doing a fantastic job, and during the week they set up all the filming. They recorded it. Discreet Error, one of our eventee staff, read out the questions. Bayart J, our producer, sat in the background and giggled very unhelpfully whenever we got things wrong, which was regular. And then it's been edited together by another one of the staff and students here at the Confetti Institute. So fantastic job from everyone involved. You made us all look like complete twats. Good job. Now, we have about 6 minutes to go until the second match in this best of 3 in the lower bracket final. So this is now essentially an elimination match for Volta. If they lose, they are out of the whole tournament. They would take third place, I believe, at this point. And Truth on the Light would go forward into the grand final. If Volta can pull this one out, then there's one more match where it goes down to just at that point, it's a best of 1. But there are conquest bans in place. So let's take a look at the bans for this upcoming match. We from Volta banning out the Eos, the Blackbird, and the Kitsune. Truth on the Light banning out the Osprey, the Hyena, and the Stormbringer. Now, interestingly, the Rooks from Truth on the Light will be, of course, conquest bans. That takes out a lot of ECM powers there. Jintan, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, this is a really interesting set of bans here. First of all, we see that Volta have not banned the Abaddon. That is something they've banned for every single match they've flown so far in this tournament. So it looks like they are committing really hard to whatever strategy they have, and either they don't think the Abaddon can beat it, or they don't think Truth on the Light is going to bring it. Meanwhile, Truth on the Light, they are showing absolutely nothing, as they have all day. This is the same set of bans that they have dropped the 3rd time in a row. They just don't want to see the Osprey, probably a ban towards that ham rush setup that we've seen be so frequently in the tournament. The Hyena as well, just a great control ship, can go into both armor and shield. And the Stormbringer, it has so many mids and the ability to destroy rep drones, probably something that they don't want to deal with that dual battleship control setup we saw earlier, which, repair drones are such a crucial part of making that thing tick.
Yeah, let's have a look at the conquest bans now and see how Truth on the Light will be impacted going into this next match. So not only do they have the previous bans, the Confessor, the Vexor, the Barghest, the Pontifex, the Guardian, the Sentinel, the Celestis, the Rook, and the Magus are all banned. So a bunch of ships that they can no longer fly. CCP Kestrel, any thoughts on what we might see here from Truth on the Light?
I think for the most part, they're pretty much forced into just doing some kind of shield rush or shield kiting comp. They did ban out the Hyena, which probably hurts the shield kiting comp out a little bit. But they still have, the Osprey Navy issue, the Caracal Navy issue, the Nighthawks, the Loki, the Scimitar, those kind of ships. They're all available. They can still bring their flagship Barghest, which could also work pretty well in there. So I'd expect something like that from Truth on the Light.
Now, Jintan, one of the cool things about this particular lower bracket final best of 3 is it's essentially a repeat of what happened last year in Alliance Tournament 17, where we from Volta win and go into the grand final. Actually, sorry, they beat Vidra to go into the grand final, I think. Do you remember what happened?
I'm pretty sure, yeah, they beat Vidra in the winners bracket, I believe, but then they lost to Hydra, and then they lost to Hydra again, right?
I think so. At the end of the day, Hydra won last year against Volta in the final. So this is kind of like a little rematch of that. Jintan, your thoughts on this upcoming matchup?
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting. I think Volta are going to take a game here. They've got so much to play with. They're really committing to a strategy, and Truth on the Light, they haven't really shown anything. It feels like they're just taking this as a rubber game. That said, I think this is going to come down a lot to, what they heard in the grapevine. Honestly, sometimes once you get this deep in a tournament, this deep in the series, it's a question of, what you're hearing from people who are friends of people on the team. What do you know about what they think is strong? What do you know that they've developed that maybe you might, have developed a counter or scrimmed with yourself? And also, what have you kind of observed? We've got now 10 plus games for most of these teams that you can go back and watch. You can look for pilots who you don't think are positioning very well, or that you don't think are managing their traversal very well. Although I will say, pilots at this level generally are not making very many mistakes. We haven't really seen any major piloting errors so far today. But still, you can pick on people. You can force, 2-3 ships at someone at once, try and pressure them into a mistake, and then snowball off the back of that, because these matches at this point just become such a test of keeping everything executing correctly.
Yeah, and that pressure, of course, will have been building and building, especially for a team in the situation that Volta's in right now. They've obviously just lost the last match here against Truth on the Light, and they come off a 0-2 defeat to Odin's Call in the upper bracket final just before that. So they have essentially lost 3 matches in a row, which they're obviously still in it at this point, but the emotional toll of losing a couple of matches, it's definitely starts to get to you. You've both flown in them. CCP Castro, you flew with Hydra at previous points, and Camel Empire. You know what it's like when you're in situations where you're really trying and you still lose a match, and it's how hard is it to just not be tilted and go into the next match like fresh?
It can be super hard, especially I know from being on the Hydra team in AT15, where we lost the first match against Tempest Calcif, and the realities of us realizing that not only would we have to win like 10 best of ones just to get into like the prize position, but we'd have to play like 3 games almost every single day. So it was really, really rough, but luckily we kept our cool and we actually ended up getting second place that year. So.
And Jintan, like you've been in sort of leadership positions in some teams. Like, how do you motivate your players and to sort of to keep, steady and get ready for the next match?
Honestly, a lot of time, the people who are part of your team, they're going to be naturally motivated. It's all about keeping their emotions in check. At the end of a match, you need to be able to reset people properly. You need to be able to calm them down, be like, okay, let's stop talking about why we lost that last match, unless it's something that's going to be really relevant to what we're doing. Here's what we're going to do for the next one. Here's how we're going to win the next game. Here's my analysis of what we think they're going to bring here. It's all about moving on quickly, keeping everyone focused, and keeping that kind of conversation positive. If you see people start to rage out, or you see people stopping their ships at the ends of matches, that's normally a sign that things aren't going great. And we have seen a little bit of that from Volta. Hopefully they can channel that in a positive direction, though.
Yeah, sometimes you see teams either trying to prolong a match so they've got longer to discuss it, make the other team still work to clear them off, or sometimes alternative to that, they try and end it super quickly so they can go back and think about what they're doing. In fact, in the last match we saw Theronth actually managed to self-destruct his ship in the arena before he was killed, I think in an effort to say, hey, we've lost this match, I would like to just go focus on the next one now. CCP Castro, if you're the Volta captain, say what are you doing to talk to you guys at this point?
Yeah, I think you just need to like Jinten said, just calm everyone down, reset everyone, and just think about how you're going to win the next match. I think the next match is one that Volta hopefully should be able to win just because of the conquest bans. That Hydra's probably going to be forced into doing either something really weird with armor or into like a shield rush setup. So let's just fly something that we're really comfortable against the shield rush team. Get a win, and then once we have that win, we've got the high of that win, and then we can just come in confident to the third and final game.
Yeah, so the teams are warping to the arena right now. You can see this is where the pressure starts to get, not only for the teams, who have to submit, get everyone into ships and things like that, but also for the ref crew. It's quite a lot to do these matches one after the other. The pilots, though, are going to be sitting ready to go. So Jintan, let's get quick predictions.
I'm going to predict that Volta will take this one.
And CCP Castro?
I think Volta will win this one, yeah.
Oh boy. I also am going to predict Volta. I'm unsure if that's wise, but let's go to the arena and find out in this next up best of 3 between We From Volta and Truth on a Light.
And we're back with the second match of Volta and Truth Honor Light. Volta bringing their own barcast now, Double Drake Navy, Simi, Stork, triple Jackdaw with a Vigil Skybreaker for support, and they are looking to kite at long range with these ships. Moderator, what do we have on Truth Honor Light side?
Oh yeah, we have a bit of a variant of what we are calling 2022 Octodad, where we have 2 command ships, the Hurricane Fleet issue, an Oracle Augurer, 2 exec navies, and an Augurer Navy issue supported by Hakate, which will either be some sort of tackle or rail variant, and a Mauler for tackle as well. We're already getting started here, and already the Scimitar getting absolutely pounded of a ride load using 2, 3, 4 of his ASB, now 5 charges as the Hakata gets traded. So they're going to look to pressure the Scimitar, who's used 6 of his charges, now 7. So he's only got 2 left in the tank. Meanwhile, Lucas Kwan is being primaried heavily in the counterpart. So Planet 6 is now out of ASB reps in his Scimitar.
Yeah, Waveform and Volta looking to at least trade their Logi here. They switched over to the Augur almost immediately after the Hecate went down as they saw their Scimitar taking fire. These ships will go down at the same time, leveling the playing field. That's a really good reaction call from Waveform Volta. They are now one ship up in this trade, but unfortunately for them, Truth Honor Light has an insane amount of projection, and they're killing Covert One's Jackdaw. Those Jackdaws will likely have E-War in the mids to help cut the damage down even further. Starfleet commanders soon to follow. These Jackdaws cannot keep up.
Yeah, no, these Jackdaws are probably too close for comfort for the Volta side because those were all the E-War mids, along with maybe the Stork and the Skybreaker. And once those go down, I mean, those are 200, 250 damage ships. The Oracle of Amelia Duckspace does go down for that. But honest to God, Truth Honor Light looks like they're in the driver's seat right now as
Yeah.
Stiggy is getting down pretty low.
Yeah, if you're Truth Honor Light, you're really happy with that trade. The Oracle is a gigantic source of their long range damage projection, but they did what they needed it to do. As the Stork drops, they cut down a tremendous amount of the electronic warfare from the Weaveform Volta team. They have practically no tracking disruption left, which means the rest of the Truth Honor Light team is going to be projecting out full damage, full range, full tracking, and they're going to shred this Barghest as the Exeter Navy of Casper 24 will likely die in response.
Yeah, the Executor Navy is just chasing after the Barghest, realizing that he's going to die no matter what. They're going to push all the damage they can onto this Barghest, not wanting to get into a situation where the Truth Honor Light side wouldn't have enough to break whatever active tank Annie Gardet has. Again, this is a Tech 2 Barghest, as Annie Gardet lost his flagship earlier, so he's only going to have those Tech 2 tank, and it's not keeping up. But Kadesh Priestess is going down for it.
It's a great trade, as you mentioned. The local tank of the Barcast will be stronger the fewer ships Truth Honor Light has. So taking it out early is 100% the right call. They're going to love this trade of an Exeter Navy for the Barcast. And now there's just two Drake navies for damage. The Vigil Skybreaker, they're contributing some utility. Skybreaker going down for his troubles. The Vigil will be painting, but it's not going to do a ton. The two Drake navies are really carrying the bulk of the damage from Weaveform Volta here. And unfortunately, their attack bar is minuscule compared to Truth Honor Lights. They have now the advantage in defense and attack, and there is no applied control left from Weaveform Volta. Truth Honor Light in the driver's seat for this match as they look to clean up.
Yeah, both sides already saying good fights. Casper 24, longtime Hydra pilot saying good fight, which this was finals. Starfleet Commander saying good game. This was Volta's last Alliance tournament. We'll see if he actually holds to that and Volta doesn't participate in future Alliance tournaments. But so far, it looks like unless Hydra somehow catastrophically runs out of the arena, like Volta will go out 2-0, much like this Ecuador-Qatar match in the World Cup.
Yeah, total opposite of the match that we saw earlier, which was more about careful control from Truth Honor Light. For this one, they went full aggression, basically copying Weaveform Volta's setup from the previous match and saying, hey, we'll show you how to run it the right way here.
Yeah, I can't help but feel like, again, Hydra has definitely practiced conquest bans against their practice partner, Lock Range Enjoyers, who has been eliminated earlier. They've been, preparing for, again, a first place run. Really, again, for Truth Honor, if they don't get first place in the tournament, they consider it something of a failure. A little bit of trash talk in local with Nis saying skill issue. 2-0 is going to be the set here, as Control Freak is the last meaningful damage ship, leaving only the Vigil of Crazy Vanya. And Hydra will be going up against Odin's Call, down 1-0 in a best out of 5. So Hydra still having their flagship, and that'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, the Vigil right now is just he's running to live here. He's extremely fast. He's getting painted by at least 3 ships, so they are going to apply some damage to him, but it will be a bit slow. I think he's definitely going to go down before the end here. The last stand of Weaveform Volta potentially ever in the Alliance tournament, if local is to be believed. I think that would be a tragedy, but this is a good tournament performance to hang their hat on. They've come very far, had some very impressive matches. Unfortunately, Truth Honor Light, just a little too much for them in this instance, as Crazy Vanya beelines potentially for the edge here.
Yeah, Crazy Vanya just trying to burn around, not wanting to get hit by that long range projection. And let's see, I mean, Hydra for their history has had a bit of difficulty. In these best out of fives, they call it kind of the curse of getting second place repeatedly. I don't think though they've ever lost against Odin's call in any best out of series. So it will be interesting to see if that curse still applies. People again saying good luck in next match and looking forward to the finals here.
Oh, it's going to be an epic finals indeed. This visual is really stringing out our broadcast here. He's doing his best to stay alive here. He's actually recovering some shields, as I believe Truth on Your Light is taking the opportunity to loot. They're just kind of hanging out. They are attempting to shadow him, but the vigil just so much faster, and they finally got tracking on him. The vigil goes down. We'll throw it back to the desk to prep for our main event for the evening. Signing out for Alexei Card and moderator.
Pew, 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 pew. Pew, pew, pew.
I buried the pot. Farmer's bar could be anywhere.
We form Volta, exiting Alliance Tournament 18 in third place as they drop that match to Truth, Honor, Light. We're going to go to a break until the grand final, let the teams have a chance to prepare. I just wanted to say from me, the Volta team was nice enough to let me be part of their team for the last couple of years, and I've really enjoyed practicing with them. It's a super cool bunch of dudes. Annie and Theron Starfleet and Reload have been the sort of the main theory crafters this year, of course Crazy Vania as well. Everyone's been super supportive in practices, people doing like spotting each other over Discord and like sort of giving tips and things. It's been really constructive and it's been just awesome to be part of. And I'm always a little bit sad that I can't actually fly with them in the arena because I'm here instead. But yeah, they secure third place and that is them done for the day. So Theron doesn't have to grind any more matches. He'll be pleased with that. Well done, guys. Like I said, we're going to go to this break now. We're going to play the last bit of the quiz that we recorded for you guys, and then we'll see you in about 45 minutes.
Man, these are all going to be shots in the dark. Hydra. Hydra reloaded?
Hydra. I'll go for Northern Coalition dot.
Northern Coalition.
Hydra.
I'll say 21.
19.
23. 19.
I think it was 21.
I feel like it was something silly. Like 19 or something. Just gonna go with that, 19.
Unreloaded.
Unreloaded.
Unreloaded. Exeter, stop.
I'm gonna say Pandemic Legion because I have no idea.
PL?
Okay, so Freki, Utu, Malice,
Freki. Moving on to the next one would be the Utu. We'll go to the Imp, Fiend, Cambion, Whiptail,
the Freki, the Raiju, the Whiptail, the Imp, the Cadies, the Utu, the Freki. Did I say the Freki already? Okay, undo that. The Virtuoso, the Cambion.
So you've got the Imp, you have the Utu, the Freki. Oh no, this is harder than you think it is. The Malice, which is the Amal one.
We got the Freki, the Cadies, Virtuoso, Cambion. We have the... I was going to say Succubus, but that's the T1 version. I'm trying to remember what the T2 one is. It's like I know all the cruisers, and then you go into frigates and you're like, oh god, these ships don't actually do anything.
So Utu, Freki, Whiptail, Virtuoso, Cadies, the Raiju, that's 6, Cambion,
All right, so Hydra Reloaded finally won last year. Vidra Reloaded won the year before. Vidra Reloaded won the year before again. Before that was, I feel like Pandemic Legion. I feel like that's a solid guess, even though I know it's wrong. And Tuskers.
Let me do this properly. So the last tournament, 17 was Hydra Reloaded, 16 was Vidra, 15 was Vidra, 14 was the Tuskers Co. 13 would have been, I want to say Pandemic Legion.
Hydra Reloaded, Vidra Reloaded, Vidra Reloaded. Oh, and then it gets a little more difficult. It was someone like you wouldn't expect in there. Tuskers, Pandemic Legion.
Last year was Hydra. The year before was Vidra. The year before was also Vidra. Then I believe it was Tuskers. And then before Tuskers, because that was 13, right? Okay. Yeah, that's not the one, the specific one where there could be a technicality in that one. It wasn't Pandemic Legion. Camel Empire? That's what I'll say for the final one.
Hydra, in some carnation. I believe it was Hydra Reloaded that time. I want to say Vidra. I mean, I got no clue.
Freki, Utu, Malice, Cambion, Chromoas, Whiptail, Imp, Cades. I still don't know how to say the Blade Raider one. Hydra, Virtuoso, Raiju.
Yes!
Welcome back to Alliance Tournament 18. I am CCP Overload, once again joined by CCPB and Blackbart Pirate. Blackbart Pirate, how are you?
I'm doing so fantastic. My head is finally warm with this fantastic EVE-NT limited edition merchandise. I figured I had to rep it because we seem to be losing so many members to CCP. Very strange.
Yeah, we apologise for the short delay coming back to the stream. Blackbird Pirate was indeed struggling to dress himself independently, and we had to get him some assistance. CCPB, how's today been for you? All these amazing matches?
It's been fantastic. It's been super fun. These nail-biter matches. I wasn't sure how the team that I'm totally not biased for, how it was going to pull this through, but they did. They're in the finals, and I'm very excited to see how this goes.
Yeah, so we are actually minutes away, approximately 6 to be specific, from the grand finals of Alliance Tournament 18. So we started just over a week ago with 32 teams, and if we go back to the feeders, it was like 1 billion, and now we are down to just 2 teams remaining. We have Truth, Honor, Light, who fought their way back up through the losers bracket to reach the grand finals, and they're going up against Odin's Call, who have yet to drop a match and have come through from the feeders going into the redemption arc there. Odin's Call beating Paper Numbers, Nanofiber Tokens, Tempest Calciv, the Tuskers Co, and We Form Volta in a best of 3 winners bracket final. Truth, Honor, Light going up against Ahil Na, Arrival dropping to the Tuskers Co, winning against Darkside, winning against Tempest Calciv, winning against Lock Range Enjoyers, winning against the Tuskers Co, and then finally winning against We Form Volta in a best of 3. So Truth, Honor, Light certainly has to have played more matches in the main tournament, but Odin's Call have played a bunch more when you include the feeders. So these are 2 teams that have played an incredible amount of matches, and that doesn't even include the experience in some of these teams, for some of these players. Let us take a look at the bans for the upcoming match. So Truth, Honor, Light choosing to ban out the Osprey, the Ishtar, and the Stratios. So a bit of a change of their bans here from what we've seen recently. Odin's Call banning out the Pontifex, the Magus, and the Nighthawk. Blackbird Pirate, what's your thoughts here?
You know, we've seen Truth, Honor, Light continuously ban out these drone setups this entire tournament. We have not seen drone setups do well at all this entire tournament. So, like, they have to have some logic behind it that says drones beat them. I think it might be because Truth, Honor, Light's been favoring these, like, insane control setups with ECM so much. And drones are, obviously, you can jam individual drones out, but it is much, much more difficult to do than just jamming a DPS ship. Odin's Call banning the Pontifex Magus makes sense. They're key ships. You have to have them for an armor control setup. And the Nighthawk is just a pretty good ban in general. It prevents several different things. They're very good ships. Kitey, ramming in, just generally good.
Awesome. And CCPB, you said you've flown a bit practicing with Truth, Honor, Light. How's it been for you being part of that team at this point?
I mean, getting to practice with them was very, like, I've never taken part in any AT or any competition before, and then going straight into training with a team like Hydra was intense. It was eye-opening to see how just incredibly talented they are in the theory crafting department. Just 400 versions of the same comp with just tiny tweaks, and just the conversations late into the nights of how to tweak it better, how to make it better, and then the practices were phenomenal. They're really fun. They're really just effective. They were careful with their time as well. They've worked really hard to get where they are.
They have indeed. Let's see if we can take a look at the pilot's history from Truth, Honor, Light. They have a bunch of super experienced pilots, previously flying, of course, with Hydra Reloaded. Here we see at the top, Casper 24, flown in 66 rounds of Alliance Tournament combat, and wins 73% of them, which is a pretty good rate. Nick Dolmar, of course, being a captain of some of these teams himself, an incredibly experienced pilot. I remember he flew to great effect in the Caldari Corporation Cup, in fact, at FanFest in, I believe, 2018. Kadesh, well known as the maintainer of PyFat and one of the best 3D crafters in the game, comes up with some absolutely ludicrous compositions. Lucas Kwan used to be in Pandemic Legion as their logistics pilot, now flies with Hydra. Probably one of the best logistics pilots in the game. Blue Melon as well, very, very well known, former PL and has been around for quite some time. Dexter, the captain at the minute, got a direct invite by virtue of winning Alliance Tournament last year with Hydra Reloaded. And then we have a couple more pilots sort of rounding out the, we shouldn't just gloss over, but Warpout from Scale Yourself back in the day, and General Hungry, I believe he used to fly for the Tuskers, I think, at one point, but definitely one of the best logistics pilots in the game. So a really absolutely stacked roster. Now they're going up against Odin's Call. Let's see if we can have a look at their roster. So a bunch of experience, not as much in terms of just raw numbers. But Colonel Kurtz, of course, he used to be basically the captain of the NC Dot team, Blackbird Pirate, I believe. And then the Paradigm, we see him regularly flying logistics ships and doing just super well. We've seen him in, I believe, the feeders, pulling off some incredible moves. Melinda 1 used to be the captain, I believe, of Odin's Call. This year he was with WeForm Volta. And then, of course, we saw Jokan do some absolutely incredible work this year with his flagship Barghest. So 2 really, really fantastic rosters. Let's do some quick predictions. So, Blackbird Pirate, what do you think for this first match in the best of 5?
You know, I'm hoping for Odin's Call because it has been a Cinderella story, and I would think it would be amazing if they ended up in first place for this.
Awesome. And CCPP?
I'm going to remain biased and hope they just go 3-0. Of course, getting nail biters of them going back and forth and getting 5 matches would be incredible too. But I hope they just bring it home.
Awesome. So just to let you guys know what's happening now, this is the grand final. This is a best of 5. So at least we will see 3 matches. If a team goes win-win-win, that's the end. They win everything, and they go home with the maximum number of prize ships. Of course, the rolling bans are still in effect, so whoever wins this first match, those ships will all be banned, and it is just 1 rolling at a time. Blackbird Pirate, do you think that's going to have a big effect going from a best of 3 to a best of 5?
I think it could. It does. Just because of the way we're doing bans this year, I think that it's maybe not quite as effective as it has been in the past. I brought up earlier, there's the 1 year that we had 30 bans at the end of it, and it was just like kind of ridiculous. But I think that this is what really shows you if teams have like thought and planned for this day. Because at the end of the day, a best of 3, kind of tough, but a best of 5 is insane. Like you get to see so much of all the different stuff. So we'll see. I think, like I said, it's going to prove who's actually prepared.
Yeah, and both of these teams do have flagships remaining as well. So they are both still flagship enjoyers. They can choose to field them. They are both Barghests. We don't really know how expensive the Odin's Call Barghest is at this point. I do believe that Jin Tan had said that the Truth on a Light one was fit with full estimals in its top rack, about 120 billion in just launchers alone, which is incredible energy. But we are ready to go to the arena for this first match in the grand final of Alliance Tournament 18 between Truth, Honor, Light and Odin's Call.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the arena. I am the Basilisk, joined by Fear Viner for this match, well, these 5 matches to finish off the tournament from 32 teams down to just these 2. Truth on a Light on the red side, Odin's Call on the blue side. Truth on a Light, obviously, absolute perennial tournament heavy hitters. And Odin's Call, Fear?
Well, they've been making progress over and over and over the last few years, creeping up in the ranks. And this year, they made it to the grand finals for the first time. They are on the blue side, and they have brought their 4 battleship cruise pseudo-tinker comp that won them against, I believe it was Tuskers, in a match yesterday. So I'm excited to see how that fares up against Truth Honor Light.
Yeah, Truth on a Light bringing this slightly strange comp that I think we saw a variant of yesterday. Yes, this time they've brought a Draugr in it, which I think is a ship we haven't actually seen at all up to this point in the tournament. 10 points for that Command Destroyer. But obviously with the Magus and the Pontifex banned, if they wanted to bring an Armor Command Destroyer, that was sort of the only option left here for Truth on a Light, so they've opted to splash out those points. It may have sort of hampered their support wing a little bit, as they've only got the Celestis and Sentinel as sort of dedicated E-War ships, but Link's going out, the match is underway. Let's see how this goes.
They also brought 2 Blackbirds as well, and we've seen the power of ECM in the last couple of days this weekend. We've seen ECM being used to some great advantage, and especially in that lower bracket finals where we saw the double Rook setup work out very well. Now, for the side of Odin's Call, they're going to start on these Blackbirds first. Now, these are armor Blackbirds, so they won't have a lot of EHP, but they also have a fairly small SIG radius, which is good against these cruise setups.
Yeah, and as we saw in Odin's coming up against Tuskers, I think this is the same sort of comp for them where they've just splashed out onto these 4 cruise battleships. They're just going to tinker up and try and, whittle through the cruise missiles. And I feel like, oh my goodness, the burst just gets absolutely annihilated there for Odin's Call. As I was saying,
violation.
Was it boundary violation? It was a boundary violation. Oh my goodness, that is not a good way to start the grand finals. Jesus.
And this is where we got to talk about nerves. Hydra, they were here last year. They won AT last year. Odin's, this is their first time making it all the way to the finals of AT. And they got to think or we have to think they have to be nervous here. It's not just another day in the week. It is the furthest they've ever gone in a tournament, and they want to show that they are here to stay. As Hydra, once again, just another day in the office, and they've gotten the first blood in this match.
Yeah, and as I was going to say before, Void Daughter did that little bit of trolling there by flying out of the arena. I feel like these Tinker comps suffer when they come up against overwhelming amounts of DPS, like we saw in the Tuskers match, which they actually still managed to pull out the win, but only ever so slightly. The Tinker quickly falls apart when they lose these battleships to overwhelming DPS, but Hydra throughout the day have not been bringing overwhelming DPS for the most part. They seem to have been favoring these control-focused setups, and they've done so again here. It's only really going to be the Barghest, the drones from the EOS, and the Draugr ramping up in terms of damage here, and I don't know if that's going to be enough to break the Tinker tank, so they may have to just go through the support wing. I don't know how long this match is going to stall out for.
Probably a relatively long amount of time. This is not a flag Barghest, as has been said in local. This is just a regular Barghest, so only going to get the regular amount of DPS you will get from those rapid heavy missiles. You do have some damage from this EOS as well, but as you mentioned, huge amounts of utility, not a lot of DPS. And the Draugr, a ship that defines the meta for the Anger games, being picked up here for the side of Truth, Honor, Light, has a lot of DPS, but importantly, its links are bonus to Skirmish and Info. The only ship in the game that has that particular bonus towards its links, it doesn't have bonus armor links, which means even though they brought them, it's not going to be as good as if they had a Pontifex or a Magus getting those links.
But it's still a pretty interesting choice here for the comp because they don't really need the armor links with already having the EOS. And the skirmish links are super valuable. You can get the scram range on the Barghest. The info links are obviously super valuable for all your E-Wall wings. So it's actually a really strong pickup for the rest of their comp here. But we now see drones going onto the Vigil of Hoda Dainari. They want to try and take some of this application off the field provided by those target painters.
Yeah, bonus painters really important to have on a cruise missile comp, and the Vigil is just the one ship that has it. Remember, Vigil Fleet has a web bonus, not a paint bonus. Hoder now into armor, now into structure. He is soon to be taken off the field, and he is off the field now. And early leads for Truth, Honor, Light. They can just continue to grind this match down because Odin's Call cannot apply to anyone on the side of Truth, Honor, Light other than this Barghest, who they are now going for.
Yeah, and that's got to feel really, really terrible for Void Daughter here. As soon as he lands in the grand final, within a minute, boundaries, and Casper still showing his sense of humor in this situation, typing in local quickly afterwards, hey, that's my job.
Colonel Kurtz in the Golem hasn't really gotten any rep cycles off yet. He's going to probably try to keep the reps around that natural 33% regen point. There we go, getting some reps in. They've got damage now on a Dexter Shio in this Barghest, but he's still got his Logi frigates up on, or sorry, not Logi frigates, his Oneros up on top of him. And these cruise missiles, even though they're going to apply perfectly to the Barghest, don't do that much overall DPS. So while this guy has Ansel charges in his AAR, it's going to be tough to break through him.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a slow match. It's going to be very difficult for them to hold anything on the Odin side now that both of their Logi frigates are down. But I don't think, even with these 4 cruise battleships, we know that Barghest on Truth on Light is going to be absolutely pimped to the max. I don't think there's going to be enough DPS from these 4 battleships to break through the local rapper on the Barghest and the Oneros reps. I feel like it might be a better option for them to actually put those cruise missiles onto the Oneros. It may take some time to get through him, but we know this is going to be a slow, drawn-out affair. They may actually be able to whittle through that Oneros over the course of the match.
But they are whittling through this Vigil Fleet issue right now. Remember, no paint bonus, just a web bonus, but web's still important when you have a cruise missile setup like this, and he's now into structure, soon to fall, making a dive towards the backside, maybe going to try to get some sort of tackle. No drive-by webs for him, though. He gets taken down, and Truth, Honor, Light in a dominant position in this match so far.
Yeah, at this point, I feel like it's looking pretty dire for Odin's Call. Just losing those Logi frigates completely negates any ability to keep up the support wing. Obviously, the battleships can sort of sustain themselves with Tinker, but the Vigil, the Fleet Vigil, all this sort of stuff needs those Logi frigs to serve that purpose and keep them alive. And without them, obviously, they're just going to slowly get whittled away here by the missiles from the Barghest. So at this point, even though it's only 7-0, and there's always, as we saw in these high-stakes situations, there's always the opportunity for a boundary. There's always the potential that Casper 24 could just yeet himself out of the arena. But at this point, I feel pretty confident in calling this first match for Truth on a Light.
Yeah, this Stork going down soon as well. The active shield link's very important to have for this Golem, for Colonel Kurtz, and just in general for the Pseudo-Tinker setup. He is now bleeding armor, but he's got some shield regen coming back up, and he's got the remote cap transfers to make sure his AR still runs. They are on to Kadesh Priestess now, but once again, he's got skirmish links on him. He's going to be a very tiny signature radius already, considering he's a command destroyer, and you only have cruises, which are not applying, especially without any paints on the field.
Yeah, and also they've got these jams, which we haven't really considered too much so far, but these jams obviously going to be spread across the Ravens, the Navy Scorpion, etc., just spread across the whole comp really at this point. And I had a look actually at some of those Odin's Shield battleship fits from earlier, and they had no sort of sensor boosters, no real, E-war mitigation. I remember they were just full tank. I don't think they had a prop. I think it was just a bunch of shield extenders, a bunch of hardeners, and an XLASB. So potentially very vulnerable to the E-war coming out here.
Yeah, Colonel Kurtz continues to tank up. He repped all the way back up to full. Now he's going to bait tank a little bit more with his ancillary shield booster, but still no damage applied for the Odin's Call squad. And this pseudo-tinker setup, something we saw in the grand finals and worked for Hydra last year, but you're taking someone else's comp and facing it right back towards their face. And those cruise setups, once again, they have issues applying to these small signature radius armor ships that are cruiser size and below. And we're seeing that right now, where Odin's Call can't turn Truth Honor Light's old comp against them.
Odin's Call 4 battleships, I have noticed, are actually just gathering up on the micro jump beacon in the middle of the arena here. And I'll be honest with you, I have no idea what they're planning to do with that. They're cruise battleships. It doesn't really matter where they are. So I don't know what their plan is here. It could be something totally wacky, but I don't know if they're even going to activate it or if they just want to be in the middle and ensure they can hit everything. But I guess we'll find out in the next minute or so as these battleships slowly make their way forward. As I said, no prop mods, so it's a very casual affair for the Golem and the Raven here at the back.
Yeah, and the guidance disruptor from this Sentinel as well doesn't even need to be range disrupted. Remember, these are cruise ships. It's probably more effective to actually get the application disruption up on him as the Stork finally goes down. It's going to be a clean victory for Truth Honor Lights, but it's not going to be 100 points to 0. It's going to be, once this goes down, probably 15 points to 0. A very low score match, but they really just can't break this Golem right now. They are now finally on a Dexter Geo. He is finally breaking a little bit, but he has a Neuros Reps and an AAR to keep him topped up. We'll see if they can actually take him down, but there's some split damage on Kadesh Priestess as well.
Yeah, when they lose this Stork, their Stork does go down. It's 15 points. I do wonder if they would be able to kill something. If they maybe had been killing the Oneros from the start of the match, if they just said, okay, we're going to, both these comps, they're going to have difficulty killing our battleship wing. Can we just whittle down this Oneros over the course of the match? The problem is, of course, Truth on Light is going to have a swarm of rep bots in every single ship in that comp. So I don't really know still what they can kill. They are still trying on the Bargus, but Dexter's holding no problem. And at this point, the Draugr wouldn't be enough points to win the match anyway. So it would have to be the Oneros, the Eos, and the Bargus, and I really feel that they haven't really tried the one thing that could potentially have turned this fight, which is just whittling down the Oneros. Again, I don't know if the rep bots would have been enough to hold, but they could at least have tried it.
Now, Colonel Kurtz finally into low armor. He's run out of cap, pretty much. He's run out of Ansel, and he will end up falling here. Nope, actually, he's got the rep back up, so he will survive ever so slightly with a little bit of armor and a little bit of structure. Still only 45 seconds left in the match. The match is pretty much over here. I don't think they're going to kill anything. Maybe this Blackbird, but he's got a Neuros Reps, and once again, his SIG is absolutely tiny compared to the explosion radius of these cruise missiles.
Yeah, so let's going forward with just 30 seconds left in the match. Let's consider the bans here, because Truth on Light taking this first match, their whole comp is going to be Conquest banned. They cannot bring Blackbirds anymore. They cannot bring the Draugr anymore. So if Odin's decide to ban Pontifex Magus again, then Truth on Light will be shit out of luck for Command Destroyer choices. They can still bring the Flag Barghest. But there's a lot of E-War ships on this Truth on the Light side that they may want to bring again, Celestis, Sentinel, all this sort of stuff, and they won't be able to. So, I mean, we'll have to see how this goes throughout the series, but this is going to be the first game going to Truth on the Light.
And with that, we're going to send it back to the desk to break that down 15-0. I think the lowest scoring match of this AT. But when we return, more Truth on our Light and more Odin's Call.
Connected. Channel switched.
Well, it would have been a easy fight, right? But guess what, dude? I'm not seeing and people can't get their shit together!
Crush our enemies. Your dams are completely damped out.
Crush. I'm damped out. Get on that chambers,
Boys. Heat your reps. Yeah.
Everything damped.
I've not been able to lock a single thing all game.
I'm jammed.
Truth, Honor, Light go up 1-0 in this best-of-5 grand final in what critics are calling a match. Now, Black Bart Pirate, we saw at the start of that match what looked to be a bit of an error by one of the players on the Odin's Call team. What happened there?
Yeah, we did. The Vigil of Erd Void Daughter decided to, instead of staying in the arena, to leave the arena, which gets you explodified. We're kind of talking about it when it first happened. There's a moment of like, oh, they might have just lost the match just because Odin's Call was not able to apply any damage, and then you lost a Vigil, which is more damage application. And I was actually sitting there like, Hydra could potentially, sorry, Truth, Honor, Light, Freudian slip, could potentially just do nothing for the next 10 minutes, or 9-ish minutes, and the match ends with 1 point to 0, which would have been, I think, as you said, Hydra and boring matches, name a better combination. Yeah,
I did say that.
Yeah. So
when you get to the finals. But I mean, to be fair, if you are wanting to win, you don't care about how exciting it is for everybody else. Like, as far as you're concerned, 1-0 victory is just as good a victory as 100-0. The only difference would be if you managed to take down someone's flagship. That would, of course, change the game a little bit, but they didn't, and they haven't as of yet. So we also saw CCPB, what looked like a bit of a sort of core tinker comp coming from the Odin's Call there. They were turtled up.
We were discussing that right at the start. When we saw the 4 battleships, I was like, uh-oh, that's going to be rough. And we were discussing that if this is a flag Vargist, there's no way you can ram a flag Vargist into 4 different battleships. And we learned it wasn't one, but then they started pulling back. And then, as you discussed, that maybe they'll just sit back, delete one thing at the last minute, we saw the boundary violation, and we just kind of stood here.
Well, we just quick shout out to Annie Gardet in Volta. Last year in the grand finals, he did exactly that. He rammed a flag Vargist into a tinker comp to bull them apart, and they almost managed to pull off a W in that match. But in this case, it wasn't to be, and of course, this is a best of 5, so Odin's Call now in the back foot. We'll see if they can come and take it to the 3rd or 4th, 5th match. Now, we're obviously here in Nottingham at the EVT studios, and there's a whole bunch of people that make this possible. One of the most important is our production director of EVT, Mr. Bay RJ. Now, we wanted him to come on the desk and chat with us, but he's very shy, he doesn't want to. So I actually had some of our production techs help me to rig up a camera, which I have got here. Now, this camera should be on, so you should be able to see me. There we are. And I can actually go wandering around the studio, and you guys can see what I see. So I don't have any speakers, so Black Bart Pirate will be narrating. So let me take my headset off.
I will say I'm glad we chose to wear pants today after that one. But yes, I did also warn him that I will be doing the narrating in any way I choose. So he's going to begin and hopefully not trip with that very expensive camera and all these cables. This is what our room looks like. We have the giant video screen. We got the video screen controller there. I've been trying to get them to post things the entire time, and they have not, apparently for legal reasons. This is a fantastic person who's been taking pictures of all of this for us. So all those really nice high-definition pictures going up on Twitter. We have students producing things. He's waving. They're like, oh, God, that is Mr. Bay Art J right there. Yes.
Ooh, the
yes.
zoom.
He is not happy about it. Yes. We kind of tricked him on this. We were trying to be like, oh yeah, it'd be fun to show the camera around. Our amazing sound director who's been making us all sound relatively competent, or at least not too obnoxious, I hope. We got Nash Cadaver matching hats with me. We have Discreet Error. We have CCP Zealous watching us, giving us medal signs. It's quite amazing. We're going to actually see how far we can get this cord, because we have so much more in the back area, but look at all those monitors and expensive stuff. Oh, yes. Trying to help us not trip on anything. Hopefully we can pull that off. Oh, yes, cords. Yes. Ah, yes, Biohazard. He's been doing most of the amazing camera work that we've been seeing. Hopefully I don't give anyone's job wrong, and then someone's like, oh, you insulted me. You made it horrible. Yep. Replay tools, all that good stuff. We have a really nice production this year, actually. At least you guys have been saying so. So, oh, I want to get to Twitch chat. Move B.
Sorry.
Let me see Twitch. Yes, Discord, top secret Discord you can't see. That's Kinsey, by the way, of Volta fame. And now we're going to the actual action room, maybe, if we have enough cord space. So that's the secret office. You guys can't see it.
They can't reach it? The
They can't
CCP
reach
room?
it? Oh, no.
They'll never find out what's in there.
Yeah, sorry, guys. That
That's
has
where we keep the Tech 8 Titans.
Yes, also the codes to turn off. There's Baza, yes. So that is where we've been doing the broadcast from. Up there is the scrim room. That's Amy Muff. We can't see in there. It's basically set up like a perfect little, like a gamer scrim house, and
That's
got a
where we
bunch of
roamed
pizza
from
in
the
there.
other day. It's
We
a lot
did.
of fun.
Yeah, we did a roam led by CCPB. We were told it would take an hour. It took us an hour to get ready. I'm sure all EVE players understand what that's like. And yep, Disc in his fantastic. He's actually going to be the next James Bond, by the way, in case anyone was wondering why he's wearing that. And I believe he's coming back this way, so I need to really quickly give myself all of the ISK on the CCP. Never mind. I'm going to go back over here.
That's a good shot.
That is a great shot.
There we go. And that is behind the scenes of Alliance Tournament 18. Hope you all enjoyed that. I hope it was useful. I tried to get all the way to the Basilisk, and I ran out of cable. I just heard a bunch of people shouting, "Stop, stop." It's run out. But luckily he was able to pop out and say hello.
Yep.
And of course we couldn't even get close to the room the referees are all sitting up in. We saw Amy Muff stick his head out the door. CCP Swift is hiding up there as well. And then all the cast and crew who aren't currently, here are in there, probably playing EVE, which is
playing EVE,
which is kind of fun.
Hopefully that opened the eyes to some of the people watching to the production quality that we've had this year.
Yes.
It's been incredibly fun.
It has been so good. There's been so many people that have made this possible. Obviously, you just saw a whole bunch of them. But what you don't really see is all the work behind the scenes to make even the little things happen and look good. Like the little stuff at the bottom of the screen right here. Oh, thanks, guys. Is a couple of people sort of making sure all the data in spreadsheets is up to date, making sure it's all correct is most important, and then putting it into the tools. Biohazard, of course, doing the mixing of the different EVE scenes. We had the vision mixer, as you saw, doing the actual camera cutting.
And the instant replay, like things are
Yes.
exploding. We're seeing the casters talk about them exploding, and then boom, it goes to a replay reel. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's been super good.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, we hope here that you guys have enjoyed this production. I honestly don't know how to say thank you to all the people who make it possible. But yeah, so if you can give good words in chat to the production crew, I'm sure they'd all appreciate it. We have more matches now coming up for this best of 5 grand final between Truth Honor Light and Odin's Call. So let's take a look at the bans for match 2. Okay, so Truth Honor Light banning out the Osprey, the Stormbringer, the Curse, and Odin's Call banning out the Nighthawk, the Guardian, and the Stormbringer. The twin Stormbringer bans, of course, give us the Oneros and the Sleipnir as trickle bans. Blackbart Pirate, what do you see here, other than me?
I no longer see you, which is sad, but I can just turn and look at you. But yes, the Stormbringer ban is actually very, very smart on both sides here. We've seen it a couple more times. When Truth Honor Light does a Stormbringer ban, they seem to really like to bring these like control-based setups with rep drones. And I think we actually saw it versus Volta, where there was a Guardian that just would not die, period. And that was all rep drones. The commentators got it solid. Odin's Call banning it makes me think that they're going to do something similar. And we have seen Odin's Call doing, focusing very hard on these like powerful Leshak core curse setups, especially earlier on in the tournament. So they might be signaling that they're planning that. Other than that, Oneros and Guardian banned at the same time. I don't think either team necessarily was prepared for that. But it is what it is now. So we'll probably be seeing some logistics frigates. And yeah, the Osprey is something Truth Honor Light's been banning every single time. I don't know why. They just like to ban it.
I'm sure someone could tell us if they chose. All right then. Instead, why don't you tell us about the Stormbringer? So we see it being banned quite regularly. Tell us about the weapon systems of these Edencom ships and why it might be so popular to ban.
It's a very different weapon system to traditional guns. This is a weapon system that it spirals or it shoots and then shoots 10 other targets next to the thing that you're shooting. So it becomes incredibly efficient at killing drones. If you're shooting a ship that has a bunch of drones around it, like rep drones, it'll automatically start kind of killing those off almost as if you had a smart bomb on top of it. So it's kind of like a projected smart bomb shooting all the targets around it. So it becomes really quick and good at deleting these drone comps.
And the battleship for that, the Thunderchild, why don't we see that a bit more often in tournament comps, Blackbird Pirate?
It's not really necessary. So the Stormbringer does enough damage to pretty much wipe out any rep drones that you need. Even the heavy ones go down pretty fast to it. I think it's about 2 to 3 volleys, depending on wrecking shots, etc. So the Stormbringer shoots really fast. The cycle time on those weapons is quite short. You don't really need the battleship version for it. It would actually be overkill. And also the battleship gun has really, really high signature radius required to apply. So it actually isn't good at killing the tiny little drones on it. So with that and the fact that it's a ton of points and it's not really that good at actually killing a single ship, we don't really see it that much.
Awesome. And this is, of course, the second match in our best-of-5 grand final. So there are conquest bans now in place from after the first match. So Truth on the Light cannot field the Confessor, the Celestis, the Vexor, the Barghest, the Oneros, the Draugr, the Eos, the Sentinel, and the Blackbird. So they can bring their flagship Barghest as a ban dodge. It is still alive. They cannot bring any of these ships. Blackbird Pirate, what do you think we might see here from Truth on the Light?
I hate to say it because it's really talking up Truth, Honor, Light too much, and it's not like they need that. Plenty of people have been talking about how awesome they are for years, but this doesn't really affect them that much. Something that I was memeing about it in the room you guys didn't get to see over there, and I was like, every single ship is the same. It doesn't matter which hull gets banned; they're all interchangeable. And we were specifically talking about Svipples and Scythe fleet issues, where they're actually the same ship, just one has 2 more points. In this case, it's okay, well, so we've banned out a Celestis, but we still have Molluses and Carries. We banned out the Guardian. Odin's banned the Guardian. The Oneros is banned for Truth, Honor, Light. But they still have Augurs, which isn't the same, but it kind of is. You just get more points to play with. So not to talk them up too much, I don't think it actually affects them that much, and they could still literally bring what they just brought and just slot a couple ships around.
Now, CCPB, over the years, we've seen the format of the Alliance Tournament change from back in Alliance Tournament 1, it was 5 ships, 1 of each size, frigate, destroyer, cruiser, battleship, and I believe CCP Zealous informed me that the grand prize was socks at the time, which is pretty cool.
Nice.
Eve socks, that was the prize.
That's socks, dude.
Yep. Oh boy. And then there was LP giving us prizes for many years, and we had a couple of things like some crazy battleships and stuff. And then the actual prize ships themselves came out in Alliance Tournament 7. At that point, we had things like the twin bans. It was A, B, B, A. And then in the last couple of years, we've started to expand the banning system simply because the number of ships now available to these teams that weren't available back in, say, Alliance Tournament 5. They didn't have loads and loads of these new ships. What do you think about the current system of banning?
Well, I'm kind of new to the whole Alliance Tournament scene, as I've said a few times. I think the system that we currently have is pretty smart, given the type of, the amount of ships we have. Bart does make a point that you can interchange some of these, but it does change the dynamic. If you suddenly have your Blackbirds banned out and you want to take Rooks instead, that's a lot more extra points, which then have to give back on something else instead. I think the way it's set up with these cascading bans as well makes it very interesting for these final matches. I think it's a pretty cool format as it is.
Awesome. Now, these teams, of course, will be looking to show their Alliance pride. Truth on the Light would love to slap their logo on their ships and fly around in space, and they can now do that. Let's go to a quick video from CCP Rax about heraldry.
Players' identity in New Eden is important to them. What they want to do is they want to showcase off who they belong to, a corporation or alliance, and being able to kind of go proudly into a fight with other players. The first thing that we are releasing are emblems. Emblems allow them to put their corporation and alliance logos on ship and kind of fly in fleet formation into these battles. Down the line, kind of what we are hoping to achieve with heraldry is that we want to enable players to do more to kind of sculpt their identity within New Eden in a better way. At release, players will be able to acquire emblems for around 100 ships, and then over time we will gradually be seeding more ship hulls into the game.
There you are. Heraldry is pretty cool. Logos on ships. People have been asking for it for years, and it's finally here. CCPB, talk to me a little bit about it.
For those who don't know, we can now have our Alliance or Corp logo and Alliance logo on our ships. It's not on every single ship yet, but you can start working in the Evermarks by giving in ships every day through the Iris missions and start earning these points, which you can unlock then ships and spots for them, I should say. I've been unlocking a bunch of these every day, even though I'm a laptop gamer up here at the hotel. I've been logging in every day, making sure I start stacking up these Evermarks to unlock these.
Awesome. And Bart, have you managed to be a skin or logo on ship enjoyer yet?
I tried, but a conversation I had with CCP Swift turns out that not a single ship that I fly is already in the system yet. So can we get some of those other ones?
I'm sure we're going to get them in there, for sure.
But no, I have been doing it as well. It's pretty easy. Just kind of an interesting way to just see parts of the space that you haven't actually and get ships to places that you're not usually used to. So
yeah, I'm looking forward to getting some pretty cool skins on mine as well. I just haven't got around to doing it yet because I've been busy with this. Let's do our quick predictions and what we think might happen in this second of a best of 5 match. Blackbird Pirate, you went for Truth on a Light in the first match?
No.
I'm trying to rewrite history, Bart.
No.
Damn it. What do you think in this match?
I'm feeling Odin's for realsies this time. They've got it.
Actually for realsies? Or like, I'm just saying that because I don't want to Caster's Curse Truth on a Light?
Okay, you know what? Truth on a Light. I'll Caster's Curse them instead.
Yes. And CCPB, what do you think?
I'm sticking with what I've been saying the whole time. They're going to win this. Truth on a Light's going to bring it 100%.
I always super enjoy when we go to the full matches because we get to see all the different techniques and all the different cool things be brought, all different comps, like teams getting further and further into those their back pocket of all these different comps. It's a little bit different this year in the sense that, as you mentioned, Bart, it's not every Conquest ban applying. It's only the last match. So it should be super interesting to see how the teams react to that. I'm going to put my Twitch channel points behind Odin's Call. In fact, I'm going to check how you guys out in Twitchland are feeling on this. Let's have a look. Oh, wow, that's a lot of channel points. Oh, so at the moment, over 2.1 million channel points on Truth on a Light and nearly 1 million on Odin's Call. I think that might be the most points I've seen in one of these builds for a match.
That sounds like way more than we've been seeing recently. So
yeah. I mean, currently it's 32% to Odin's Call and 68% to Truth on a Light. So I think you all know what to do out there. A little bit more on Truth on a Light, please. I'm told that the teams are indeed landing on grid now, so we can shoot over to the arena for this second of best of 5 match between Truth on a Light and Odin's Call.
Welcome back to the arena, everybody. Truth on a Light, Odin's Call, match 2 of this best of 5. Ships are still, as they said, just landing on grid, so haven't had a huge amount of time to really assess these comps for the time being. It looks like Truth on Light bringing a bunch of gunboats that they brought earlier. In fact, exactly identical to the comp they brought earlier, I believe, against Volta in the lower bracket. And what about Odin's Call?
Well, Odin's Call, they have decided to bring armor control, this time double Tempest Fleet issue and a Balgorn. So armor control versus Pseudo Octodad, and we saw this Pseudo Octodad pick apart an armor control setup earlier today, and I'm not liking Odin's outlook already just looking at these comps on grid.
Yeah, I think the survival duration of the Celestis and the Sentinel are going to be key here in terms of trying to mitigate damage from these battleships. But Odin's Call, we saw them fly this comp. I think they might have flown it a couple times right at the start of the tournament, maybe once or twice. But notably, they flew it a lot in the feeders, in which they flew 10 matches, culminating in that final series against Laserhawks. This comp with the Balgon on 2 Fleet Tempest is their bread and butter. They know this comp inside and out. If they are going to beat Truth on a Light on execution with anything, this may just be the comp with which they can do it.
Yeah, but they're fighting an uphill battle. They got close-range battleships with a long-range weapon, the Balgorn. Importantly, no skirmish links for him, and the Sentinel just gets immediately deleted by these medium long-range guns from Truth on a Light. You can take a look at the attack bar. It is much larger than what Odin's Call is bringing with these 2 battleships and with this Balgorn. I'm taking a look at the Balgorn now to see if this is a gun battle or if it's full newts, and it appears to be a gun battle, so at least they have some damage on it, but they've already lost 1 ship, and that's really all Truth on a Light leads to start snowballing this match.
Yeah, maybe another slow one. Obviously, these battleships on Odin's Call, not the fastest ships at pushing in here. And yeah, I said that Sentinel, his lifespan was going to be an important factor. Well, it turns out Truth on the Light thought exactly the same thing and decided to just immediately obliterate him from the field. I thought they actually killed him before the match even started. That's obviously not possible. You're not allowed to move or lock or do anything until the timer ticks down. But they just absolutely obliterated him before he probably got to lock or do much of anything.
Yeah, now they're focusing their DPS onto Colonel Kurtz in this Tempest fleet issue. He is burning towards the center of the arena, maybe trying to get onto this Oracle of Amelia, who is a little bit far forward. But we see actually Truth on Our Light starting to burn in towards the center of the arena. They might be looking for some sort of play off this micro jump beacon or something of that nature, or actually to stop the MJD play from happening from Odin's Call. They're stopping their ships just short of that MJD beacon.
And Colonel Kurtz is going to go down here because these Logi frigates, they're not quite close enough to be optimal reps. They've still got all the rep bots on the Thalia of Toastbrot, and Colonel Kurtz desperately needs them, going down to 10% armor, going into hull, and he's trying to burn away here to get into range of the Deacon, get into range of the Thalia. I think they are picking up reps, but it's going to be too little too late. He is just about going to go down here. 20% structure. Can they kill the Oracle in time? No! Colonel Kurtz goes down.
The Oracle stays alive, and importantly, even though it's a fairly squishy ship, they just don't have the application for this. It's devolved into an all-out brawl. This is not what we expect from the pseudo-Octodad setup, but they decided we're just going to get close-range ammo and out-brawl these Tempest fleet issues and the Balgorn. Look at our attack bar. It's absolutely massive, and they're onto the Paradigm, now using the high-damage Anno. They still haven't killed Amelia in this Oracle. He keeps on tanking because they're not able to apply to him right now.
Yeah, they jumped in, and this is what makes Hydra so scary, is they act as one unit. They're like a school of fish. They swarm forward, they swarm back. And Dexter in the Absolution seems to be stuck in the middle of Odin's comp, but critically, the two battleships, the Balgorn and the Tempest fleet, that can actually apply damage to him aren't over there either. So he is effectively sort of isolated with the Odin support wing, which is probably a pretty good place for him to be. He can just pew at this Thalia, whatever he wants, really, the Celestis, anything that's within range. And this Oracle of Amelia, not a ship that you see tanking readily, but he is tanking. Amelia's got some sort of dev hacks here, keeping this Oracle alive with the power of anger.
Power of Anger, maybe the Power of Anger games, even though they didn't participate in it. Either way, this Oracle stays alive. They kill the other Tempest fleet issue, and now they're on to Odin's Call's low end. They're going to take out this Confessor, and then the Thalia, then maybe the Deacon. Hodor goes down. They've got damage onto the Thalia of Toastbrot right now, but it looks like instead they're going to primary the Balgorn and just take all of the high end off the field. Odin's Call has no more damage left. They have unbonus guns on a Balgorn and a couple of newts, and that is pretty much it. This game is over really quickly for Truth on Our Light.
Yeah, it's really hard for Odin's Call here to face this opponent. As we know, Hydra, we saw that turn from them, where they were kiting back at the start of the match, trying to pull some range, and then immediately, just synchronized motion, they all immediately turn around and swarm onto Colonel Kurtz. He reacts well, he tries to get away, he tries to catch reps from the Thalia and the Deacon, but every second matters when you're in a finals matchup against the best team in the tournament, which Truth on Light clearly seem to be here. They're just so coordinated in their actions. They've got such purpose when every command of their ship has such intent behind it.
Yeah, and returning champions, right? They bring this pseudo-Octodad setup that we saw starting yesterday and now bringing it this time around. They've got the E-War mids as well on top of this setup, but more importantly, they have the ability to just go in and brawl if they so decide to do so. And we saw that today. They out-brawled a triple battleship setup in a comp that has no battleships.
And the other thing is, as I was saying earlier, off cast, I believe, about Truth on Light, is they're so versatile in their comps. I think they mentioned it on the desk as well. And this kind of comp, you can switch out so many things. There are so many medium gunboats in the game, even with Astarte, Absolution, Hurricane Fleet, Oracle, Exec Navy, Org Navy all banned. Next game, they can bring, Brutix navies. They can bring Harbingers. They can bring Harbinger navies. They can bring all these different gunboats. So they could affect, Black Belt Pirates said on the desk, a Neros Guardian band. They brought an Executor. There's so many comps, so many ships in this comp that they can just switch out for not an exact equivalent, but a fairly roughly equivalent that sort of does the same sort of role and fly with the same level of execution that they've displayed here and potentially get the same result. Or, of course, they could totally switch it up. They've still got that flagship Barghest available. Indeed, both teams have. And now Odin's Call are going to be down 2-0 in this series. They may feel some pressure to field that flagship Barghest, or will they decide, actually, we can play sort of a psychological game by keeping it and not fielding it. But it is now just the Celestis left of Martin Conrad.
Absolute destruction from Truth on Our Light, and that decisiveness in that coordination is something we see out of championship teams. They've gone up 2-0 in the series. They have one more game to go, and they can bring the same comp. They brought game number 1 if they decide to do so. Odin's Call back to the drawing board. They need to decide what they want to bring against Truth on Our Light's best.
Yeah, so it is going to be 100-0, unfortunately, for Odin's call. They brought their their bread and butter comp, but now are they all out of ideas? Are they going to have to bring out something really wacky? But back to the studio for some more analysis.
Sino's up.
Pump up the dams, pump it up while your team is stumping. And the dams are pumping. Look ahead, the crowd is jumping. Pump it up a little more, get the party going on the dance floor.
Truth Honor Light there with the second victory in this best of 5. That now puts them just one match away from securing themselves as the champions of Alliance Tournament 18. Odin's Call there, unfortunately, unable to pull out a W, losing all of their ships and killing essentially nothing. Not an optimal strategy at all. We certainly hope to see them come back and push this on beyond 3 matches. CCP Swift, how have the matches today been for you?
They've been great. I think the matches last weekend were, at least on the final... Actually, no. The matches yesterday, best ever. They were the most exciting matches. Everyone was going back and forth. We were sitting in some of the rooms, and all the commentators were like, oh, this guy's going to win. Oh, no, the other guy's winning. And we had no idea what was going to happen. It was extremely exciting. What you're seeing now, I think, are teams that are incredibly well practiced. There are mind games going on, mind games going on, mind games going in the background there, which we're not exactly privy to. I mean, maybe Misty is a little bit, he kind of knows a little bit more. CCBB obviously knows a little bit more. But yeah, it's just a lot of, I think you're seeing the hundreds of hours that these guys have put in paying off right now in the finals and the semifinals.
Yep. Now, Mystical Mai, what could Odin's have done differently in that match there, do you think, to maybe at least push it harder towards Hydra?
I think it's a fairly tricky thing to narrow down because, again, I feel like it's a meta matchup issue and not necessarily a skill issue. Because we've seen Odin's obviously claw their way through the feeders, win a slot in the main Alliance tournament, and then progress all the way to the finals. So it's not a lack of skill. It's just a case of the matchups that Odin's have found themselves in haven't necessarily been ideal for the setups that they're bringing to those matches. I think that Odin's have stronger setups than what they've shown so far. Perhaps they're just saving them for more exciting finals where they claw their way back from 2-0 down. Hopefully not, personally. But, I think that would be a very exciting story to tell for this AT. So I guess, yeah, just try and keep their heads up, try and keep their mental clear. Try not to let these 2 last losses get to them, because obviously they've done really well so far, and see whether they can bring it back in the next match.
Yeah. Now, CCP Swift, one of the things you said just before we came back on air here was that Truth Honor Light have got really good at swapping ships in and out of comps. Talk to me about what you meant by that.
Yeah, so I think Black Bar Pirate was talking about it a little bit, where he was kind of sounding a little bit crazy when he was like, all ships are the same, guys. They're not all the same, but from what he was saying is, or what he was trying to convey, is a lot of these ships play a very similar role. They just have slightly different points. So what Truth Honor Light has kind of mastered here is they can plug and play any ship when it gets banned. They can just replace it with something else. I think they were, if we're being critical of one of the best teams to ever play in the Alliance tournament, they were pretty bad at this in the last 2 Alliance tournaments. This is where Vidra Reloaded had a little bit of an advantage over them. But I think they've really worked on that this year, and now they're just masters at it, right? You ban anything, they'll just throw a Draugr in there. Like, no one's flown a Draugr. What are you doing? Ban the Logi. Augur, it's fine. Ban Blackbird. Take something else. It's just been masterful to watch. Like, these guys can put anything in there, and they know how that ship is going to fly, and they know how to fly that comp somehow. Like they've just become cyborg humans.
Well, sometimes when we see teams, especially newer teams, come into the tournament and they don't have maybe the most in-depth understanding of the meta as it's going to develop, we see them copy comps from the previous year, and then as the tournament goes on, people figure out what the current meta is, and then they start adjusting. Mystical Might, when you are building comps and things like what is the process from going like, hey, we're a new Alliance tournament, the rules are out, where do you start?
Oh, I mean, there's so many different things to take into account. I don't want to make it sound like an impossible job for newer teams, right? Because like you said, newer teams coming into the tournament, they can look at what's worked in the past, try and replicate that in the current tournament, and then they can actually make it fairly far in. I know Rusty Hyenas is one of the groups that we shouted out for taking some of those concepts that we saw in previous tournaments and then replicating that in the feeders and making it into the actual tournament itself. So it can be done. I think there's a lot that needs to go on. It needs to be a question of more, what are you trying to achieve with your setup, right? You need to understand what that setup is meant to do before trying to put that setup together so that you can make sure everything fits together properly instead of having, a Celestis and then 2 brawling ships, because the Celestis isn't going to provide you with that much damage cover because you're going to be in lock range the entire time anyway, right? There's little things that you need to think about. How does this synergize? Does this make sense to put these 2 ships together? What is the effect that it's going to have in the actual match against the ships that we're expecting to go up against? Because you can never really know what you're going up against until it lands on grid. One of the stressful things about the Alliance tournament. The other thing is, when teams are copying setups, sometimes we see the same ships as another team has brought, but the fittings may be different if the team that they're copying hasn't actually lost those ships before. That's another thing to take into account, right? You may understand generally what the comp is meant to do, but you really need to think about it and test it and practice it, not just copy it on the day and then decide to bring it, because you still need to understand what it's meant to be achieving, which is just something that teams can keep in mind. If they're practicing and they're trying out some of this old tech that we've seen, there's no reason why they can't make it decently far into a tournament and potentially win some prize ships.
Yeah, the prize ships now are available for the top 16 teams in Alliance Tournament 17 and 18, which is, as you would say, C2 Swift, poggers.
Yeah, that is very pog, yeah.
Yeah, and what do you think of the prize ships this year? You were telling me during the break, actually quite good.
So we did a little bit of theory crafting to see what exactly should these ships do. And CCB CCB Paragon, CCB Convict, and CCB Zealous and myself came up with some really great ideas. They were actually horrible ideas, but they seemed great to us because they were really funny. At least they seemed great to me because they were really funny. But we settled on with just the web drone bonus and the web drone strength. Probably makes them a much better ship. Over 10 effective launchers on the Bestla. I know some people thought it might be the worst La, but no, it's the Bestla. It's really good. You get a Vindy web at 40 kilometers. Who's going to be mad about that? I think it really landed in a great spot. And I'm excited to see these ships kill people on TQ, but I'm more excited to see these ships explode.
Yeah, and I actually went on and I looked up the name, so it's called Gary. And I was like, where on earth does this name come from? And it turns out the Freki comes from it's one of Odin's dogs, I believe, and Gary is the other one. Is that correct?
They're like brothers or cousins or something.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Who knows how this whole mythology works?
Yeah, no, that's for sure.
CCBB knows exactly how. We could actually probably ask him. But yeah.
But he's not here.
Yeah,
he's left. He's flown away.
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah.
He's gone with the Freki and whatever.
The Gary. I think it's still named after Jerry Harrowell. That's my theory.
We did have a pretty intense Spice Girls debate at the office, and CCB Aurora also mentioned that the ship also sounds like an old Polish woman. So in her head, that's what that ship is.
There you go.
Yeah.
Now, I want to come back to Mystical Might. So we talked a little bit about how you start building a comp, but once you've got that comp and you've got a team set up, how do you actually go about testing it and practicing with it to actually learn about what it does?
So, again, there's a few different ways that you can go about this. I know some teams have favored open practices in a way. So there used to be some open practices that went on where scrims would be organized by somebody, and then teams could turn up on the day and they'd get matched up against teams that they've never played before in comps that they've not discussed, and it's just literally like it would be in the Alliance tournament. You go in, you fight, you die, you win, you figure out what the weaknesses of your comp are, what the strengths of the comp are, and then you go back and work on it. Other teams, especially some of the high-performing teams that we've seen, like Truth on a Light, WeForm Volta, presumably Odin's Call, Lockrange Enjoyers, Tuskers, I'm sure, will probably have practice partners who they will scrim with a few times a week for months in advance of the actual tournament happening to figure out, okay, what are the different options that we have? What are the strengths and weaknesses of the team that we're playing against, which is something that factors in when you end up going against your practice partners. And yeah, it's just about whittling away at different ideas. The spanner in the works comes in when CCP releases a patch a week or so in advance of the tournament, and then everyone's scrambling to figure out what ships are actually good. Sometimes they get tricked, Navy Gen Enjoyers, Navy Dominic's Enjoyers, and sometimes, yeah, it's fairly good, like the Navy Executor, which we've seen fielded and then banned a bunch just because it's really performing well. Same with the Navy Osprey, I think, Navy Caracals as well. They've been performing really well in this tournament. So, yeah, I mean, there's a few things that you can get done in the few months leading up to the tournament. There's some things that you need to kind of adapt to on the fly as things happen, as comps are shown. But yeah, I mean, yeah, just find yourself a practice partner, but try not to get yourself trapped into an echo chamber. So don't do internals solely internals. Do find other people that you can fly against.
Yeah, it's a really important thing to mention. Another thing that's really tricky when you do internal testing only is some of the practices can get a little bit intense, and you're spending hundreds of hours with these people, and sometimes, you know, those tensions can flare a little bit. I'm sorry, Mr. Rive, if you're watching. You're a good man.
Awesome. Now, Mister, you mentioned some of these new ships. In fact, I do believe we have a short video we can throw up about those right now.
You've already seen 8 new ships released last month, and with Uprising's expansion, we're expanding the selection of Navy ships even further, with a new set of Navy destroyers for each faction, as well as Navy dreadnoughts. We chose these ships because they'll fill some gaps in the existing Navy lineup, as well as creating new and diverse engagements in the faction warfare ecosystem. With the dreadnoughts, we wanted to give players something that was really aspirational, a large goal to work towards, something really special, and something that'll help to mix up the capital ecosystem elsewhere in the game. We want to find new and unique uses for these ships in the EVE Online ecosystem that isn't just going to step on the toes of other existing vessels.
Each faction had their own kind of mini guidelines regarding that. The Phoenix is, for example, a ship that needed to be updated. The base Phoenix itself is getting all the new textures and model pieces that the Navy one has, minus some details that we just uniquely made for the Navy version. For every animation or every state the ship can go in, we've added more animations incorporating VFX. So if something is moving, there's a really good chance that some VFX are involved at the end and highlighting that.
I can't wait to see these ships get into your hands, see what you do with them, and look at the deaths on Zkill.
There are CCP Aurora and CCP Bunny Virus there with some information about the new ships. CCP Swift, you turned to me in the middle of that and said, I've got a good one for this. Stage is yours.
So these ships you cannot fly in the Alliance tournament. They were the Navy Dreads that we showcased. Incredibly cool ships. You need to be an Omega pilot to pilot those new ships. And it just so happens until November 22nd in the New Eden store, you can get 7 days free Omega.
A great plug.
Yeah, I did it.
Well done. We've actually been meaning to do that all weekend, and we just kept forgetting.
Yeah, I know. I kept forgetting too. And then CCB Kestrel said it in chat, and I was like, oh, he's better at this than me.
Yeah.
Like so many things, but yeah.
Mystical Might, as an Omega enjoyer, how would you go on about getting this 7-day free?
So what you do, I believe this is the way, is to log in to EVE Online, perhaps as an alpha account. Crazy, I know. And then to open up the New Eden store, and it should just be little 7-day Omega, 0 Plex cost. You just redeem that to your account, and away you go. I don't know if you need to relog to make sure that it fully takes effect, but I don't think so. I think we've got past the stage of needing to relog for things now.
Yeah, we're really good at that stuff.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, speaking of other things that we're good at, narrative is a new focus these days, and we have a short video on that.
Narrative-driven design is something that we started earlier this year. We have done it sometime in the past in some shape or form, but we sort of wanted to escalate it. So like in the past, in the lead up to, for example, Abyssal Dead Space, we had a story going on and kind of mystery and things for players to discover, etc., etc. And we sort of wanted to apply that to basically as much as we can when we're creating new features for EVE Online. This summer we have had things happening around Athanon where Kaldari and Galente are like struggling it out. We have things happening in Turnur, Vard and Egmar where the Amar started having stellar transmuters and the Minmers are trying to stop them. We have tech races between the empires and we want these player activities and events really sort of control how the features are rolled out and in what order, and then that players actually do affect the storyline and the history of New Eden. For example, with the gate construction in Athanon, both the Kaldari wanted a gate into Athanon and the Galente, and it was totally up to the players to determine when or if their empire managed to construct a gate into Athanon. And we are quite willing if players do not manage to actually construct the gate, meet the requirements for the empire to actually construct the game into Athanon, they will never get the gate into Athanon. So it's totally and completely in player hands. What we are really trying is to co-write the story of New Eden with players and player input and make player input meaningful to that story, have them actually affect the politics of New Eden and the world of New Eden.
There you are, hearing a little bit about the narrative arcs currently in the game from the Uprising expansion. Turner was pretty cool. I don't know if you guys noticed, but the star blew up. Space Gandalf is no longer a thing. He is now dead.
Sandalf?
That's
actually not his name. He's got a real name. CCB Loki, who you just heard from, has this incredible backstory with him about him with CCB Delegate Zero. Yeah, he's dead though.
CCB Delegate Zero or the
the guy on the planet.
Okay, that's good.
He was part of the Minmatar tribes there. They were too stubborn to evacuate. They were like, guys, we got this. We've got the powers to prevent this whole thing from exploding. Turns out the whole thing exploded anyway, and they didn't stop it.
That's big sad.
Yeah.
Speaking of big sad, let's go to look at the bans and see what Truth on the Light and Odin's Call are going to choose not to see this time. So Truth on the Light banning out the Osprey, the Stormbringer, Hyena, Odin's Call banning out the Nighthawk, the Guardian, the Pontifex, the trickle bans. I'm assuming this is there are no trickle bans at all. This is indeed a mistake. It's just a nice ship. You can look at it, you can enjoy it, but please do ignore it. Mystical Might, what do you see here?
I do like the nun bans. The nun bans are pretty good.
I don't ban a lot of ships every match.
That's true. Most ships are unbanned.
That is true.
In each match.
In fact, let's list them.
Absolutely not. I mean, it's interesting to see the Guardian Pontifex ban coming in. Pontifex driving people more towards the Magus. I can't quite remember if... Ooh.
These are the Conquest bans. So
no, it's not. So the Magus was not fielded, so it's not banned.
So the Magoose is loose.
Magoose is loose.
Yeah, so the Conquest bans here for Truth on the Light, the Oracle, the Hurricane Fleet issue, the Executor Navy issue, which of course has just been buffed and is now super popular, the Absolution, the Hecate, the Augurer Navy issue, the Executor, the non-Navy issue one, the Astarte, and the Mauler. So CCB Swift, what do you think we might see coming up in this match from Truth on the Light?
Of ships, I have no idea what we're going to see, but I think we're going to see a heck of a lot of swagger. The way Truth on the Light went through the Volta team, I think they're just surging right now. I don't think there's anything that can stop them, even those Conquest bans. I think they're just going to, as Bart was mentioning, plug some new ships in there, do some space math, and get a good team out of it somehow.
Mystical Might, your thoughts?
So in any other year, I would actually kind of know what the theory was, but with the patch happening not long before we actually traveled over to put on the production, I actually have no idea what the theory looks like at the end of it. So some of the comps that I've seen, I've kind of panicked over a little bit. So yeah, I have no idea what we're going to see this time.
So this is, as mentioned, this is a best of 5 series that we're in. We're currently 2 matches deep into it. Truth on the Light have the opportunity now to seal this up and become the Alliance Tournament 18 Grand Champions. Odin's Call massive shout out to them. They have done just incredible work to get here to this point. They performed incredibly. Like, they didn't drop a single match until they reached this grand final against Truth on a Light, which, you know, one of the most experienced teams in the entire Alliance tournament. Like, just in history, like all the players that are in that team now. And Odin's Call, I mean, there's a bunch of really experienced players there, like Colonel Kurtz from NC Dot. He's previously not managed to get past 4th place, so well done to him. Getting 2nd place at least, potentially 1st place if they can win 3 in a row, which, you know, is a tough order, CCB Swift. Do you think Odin's maybe can pull that off?
It has been done before, winning 3 in a row in a best-of-5 grand final. I don't know. It's just so hard. I was talking to CCBB and I think Misty, or maybe it was Black Bar Pirate. Generally speaking, the team that goes into the elimination bracket has the better run in the grand finals. They just have like more swagger, we can call it, but they've got more matches played. They're kind of like going full speed, and they know exactly like what their next team or next opponent's going to be like. They know what their like wingman's going to do. They're just in a really great rhythm, and it's hard to break that. Odin's Call, they had an amazing route to get here, but they've had to kind of sit all day and watch what was unfolding ahead of them. And when you sit there and watch, you're like, what are these guys going to do to us? You might overthink some things. You just kind of get out of your groove a little bit. So it is possible for Odin's Call to do it. They are talented enough. They've got the theory crafters. They've got the pilots. They've got the skill. But I think that one little thing that Truth on a Light has is just that little bit more steam in the pocket.
That's where I keep my Steam as well, in my pocket. I want to quickly go to Twitch chat and just have a look and see what the Twitch channel points are at right now. So 1.16 million Twitch channel points currently on Odin's Call, to 3.24 million on Truth on a Light. So over nearly 4.5 million channel points right now, with the majority of them, 75% of them, going towards Truth on a Light. So you guys out there, putting your channel points behind Truth on a Light. Mystical Might, what are your thoughts? Predictions?
Truth on a Light. That is the prediction.
That's easy to be Swift.
I'm gonna spam this ball for Odin's Call. I just want to see more matches, and I know Odin's can do it. So, yeah, let's spam this ball for Odin's Call.
Okay, I've just been informed that there is now a delay. We were on schedule last time I was in Fallen, but now there is delay in local. So, CCP Swift, you're over here in Nottingham. How's it been for you?
It's weird. It's like foggy, and then when it's not foggy, it's like rainy. There was one day it was sunny. I was talking to CCP Arcade about this because he's from the UK. I was like, "What's with this weather?" He's like, "Oh, home sweet home." I send him a picture every day, and he just smile.
And how's it compared to the weather over in Reykjavik?
It's
technically warmer.
Yeah, it is warmer. There's more sun. There's less dark. I like Reykjavik weather. It's fun.
Yeah.
You'll be experiencing it soon.
That's true. I'm currently looking to move out there in February. Obviously now CCP Overload. I'll be working in Reykjavik. Yeah, looking forward to that.
And you know who else is going to be in Reykjavik soon?
Who?
FanFest.
Oh, good. Tell us about FanFest.
Yeah. FanFest. We released the dates for FanFest. I believe it's the last week of September. CCP Convict was talking about it earlier today or yesterday. I don't remember. But he did a much better job than I'm about to. We've expanded like the area that we've had a little bit. Actually, quite a bit. I think we've more than doubled the size leading up to the 20th anniversary. There's already been a lot of planning already done for it. The art that you saw, there's like cool little teasers in there. Some breadcrumbs. There's like a real Eve constellation in the background. If you can guess what it is, you do win a prize. Ooh. Didn't want to commit to that one.
Too late.
You win a prize directly from me. It might not be a good prize, but you'll win a prize if you can guess the systems in the background.
Awesome. Well, I believe the teams are now landing on grid, so we can pretty much get ready to go to this match. And again, just to remind you, this is the match point, championship point for Truth on the Light. If they can win this, if they can pull this off, then they go home as winners. If Odin's Call can pull a match off of them, then they extend this and potentially give themselves an opportunity to come back. Let's go through it and find out if this match between Truth on the Light and Odin's Call.
Welcome back to the arena, everybody, for Game 3 of this grand final and potentially the last game if Truth on the Light are able to take a clean sweep 3-0. And what are these comps looking like, Fear Viner? What have they got?
Well, on the Odin's Call side, they brought Shield Kite with dual bar guests and flag bar guests for Truth Honor Light and Armor Control, which we saw them play this comp earlier today.
Yeah, and I think these Bargus, as you say, it's a flag Bargus for Truth on the Light. I think it's not a flag Bargus for Odin's, Colonel Kurtz, and Yokan just flying regular Bargus. So if they lose here, they'll be out of the tournament, but their flag Bargus will indeed still be alive, which is, you know, sort of a minor point to have. You know, I mean, aside from coming second place in the Alliance tournament and scoring oodles of ships.
Odin's Call for the first time in this finals has the larger attack bar on their side, but they have a much smaller control bar and a bit of a smaller defense bar as well. And we saw Truth Honor Light being able to use these low damage comps to some effect earlier today versus Volta. The match is now underway, and burning in actually is this Confessor of Amelia Duskbase towards the center of the arena as Odin's Call begins to start to kite out with their HML ships.
Yeah, and Truth on the Light, as you said, bring in this kind of comp multiple times. They keep bringing these Blackbirds. I was thinking at the start of the day, they obviously starting off against Tuskers in the lower bracket and then going through Volta as well. They keep bringing these Blackbirds. They can't keep getting away with it, but it seems they can. They can just keep bringing this ECM, and no team seems to have really found an answer to this double Blackbird combo that Truth on the Light seems to field here. They combine these double Blackbirds using their powerful execution as a team with sort of lower DPS comps than you might expect. This is a comp we saw the other day. Just the Barghest, the Eos, and the Orthrus really providing the majority of their damage. But with those jams, they know if they can get the jam on the Scythe, they can probably have enough time to take out, you know, a Navy Caracal, a Jackdaw, one of the smaller ships on the Odin School side.
Yeah, and Blackbirds, I mean, they've got a jam strength bonus, but it's not a massive one. But they still are going to be somewhat effective against the Scythe because he does have T1 sensor strength. So Nev's going into Kadesh Priestess right now with these HMLs being used by Odin's Call, but it doesn't look like they have decided to use the rapid heavy clips on him yet.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't see why they wouldn't. They need to start shooting something because at some point, as you say, this Scythe Tech 1 sensor strength, it is going to get jammed at some point. That is basically an eventuality. This Scythe will be jammed at some point during this match. And when that happens, Truth on the Light are going to pounce and they are going to kill something. So Odin's Call need to make something happen while that Scythe isn't jammed, because this Truth on the Light comp, as I said, it's not huge damage. It can probably hold, Odin's Call can probably hold reasonably well while this Scythe is unjammed. The jam is the key aspect of the Truth on the Light comp. Once that jam lands, that's when they can make progress. And this Jackdaw of Aethel now is going into armor. Into structure.
And he's dead. But look, Dexter Shio going in, looking for the tackle, and that's the commit from Odin's Call. He's now going to try to burn away as these bar guests from Odin's get close to him. He's going to be able to scran kite them away. It's a beautiful bait, perhaps. The Stork from Odin's now coming in right on top of him. He's going to be able to land this scram, but he will not be long for the world if Truth Honor Light have anything to say about it. They take out the Jackdaw. Now they're on this Caracal Navy as well. This flag Barghest is scrammed. He is currently tackled, but it's not going to be for long because they're immediately onto the Stork, and he's not in range of the Scythe reps.
Yeah, now the Stork goes down as well, and Dexter's completely holding here onto the reps. And again, I hate to call it so early, just 16 points to 0, but it's looking pretty disastrous here for Odin's Call already. It's just barely 3 minutes into the match, and Hydra have already managed to execute their comp to perfection and wipe out a significant portion without really giving anything away. And that's the thing. There's so many things that are impressive about this Hydra team, but one of the things is they don't give you anything for free. None of these pilots, you know, screw up and are in the wrong place at the wrong time, doing the wrong thing. Every pilot is on the ball. They're all coordinated. They all know where they need to be, what they need to be doing, and they're not going to give you any free points. You need to earn them, and it's so difficult.
Yeah, Odin's Call too quick to pounce on the bait from Dexter Shio. Beautifully baited, using the, I would assume, officer scram range on that Barghest to great effect. They're going to lose Hoder in this Osprey Navy issue as well. The Caracal Navy issue of Martin might be the next target. He has a little bit of damage onto his shield, but Hoder out of XLA speed charges. He goes down, and no one has died from Truth Honor Light once again.
Yeah, it's still just the power of the Oneros reps from General Hungary, obviously a pilot on the ball, and all the rep bots that they've got, from example, the Eos, the Barghest. They just don't have the damage to really break through anything, and this is going to be the end of Odin's Call, unfortunately, going 3-0, well, getting 3-0'd, sorry, by Truth Honor Light in the final, just as Volta did last year. But let's just take a couple of minutes, as I'm assuming they're not going to stage a comeback here with the jams getting more and more oppressive on this Odin's Call side. Let's just take a minute to appreciate the progress that Odin's Call have made over the last couple of years, and obviously to get this far in this tournament in particular. I mean, a lot of teams we see, sometimes they come through the tournament, we see a bunch of teams in the past, third and fourth places, I'm not going to name any names, but they get particularly easy runs, you know, they get a lucky bracket draw. Odin's, on the other hand, they went through the feeders, they clawed their way through, they faced Paper Numbers, who finished highly in the AG, they fought Nanofiber Tokens, they fought Templars, they beat Tuskers, they beat Volta. They have not had an easy run, so to finish second place here, although it's going to be heartbreaking at the moment for this Odin's team, it's a really, really admirable achievement.
Yeah, and it's their best ever AT finish. I'm excited to see what comes of them next. We will have another Anger Games sometime, I've been told, although that is not completely confirmed yet by the organizers of that, but I know Yintan is perhaps running a tournament of his own. He might say something about that. So we will have more tournaments other than the Alliance tournament coming up at the beginning of next year. I'll be excited for those as well. I know a lot of these top AT teams don't necessarily show up for that. Truth Honor Light, aka Hydra, didn't field a team for it. For Anger Games, neither did Tuskers, right? But it should be fun to watch nonetheless.
Yeah, and we see GFs coming out in locals now. Obviously, both these teams, they know what's on grid. They know that it's written at this point. The bar guests are going to go down. The sci-fi, I believe, of Toast brought boundaries. They know it's over. And yeah, congratulations. I've said congratulations to Odin's Call for finishing second. Of course, extra congratulations to Hydra for finishing first. It's just been a wonderful performance from them throughout the tournament. I'm surprised a little bit that at the meta, really. I mean, we saw all sorts of different stuff from them and they executed it wonderfully, but we never really saw... They kept coming back to these same sort of... They had a bunch of varied ideas, but they kept coming back to them. It seems like maybe they've still got something in store that we won't actually get to see, because Hydra, when pushed up against the wall, you know, with their backs against the wall, they often bring out something that's totally different, something that... I remember a final against Vidra, I think it was, in ATXVIII a couple of years ago, they brought up something totally wacky with like a bunch of Drekavax and Legions or whatever, and it was nothing like anything we'd seen all tournament. They lost with it, but unfortunately on this occasion, I think we're just not going to get to see what Truth Honor Light still has left in the tank.
No, we won't, and the rules are going to change next year. I fully expect scripted E-War to be back down in the dumpster where it belongs. Might not even see the T2 versions of those E-War modules, just for extra spite. We will see. I'm not sure who's after Mimitar in the rotation. I feel like it's either Kaldari or Amar, but I could be wrong because I was not around for the original Empire ATs.
I think it's actually the one you didn't name. I think it's actually Galente next, just because the Utu and Adrestira, I think they're older than the I don't know about the tournaments themselves, but I think I remember the Utu and Adrestira are older than the Cambion and the whatever. But anyway, that's going to be it from us. Truth Honor Light taking this clean sweep in the finals 3-0. Congratulations to them. Congratulations again to Odin's Call. Very admirable performance coming second. I've been the Basilisk. He's been Fearviner. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you whenever we see you at the next tournament.
Connected. Channel switched.
Well, it would have been a easy fight, right? But guess what, dude? I'm not seeing and people can't get their shit together!
Crush our enemies. Your dams are completely damped out.
Crush. I'm damped out.
Get on that campus, boys.
Heat your reps.
Yeah.
Everything down.
I've not been able to lock a single thing all game.
I'm jammed.
And there we have it. Truth Honor Light are the grand champions of Alliance Tournament 18 in a 3-0 victory over Odin's Call. It was hard fought. Odin's Call did a fantastic job to get this far in the tournament, but unfortunately for them, Truth Honor Light were just too powerful. Their power level was just that little bit higher. I mean, from all of us here in the studio, thank you so much for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring this tournament to you. We hope you enjoyed it. And we look forward to seeing you next year for Alliance Tournament 18. I'm going to open this beer, which has been a prop for all the tournament thus far. And I'm going to drink it and say cheers to you guys. And yeah, see you next time.